Good evening. As the sun begins to set on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon on the south coast, we are getting ready for Portsmouth versus Sunderland live from Fratton Park, right here on Fournilwrittenalloverit tonight. Between now and kick-off in an hour and 45 minutes time, we've got a couple of sit-downs with some Sunderland fans. As well as that, we'll look forward to Wembley and Peterborough United, as well as the visit of Paul Cook's Ipswich Town over the next couple of weeks for Pompey. And what quite needs to change if we're in any hope of getting anywhere near a promotion spot this season. A win for Pompey tonight would take us level on points with Doncaster Rovers. However, if the visitors take all 3 points from Fratton Park, they could be putting some serious pressure on those automatic promotion spaces in League One.
They could indeed. Good evening. Welcome along. Thanks for joining us live here on Fournilwrittenalloverit. Sam is with us. I know I just said we'll be looking forward to Wembley, but right now, mate, we're really not, are we? How are you feeling?
Nah, mate, I've completely forgotten about that until you mentioned it. But yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm really looking forward to tonight. Should be a cracking game. Although Pompey are out of form, any game against Sunderland, I always do get kind of look forward to it. It's been a good rivalry over the last, how many seasons? It's 3 years now. Been a really good rivalry kind of developed between two clubs, two good sets of fans. Yeah, so really looking forward to it, Tom. Hopefully Pompey can put that absolute shambles on Saturday behind them and start to look up instead of looking over our shoulders.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll discuss the shambles in detail in a minute, mate. Would you say if Pompey win tonight that it would cement Jackett's role at the football club more than it would deteriorate it if we lost?
I honestly think he's here till the end of the season, no matter what. The statement that came out after the Northampton game there was an article in the news and there was nothing on record from Catlin or the Islanders, but you got the general gist that he is here to the end of the season, no matter what the results. I mean, if we lose our next 3 games, it might push their hand a little bit more, but I don't necessarily think tonight's game will shift it won't change the board's kind of stance on Kenny Jackett for that sense. I think he's here. I think he's here to the end of the season. And obviously, I'm gutted that after the Northampton game, there wasn't a club statement. I think there should have been. I think after that performance on its own, it merited a sacking because it's the worst half of football I've seen from a Portsmouth side since I've supported them. So yeah, he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be at the club anymore. But you know, they're sticking by him. They made the decision to stick by him. We've just got to accept that, get behind the team for the end of the season, and hopefully they can mount some sort of promotion or playoff push at the very least.
It would be lovely to be discussing, wouldn't it? But at the minute, mate, this playoffs is all we can hope for looking at the league table right now. That won't satisfy many Pompey fans, though, will it?
Well, no, it doesn't satisfy me. The squad we've got should be. I know people are slating the players and maybe saying they aren't good enough, but the squad we've got should be pushing those top 2 spots. And in that article I've alluded to, there was a bit that said that someone at the club feels that Kenny Jackett's the right man to turn this around and steer this club into the playoffs, or to get them near the playoffs. So to me, that says 2 things: the club's already kind of they've settled with getting in the playoffs, and the second thing is they think that Kenny Jackett's the right man to get us promoted if we do get in the playoffs. And I don't know what basis that is, because the last two playoff campaigns we've just kind of, been a bit of a damp squib. We've really run out of steam, and we haven't even looked like getting to the final, let alone getting promoted. So I don't quite know how they've come to that conclusion in that article. Anyway, I'm not saying it's anything that's been said on record, but that is what was said in that Portsmouth news article. So yeah, we just have to see. I think he's here at the end of the season. I wouldn't be surprised if we get in the playoffs, because I think we've got some quality players, and we've got a very favourable run in. But I said this about the last 4 or 5 games. I thought we had a very favourable run then, and we've managed to, was it 1 win in 6 or something like that, against a very poor Swindon side. So yeah, obviously that win against Oxford as well was good, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do get in the playoffs. But I don't necessarily think Kenny Jackett's the right man to get us out of those playoffs and into the Championship. I would have liked to seen a change. I would have liked to seen just something fresh, new ideas, to get the team just playing slightly better now going forward.
Absolutely. We're having some score predictions. Pompey Bro 123 is very confidently going for a 2-0 Pompey. Through on Sunderland, says Alfie. Ladies and gents, let us know how you're feeling about this one in the live chat down below. Myself and Sam, well, I don't know if Sam's sticking around, but we'll be here until probably 10 o'clock this evening. So you've got 4 hours of live Fournilwrittenalloverit written all over it coverage for you. Plenty more to come from Sam and all our guests in just a couple of moments. Callum said, hi Tom, how are you feeling about the game against Sunderland tonight? Not confident is probably the word that you'd hear a lot of Pompey fans use. You've said just there, Sam, that Pompey have 1 win in 6 at Fratton Park, and that was, I think you'll remember, it was the Swindon Town 2-0 win back in February. Sunderland have only lost 1 of their last 15 away league games. What stead does that put us in coming into tonight?
Guaranteed Pompey win then, Tom, isn't it? They're a good side. Listen, they've got good players. You know, Aidan McGeady shouldn't be in this league. And Charlie White's probably the best striker in this league at the moment. So they've got, and they've also made some good signings in the January transfer window as well. I think Jordan Jones from Rangers is a superb signing at this level. He was very highly thought of when he went to Rangers initially. So, and he scored a really good goal for them the other week. So I do think they've got one of, if not the best squad in the league, along with the likes of Peterborough, Hull. And I would say Pompey's well, they've got a good squad, but Sunderland is right up there. You can see why they've potentially done well away from home. They've struggled a little bit at home. They've picked up recently, but obviously not having the fans at the stadium alight is going to make a little bit of a difference. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one. They're very solid at the back, which is probably why they are so good away from home. You know, they get that goal and then they just sit back, be solid. So yeah, can Pompey break them down is the question, and Pompey haven't been too good at that over the course of the season, at home in particular. So if Sunderland get the early goal, you cannot see Pompey getting back into it.
We don't really come back from going 1-0 down, do we? I think there's that horrendous stat that follows us around. It's been quite a few years, hasn't it, since we last came back from a goal down. On the flip side of that, when we do go a goal up, we don't normally throw a game away, do we?
It was Coventry at home at the end of the 2019 season. We won 2-1 or 3-1, I think, but that was when that was the last game we won from behind.
Yeah. So you know, history tells us that might become a bit of an issue for us tonight. You touched on it there, Sam, that the Stadium of Light being empty for Sunderland and how much of a key role that they play as a 12th man. I don't know whether you think that's any more at Fratton Park. I think it's certainly you could say that probably Sunderland and Pompey are the 2 teams in League One that rely on their fans the most and have the biggest backing. Do you think that Sunderland will struggle more with the Stadium of Light being empty, or do you think Pompey has struggled more with Fratton Park being empty? Obviously, they're higher than us in the league at the minute, so you'd say us. But is it that voice for you that the Fratton faithful give to the players, which is perhaps a contributing factor to the poor turn of results recently?
I think it's the same for both sides, to be honest. I mean, when you look at Pompey's record last season, they didn't lose at home the whole season, and Fratton Park was formidable. Every game, you didn't feel that. You maybe thought they were going to draw, but you never thought they were going to lose. You thought they were going to. There was never really an opportunity for an away side to go and win at Fratton Park, and it was just such a hard place to come and get anything from. And that's just been the polar opposite this season. And you'd have to say, obviously, you can't say it's directly because of the fans, but like cause and correlation and all of that. But I mean, it probably has had some impact when you look at the results from Pompey this season. Obviously, the record went against Wigan at home in one of the second or third games, so it probably is different. I mean, Fratton Park's a tight stadium. It's compact. The fans are on top of you. I mean, it must be hard for away teams to come as well when you've got fans literally on top of you screaming at you. I mean, another interesting thing that's been alluded to is the referees. I mean, I can recall a few challenges this season that at Fratton Park, if there was a ref there, it's a red card. Darren Prattley for Charlton in the earlier on in the season, it was one of the worst tackles I've seen the whole season, and he didn't get booked. And it was a straight red. It was a straight red any day of the week, but because there's no fans there.
To compare that with when we were there for the Fleetwood game, Sam, Alan Young, I don't know if you remember that, but that was one of the worst thing I've seen referees perform for a long time, and that was probably his first game back with fans. So that just sort of amplifies your point even more about the referees and their role they play in it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Right. Well, thank you for the moment, mate. Kickoffs at 7:45. We're here guiding you through. If you haven't yet liked the stream, myself and Sam will be joined by a whole host of guests. What we're going to do now is have a quick look back at the playoffs 2019, and you'll remember that horrible night, Sam, at Fratton Park when it ended up being quite a disappointing evening. But let's take a look back nonetheless. Here we go.
Coming up in this extra special playoff semi-final episode of Fournilwrittenalloverit. Brimming with confidence.
We're not going to lose this evening. Without a shadow of doubt, we are going to win.
Ollie scratches Dan's head.
Hello, everyone.
And I stare at a fence. Good evening, Andrew.
Yeah, good evening, Tom. What a beautiful night it is too.
Boy, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Looking forward to the plan coming together. Kenny and I.
Is that ready to go?
Well on track, mate. Well on track.
A very good evening and a warm welcome back to the Fournilwrittenalloverit car to Ollie, mate. Welcome.
Thank you for having me back again, Tom.
This is the third time in a row, mate. Making a habit of this, aren't we?
Decided to turn up for the end of the season, didn't I?
Fantastic.
You have been busy, bud, haven't you?
And we are ready and raring to go for the playoff semi-final second leg at Fratton Park. And this is the bit where we're all positive and happy before the game, but
it's not kicked off yet, has it?
No, it hasn't kicked off. But I don't think
it has. We're half time at the minute.
Oh yeah, half time. Yeah,
sorry. Yeah, very
we better
true.
go get a hot chocolate. Way away, away, away.
Do you predict a riot?
Oh no, Tom.
Just an explosion.
We'll leave that in.
Yeah. Well, I reckon I would love to, like I said, I would love to see us go out and absolutely hammer them 4-0, Tom. I just don't see it happening with the team that Sunderland have, and they'll be up for it as well. So I would like to see us go into half-time 0-0 and then turn them over in the second half 2-0 to win 2-1.
Andrew, your thoughts?
I can't really disclose my thoughts, Tom, because I have insider knowledge as part of the plan from me and Kenny J.
Okay. You have mentioned this once or twice in the last month or so.
Yeah. It's all a big top secret, Tom, until tonight.
There we are. We'll have to wait and see.
I did want to disclose a little bit more, but I had a word with Kenny J, and he said I'm not to say a word.
Right. In that case, I won't question you anymore.
Please don't put me in interrogation, Tom. I don't like it.
Anyway, let's get down to Fratton Park. It's a massive evening on the south coast, and we cannot wait to bring Pompey's next step towards Wembley to you here on Fournilwrittenalloverit. That is confidence, isn't it?
That looks very confident, Tom.
We're going to bottle it, if I'm honest. I think Portsmouth 2-1, 3-1, potentially. Obviously, if it is 2-1, then extra time is a possibility, maybe penalties. And if it is penalties, I hope Catamol does score the winner.
I'm going to go...
Oh, what we're saying? 2-0 Portsmouth. 2-0
Pompey.
Lovely.
Score prediction tonight, my friend?
2-0 Pompey.
2-0 Pompey, so
I think it's going to be 2-1 to Pompey.
2-1, fair enough.
I mean, I thought it was 2-1 to Sunderland, I thought that, but hopefully not.
We're not going to lose this evening. Without a shadow of doubt, we are going to win.
3-1, come on, Blue!
2-0.
3-1 Pompey. 3-1 Pompey.
3-1
very
Pompey.
confident.
2-0.
2-0. Score prediction, mate.
2-0 Pompey.
2-0 Pompey. What are you thinking, mate?
3-1 to Pompey.
3-1 Pompey, sir.
I'll keep hearing 3-1. It's got to be 3-1.
You confident tonight?
Not confident, but it's
We're
going to be. We're going to do it. 3-1.
We're going to do it. 3-1.
Definitely.
Enjoy the game.
I reckon it's going to be 2-1 Pompey.
2-1.
You confident tonight?
Yeah.
Confident.
Yeah,
We're going to win it all the way to Wembley.
Extra time win.
I don't want penalties.
No,
Does
no
anyone
one
want
does.
penalties?
No one does.
2-0 Pompey.
I think
We
it'd be
went
1-0.
to Sunderland and
2-1.
it was
1-0.
fabulous.
1-0. Okay, fair
And the fabulous thing about being there was the fact that we didn't sell our allocation out and they didn't sell our allocation out. But they were nice people, so happy days. Bye.
Half-time here at Fratton Park, mate. The atmosphere is on an absolute knife edge, but it would be for a playoff semi-final. It's Pompey 0, Sunderland 0. That's not enough as it stands.
No, mate, it's not. It's half-time. Playing all a lot of football, mate. They're come here to win 1-0, haven't they, from the previous leg? So I fancy it, Tom. I think we'll get 4 in the second half. That's all what, you know, it's all part of the plan, obviously. And I think, all joking aside, mate, he's got to sort it out a little bit. I think he needs to. Otterball's not doing too much, not getting too much of the ball. Ollie Hawkins ain't getting as touch as he. So I'd like to see a couple of changes. I'd like to see Jamal get on the pitch. Push Otterball wide, Jamal the other side, maybe Ollie Hawkins off and Curtis on, having them 3 running up front.
In the last 2 weeks we've seen some of the greatest comebacks in English football ever.
Yeah.
A vast majority of them have come in the last sort of 45 minutes of each game. Is that going to happen here tonight? And are you?
I'm confident it will do, Tom, yeah. Absolutely confident, Tom.
To be fair, they haven't had many opportunities. We've had the better of the opportunities, but it's so nervy.
Hello everyone. Well, we got to win. We got to win. Simple as that. We got to win. So whatever it takes, do it. But just win. That's all I've got to say. Win. Nothing else counts. Win.
Tactics there.
Well, this is probably one of the hardest and toughest end links we've done, mate. We had the playoffs a couple of years ago in Plymouth, and now it's that same empty feeling in the bottom of the stomach, isn't it?
Yes, mate. Well, I think that at the end of the day, mate, we didn't do enough to score, did we? A couple of good chances off the line, a couple of chances at end. So, what do you say, Tom? We just look forward to playing next season in League One again, don't we?
Well, yeah, we do, and it's been a disappointing season. We spent the longest amount of time at the top of any team in this league this year.
Yeah, but that's the way it goes, Tom. You know, you've got to win. What are equal margins, mate? Sunderland weren't, you know, they came and did a job on us, didn't they? So just accept that. Congratulations to them, mate. Good luck at Wembley. But next year, mate, come back stronger, won't we?
We'll be up next year.
Come on, play up, Pompey. Sorry to interrupt myself, but I'm here with Ollie after the game, and just a bit of raw emotion for you here on Fournilwrittenalloverit before we head back to Fratton Park for the last little bit. Ollie, nice and quickly, mate, what did you make of that?
Well, Tom, you know, I don't think we did ourselves disjustice tonight. We played some good football in patches. They did what they had to do. You know, they were sitting in the corner for the last 6 to 10 minutes of the game, as we knew they were going to do. But, you know, any other week, you would have seen us put away those 2 headers, like goal line saves from the keeper with close range headers that were straight at him, in fairness. But, you know, he still had to make the saves. We had a corner in the first half, which was a good header by Hawkins, and again the second half, a free kick, which was headed by Hawkins. And
it's a pattern here, mate.
The keeper made some good saves, so you can't really knock it. And on another day, mate, we'd have scored 1, taken it to extra time, maybe beaten them on penalties. It's just the way the game goes.
It's the way the game goes. That, ladies and gentlemen, is football. Back to Fratton Park. Well, there we have it. Pompey's League One campaign is over for this year. We will be back on Fournilwrittenalloverit the other side of the summer, back here in August. All we want to say is congratulations to Sunderland. Best of luck at Wembley. We did it to you early on in the season, and all the best with a return to the Championship. Fantastic big club like ourselves.
Yeah, failing that, Tom, we look forward to seeing him here again next season.
Well, exactly, yeah. We'll look forward to it, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure. We did this the other day.
Thanks, mate.
It's been great all season. All the stuff for us to say is thanks to everyone for joining us here on Fournilwrittenalloverit. Couldn't quite happen today, but as we saw the other night, you've just seen with me and Ollie, Bob mentioned it earlier on in tonight's episode, Portsmouth Football Club is on the rise. It's on their way back.
We're on the way back, son.
We're looking forward to the good times. What we want to say, thank you very much to all of you viewers for watching Fournilwrittenalloverit this year. Myself and Andrew will be back all of next season to see what new exciting adventures in League One. Listen, we're saying this on the record. What's the date today? The 16th of May 2018. 2019. Will Pompey finish top of the League One season next year?
Of course we will, Tom. True blue forever. Play up, Pompey.
Bring it on. Keep the faith. Thanks you so much for watching all year. From the bottom of our hearts, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring every week to you here on Fournilwrittenalloverit. Keep subscribing to us on YouTube. All the links and where you can support us are down below. These fans behind me, that's what it's all about, the passion for Pompey. Keep the faith, always keep the faith, and play up, Pompey.
This is where we go.
Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? Oh, it's still going. Hang on, I'll let you listen to the last little bit.
No, we're not planning to go out in the second leg.
No, the plan didn't quite come to fruition. So I think the plan is,
or is this the master plan now?
It's the overall master plan for next season.
How many years is this plan consisting of?
Yeah. How many years is this plan?
Really, is that short, boys? I haven't had to nudge on that. But put it like this: it's at least one more season, and all will be revealed at the end of next season, Tom.
A long time to wait for the viewers, mate.
Good night, Tom.
How interesting is that looking back on it, Sam? We were saying, will we finish top of League One next season? That all went in pear shape, didn't it?
Yeah, I know. Andrew's crystal ball didn't quite come true, did it?
No, unfortunately not. Good evening to Richard, the saviour of Fauna written all over it tonight. He's helped us out. We're very well, mate. We're very well. Lovely to have you with us. Sam. I'll open with quite a long sort of open answer that you could potentially give me, Richard. But this is truly season defining tonight, isn't it, for both teams?
Oh yeah, definitely. And I actually think it's going to be a cracking game. I think we're going to win. I don't think the issues with Jacket, and the reason why I say that is because I've had a bit of a think and what I've read in the Pompey news. I mentioned on Saturday about with regards to the 11, players out of contract, this, that, and the other, and they put a stat in, and it was literally from what Catlin said. That's when we've sort of gone off the boil. I know, obviously, with Jacket, he plays the hoofball, a lot. But I think, if that was just changed slightly, because before that announcement, we were playing well, weren't we? We were playing good football. We were on the push-up for the top two. So things don't change in a manager that quickly overnight, I don't think. So, I'm positive, I'll give him the shadow of a doubt, that, we could actually, get the win today.
It was the 10th of February, Sam, when Mark Catlin said what Richard's talking about. Is there any mileage in relating the performances on the pitch to what he said? And that was, as Richard's quite rightly said, it was just before the wheels came off, wasn't it? Is there any such thing as coincidences for you?
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see it. Obviously, there's since that article came out, there's been a significant drop in performances, and they are professionals, so you would there's that argument where you'd say they should be able to play that, plays their full percentage every single game. But also there's that other thing where if they're going to get a pay cut at the end of the season, because I've seen rumours of around people saying about a 40% pay cut for players to sign new contract, etc. I don't know if that's true. That's just what I've seen going around some of the social media stuff. But are players going to put in their full kind of effort, knowing that that's what they've got that's what they've got next season if they stay? So yeah, I could definitely see it being an impact. And at times on Saturday, you did feel that the players just weren't even playing for Jacket, or they weren't playing for the badge, because there was that defending. No one wanted to kind of put their neck on the line, get stuck in, be brave. There wasn't that. And even going forward as well on the ball, no one really wanted to put their foot on the ball and do something that wasn't just the easy pass sideways. We had a lot of possession on Saturday, but most of it was just, sideways passing. No one was there being brave, being bold, trying to break the lines and do something different. And I don't know, it would be interesting to see if that is the case. That I'd love to know what's going on in the background.
Do you see that as a detriment effect to the players as in for next season? So if it's a 40%, they're taking the chance of, well, we're not going to be here next year. But if they put in a poor performance, then obviously people looking in from the outside, they're going to say, well, he's only a 50% player. He sort of plays well, on that odd occasion, the odd match. You'd think they'd put the full heart and soul into what they've got at the moment. For the possibility. I understand if anybody, you or I, whatever, got a 40% pay cut. First thing I'll be doing is looking to go elsewhere. So I do see probably where they're coming from. In a bit.
The thing with football is that they're in the shop window, and that's what you're saying. I mean, come the summer, they could potentially playing for a contract in the Championship. Some of these players, yeah. I know, like Jack Watmore, for example. In my opinion, he's a Championship standard player on his day in the right position. He's out of contract in the summer. He should be putting all his efforts into performing as well as he can for Portsmouth Football Club. So if he doesn't get offered a contract here, he goes and gets a contract in the Championship because he's earned it for his performance towards the end of this season. So yeah, it's a good point.
Can
And I think now this is the shop window, isn't it? On live on Sky, have a lot more people watching than probably what they got on iFollow. So it'd be interesting, certainly in the next 2 games, with Saturdays as well being on Sky.
Can I play devil's advocate for you both and say, surely this is a nationwide, if not worldwide, issue that football clubs are having to cut the wages of players? Pompey, I think the figure is sort of £700,000 a month that we're regularly losing. Say, I don't know, Championship side planning to get into the playoffs, perhaps Millwall, for example, you would imagine they're probably losing the same sort of amount as Pompey are. But, I know we're not Millwall fans, but do you feel like this might not just be an issue that's centralised to Portsmouth, Richard? Surely other clubs are having this same problem too.
I think everybody's going to have the same problem, but is it the naivety of the players to think that they can move on to another club and obviously get more money than what they're on at the moment? That's one thing, isn't it? It's let's say what we got. Was it 14 games now? Is it?
Left after tonight, it'll be 13.
Yeah, so I'd imagine that we'll cement ourselves in the playoffs. As long as it's the Ipswiches and all that sort of stuff don't come with a game in hand and obviously start overtaking us and drop us down into that 7th, 8th position. But I think today, will be, if they come out today with an performance like they did on Saturday and what they did the Tuesday before and the Saturday before, then we will get turned over quite easily. But a bit of spirit, I think we could get a 2-1.
Okay. If we just have a particular look at sort of the games between Pompey and Sunderland, here's the previous 8 games for us to have a quick look at. So as you can see there, it's pretty evenly split. Pompey have won 3 of the games, Sunderland 2 of the last 8, and on 3 occasions there's been a draw between the 2 sides, and that is all competition, so that includes the playoff games and obviously that Wembley final as well. Richard, you're a sort of your point of view at the moment on how you feel. Like, I know it's slightly earlier on than we normally would be, but how do you see this one going tonight? And does form go out a window for a game at especially this point of the season and against this particular club who we've got relative history with recently?
Yeah, I think it definitely goes out the window, because I think if you looked at Saturday's match, the form would be, well, it was going to be a Pompey win, a stronger team. I think they've gone down there expecting the win. They've had the 3 early goals and then they got the 4th goal. And I think today they're going to be a lot more stronger at the back. I'd like Watmore to be in the centre back, position, whether it be with Nicolaisen or with Raggett, but would we rather somebody like Nicolaisen in there, who can play well off the floor, because we want the ball to be played along the floor, don't we? We don't want it to be kicked up from defence straight up to markers or something like that, who's just going to run around chasing all night long, because I say he's just going to get tired and that's it, heads will drop. But I think if we can play that ball on the ground and say, we do stand a chance, because we've seen it, haven't we? I said they did it the other week, then they did a couple of sets of triangles, even though it was very slow moving ball. You think, oh well, they can actually do what they do on the training ground. So
absolutely.
Let's see.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Andrew said, Jacket has a lot to prove tonight. He should know what's wrong now and be able to fix it. Bolton needs to start in right back if Johnson isn't fit. Sam, I don't think Johnson is fit. Who's your right back for Pompey right now? Is it Lee Brown or is it James Bolton?
Yeah, so James Bolton, if he's fit, has got to come in, because mainly what was alluded to then was Jack Watmore's got to be playing in the centre of defence. He gets, who was it again? The Doncaster left midfield, I think he's Sims. He's on loan from Southampton. He was just far too quick and far too agile for Jack Watmore. And if Aidan McGeady's on the left-hand side, he's probably the best player in the division. And if Jack Watmore's up against him, I just don't think it's going to end well. Especially if he gets time to pick crosses, if he gets time to get his head up and get a cross in, 9 times out of 10 it's going to end up on Charlie White's head. And if something ends up on Charlie White's head in the box, it's going to end up in the goal 9 times out of 10. So it's important that we're solid in that right back position. So I actually think James Bolton's a good choice to come in. Obviously Johnson, I think, has been really good this season. It's a 7 out of 10 every single week. He offers stuff going forward. He is also solid. So it'd be good to see James Bolton come in at right back, shift Jack Watmore back into centre half, and give us a bit more structure, because playing Jack Watmore at right back, it just hasn't worked. And and he hung Minoga out dry a couple of times as well. So let's get solid. Let's get some solid. Can't get my words out. Let's be solid in that right back position. Stop McGeady, stop White, and I think we could get somewhere tonight.
Absolutely. Jay said this is tonight Jacket's chance to really earn back a lot of these fans with an impressive win tonight. The right starting 11, we stand a good chance. Keep the faith in these lads play at Pompey. Thanks for your comment, Jay. Richard, I'm going to throw that one at you. Would tonight give you, as a Pompey fan, any particular remorse for how you feel about Kenny Jackett right now? And does he go back into your good books if we beat Sunderland?
I would say, if we look at the start of the season, started off poor. Everybody wanted him out. Come to Christmas time, playing really well. Everybody turns coat, don't they? Everything, thinks he is the manager to get us in the Championship. I think we've had the blip, haven't we? Every team has a blip, I think because we're passionate, we hate to see the fact that we've had touching distance to get into second, to get into the top spot, albeit, for a very short period, and then to see the drop. Hopefully, this will result today will actually prevent, turn people's feelings towards it. But then again, with the news, he's going to be gone in June anyway, isn't he? That's it. He's not going to get another contract. He's been given the board's vote of confidence, and how long will that confidence last? Will it actually last till June? Because if we keep on getting turned over, then surely you'd have to go. Say no other club would allow it. But I think I said it'll be nice anyway. It'll put a smile on people's faces, won't it? If we get a win.
Absolutely.
I think we got a bigger game to come next Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Peterborough's even bigger, isn't it? Is it Peterborough? Peterborough.
Yeah.
Peterborough on Tuesday. Richard, thank you very much for your help earlier on, and thank you very much for jumping on to the stream. We'll speak to Richard at half time. Sam's going to stick with us. We're now going to have a look back at one of my favourite Fournilwritten all over it ever. This is the Stadium of Light video away from home, back in the good old days. Let's take a look.
Coming up this week on Fournilwritten all over it. Andrew says statue in the north.
It's a statue.
We walk over a bridge in the north. And we visit the Angel of the North in the north. Good morning, Andrew.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. Here we are, heading north up the A1M.
This is the one we've all been looking forward to, isn't it? 27th of April. Welcome back to Fournilwritten all over it, everyone. We're heading to the Stadium of Light today. We're on the A1M, as you said, and we're gonna go and beat Sunderland and take a substantial step closer to automatic promotion to the Championship. What an intro that is.
Yeah, well, we'll soon know that, Tom, by 4:45 tonight.
We will indeed, yeah, we will indeed. Today's an interesting one, as I've just mentioned there in the intro. Obviously, it's either team could go for it today. I think whichever team comes out with the 3 points, hopefully it'll be us, obviously, but I reckon that's the team that will get promoted alongside Luton today.
It's possible, Tom. Lots of permutations, aren't there? We could be playing Sunderland again next season in this league or in the Championship. That's arguably what could happen.
That is.
We could draw today with Sunderland, and if Barnsley draw, we're in the same position, aren't we? Mm-hmm. Then we win the last 2 home games, we finish second. Luton could lose, Tom. We could finish champions, as could Sunderland, as could Barnsley, of course. So
all very exciting, isn't it? Forget Liverpool, Man City, mate. This is the place to be, isn't it?
Yeah, League One's where it's at.
A lot of our friends are going by plane, by train. As you can see, we're in the Fournilwritten all over it automobile today, and there's a rest area in 2 miles. Just like to let you know, because you've done a lot of driving in the last couple of days, haven't you?
No, it's not too bad, mate.
Well, it'll be a big drive home if we get all 3 points today,
won't it? It'll be an exciting drive back, Tom, won't it?
It will.
And it's only 350 miles.
Yeah, it's only 6 and a bit hours, isn't it?
Each way. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, well, I get to sleep, you don't. Well, I hope you don't.
Last weekend, we were bathing in 25 degrees in Southsea. This weekend, we're bathing in 9 degrees in South Shields.
I didn't think you were going to come out with that one. That's quite good, actually. Right, let's get some music on and get to... I hear you've got a visit planned to an angel.
Yes, Tom, we're going to see the Angel of the North.
Are we?
Yes.
Is it an actual angel?
No, it's a statue.
It's a statue?
It's a statue of symbolic of the northern industries and I think it's the industrial north.
Well, we'll have some more.
Look it up, Tom.
Yeah, we'll look it up.
Google that.
because that could be wrong.
You could have just made that up.
That big metal structure, I know that's a bit rusty, as I understand.
Is it rusty? Is it
rusty? Yes. Yeah,
rusty or rustic?
No, it's rusty.
Right.
It's not falling apart. It's just rusty on the surface.
Okay.
You'll see when we get it.
I'll tell you what is falling apart is his camera mount. We need to get a new one.
What we need to do is take some photographs of this rusty angel, because people will be interested in that later.
Will they?
Yeah.
Tom, there's not that many people here, mate. Is this actually the Stadium of Light? Seems a bit quiet to me, bud, for a stadium. It's freezing. Here I am, Tom, reporting in the Stadium of Light in sunny Sunderland. You see there's a refreshment vehicle just behind me and a rusty old angel. Can you see it, Tom?
So, we're here at the Stadium of Light for this weekend's edition of Fournilwrittenalloverit. I've been told by I'll just wave down to you. I've been told by this is me, by the way. I look like I'm about 3 miles away, but yeah, I've been told by a reliable source that this is about 247 Andrews. So there you go, that's quite a statistic for you. What the plan is, we're going to go and find a Toby Carvery somewhere around here.
Do you know where the entrance is, Tom? Tom, do you know where the entrance is, bud?
Toby Carvery, Eton, next stop, Stadium of Light. You think it's what?
Hurricane Hannah.
Hurricane Hannah? I thought it was Storm Hannah.
So that's the one, Tom. Storm
I don't think we get many hurricanes, mate. It was somewhere around here. I'm expecting to see a green bridge and a red stadium. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Stadium of Light. We've braved the traffic, we've braved the weather conditions, we've got past Hurricane Hannah, and here we are, Stadium of Light car park. We're going to get around now, talk to some Sunderland and Pompey fans and bring football fans together as we do here on Fournilwrittenalloverit. After that, we're going to head into the stadium, win 4-0, and then that will be us out of here. We look forward to seeing you in the ground.
Nervous, very nervous.
Nervous, and you think automatic promotion this year for Sunderland?
Obviously.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you confident for promotion for Sunderland this season, George? That's a great answer.
I think 2-0 Sunderland.
2-0 Sunderland, what we think? 2-1?
2-1. 10-0.
3-2. 10-0.
Charlie White.
Charlie White. Is he magic?
Who?
Charlie White.
No, he's terrible.
We're looking forward to a great day today.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's going to be a tough old game.
Yeah.
I think we can sneak a win.
I think we can as well.
4-0, unfortunately.
No, this is one of them days, isn't it?
4-0, but I don't think so, Samir. I'd settle for any sort of win. That would be great.
Any sort of win.
Football-wise, we would have seen. I love this division. I love to stay in another year. It brings the fans back.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed your podcasts, Takes TV, Matton FC. It's all good stuff, and I think it's bringing positive fans back to what football should be. It's for the fans and all this. It's just a good day out and just enjoy your football.
After I'm here at the Stadium of Light, mate, it's Pompey 1, Sunderland 1. What a first half we've had. We've had flares, we've had goals, we've had Pompey fans in the Sunderland end, we've had all sorts. What did you make of it?
Massive, mate, isn't it? It's been a good first half, mate. I think it's been an interesting game, and it's 50-50 in it right now, so I think we're playing some good football, mate. It's nice to see that Vaughan playing up front. I think it's given us a little bit of a wider dimension as well. So Jamal's had a great game, hasn't he? A goal disallowed for Curtis. I think it's offside, but wasn't sure about that. They've hit the post, haven't they? And also a good chance at the end there towards the end of the first half.
Craig is a legend.
Yes, he is, mate.
Keeping us in this, mate.
What a save on his feet. So Tom, the goal in a minute. Barnsley 1-1 and us 1-1 here. Everything stays the same apart from if it stays like that, we're still in pole position, aren't we? So if it ends up at 1-1 and 1-1, we're fine with that.
Pompey Nick used to have the PFC bar in Koh Samui. Now back in good old Blighty, but still following the Blues, home and away every week.
What do you make of the first half, mate?
I'm glad to go in 1-1 because we're a better second half team than a first half team.
I don't know what the goal was disallowed for. The referee's given everything, isn't he? Every little foul, but we're a second half team, as that guy said. We're a second half team. I think we'll do okay. And Lowe's having a great game, scored again. So I think, you know, him and Ronan, they could be the, you know, they're the catalyst to win this game, I think. You know, maybe bring on Hawkins. I think Vaughan's doing okay, but Hawkins has done well against Sunderland this year. But I think they're doing okay, and as it stands, you know, we're on track. Barnsley are drawing, we're drawing, so, you know, that's okay.
So there we have it, mate. It did finish. Sunderland 1, Pompey 1. That is a long way to come for a point, but it's an important point.
Exactly right, Tom. So we move on to Peterborough on Tuesday night. We beat them and beat Accrington. Barnsley are going to lose at Bristol Rovers on Saturday, and we go up in second place.
But it's not fantastic that we have to rely on another team to lose.
No, but they will, Tom. And so it's in the gods, mate. It's all part of the big plan. It's all part of the big plan, mate.
Is it really?
Yeah. Come on, we've got 6 hours drive home. Let's get out of here.
Craig had a fantastic game, mate, I think.
He played really well. I think Christian Pose had a good game.
Kept us in it, didn't he, at times. So we are going to make the 6.5 hour journey home now. Thank you very much for watching this week's edition of Fournilwrittenalloverit. We'll be back on Tuesday night for a crucial game against Peterborough. You look like a happy man. Look at your face. Thank you very much for your company for the last 10 minutes. We will see you on Tuesday night. Of course, get your hat or jumper, Fournilwrittenalloverit.online. There's a link in the description. Many thanks to Angie for joining me as well. We will see you all on Tuesday night, and then Saturday, end of the season. Will Pompey be promoted automatically?
You'll see on this channel.
The answer is yes. Play up Pompey.
Go south. The answer is yes. Play up Pompey. What on earth were we thinking? Anyway,
said, Tom, that Sunderland game, I was sat in the Sunderland end, right amongst it. Oh my god! When that goal went in, bloody hell, I did well not to jump up. I was absolutely terrified. I thought if we jumped up, I wouldn't be here today.
You weren't anywhere near the flare, were you, by any chance?
No, I was at the other end, where like their kind of Fratton end, if you like it. They're kind of where all their fans, the loud ones, sit. It was pretty hostile. But yeah, got out alive.
There was an awful lot of abuse that headed our way, Sam. I don't know if you remember that after the game, particularly on this channel when I made the thumbnail of the video, that flare, which was a really bad decision in hindsight, and I really shouldn't have done that because we got a lot of stick for it. Good evening to Mr. Adam Poirier. Welcome along, mate.
How are you two? How are you doing?
We're good. We're looking forward to tonight, and
are you?
Well, normally. Well, we were saying earlier that it might just be a night that Pompey go and win. What do you reckon?
I mean, football does bring up a lot of crazy things. I mean, it's always at the back of my mind that we might nick it. I mean, if only we had someone like Jamal Lowe to do that sort of thing for us, but it's always at the back of my mind. But considering where things are going, I'm not that hopeful, Tom. I'll be honest.
Okay. All right. Well, can I ask you about the last couple of weeks as a manager that Kenny Jackett's had to endure? Do you reckon it's a recipe for disaster when a manager has the backing of the board but not the fans?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, he's not listening to the fans. He's just listening to the people higher up that he's getting paid from. So of course he's going to listen to them. Like we don't have an influence in that sector. Like if we were in the stands and if the fans were there, I mean, he'd be fully gone, I imagine. Like it's just, there's no question about it. Like of course he's going to listen to the board. They're paying him, so it's an odd one, isn't it? I just really hope something can turn around today for him. I mean, I do want a manager to succeed at a club, like for later on as well, for his career later on. But I mean, it's not going to look good if he doesn't even try today.
Okay. Good evening to Amy, who's joining us for the stream. She's feeling a little nervous about this one. Sam, you were more than confident. Well, you weren't more than confident, but you were relatively confident that you thought earlier on when we were chatting before the last couple of the clips that we've been showing, that you can envisage perhaps a Pompey result tonight.
Yeah, mainly just because it's football, and I just got a feeling that it's one of those where Pompey are just so bang out of form, and Sunderland is looking like one of the best teams in the division, solid away from home, in good form. It just has that feeling, I wouldn't be surprised if Pompey come away and won this game and put a performance in, and to just ease the pressure on Jackett slightly. Going back to what we said then, like, if the fans are in the stadium, I don't think he'd be here now at all. And I think it was even mentioned in that article that come out that there was an acknowledgement that if fans were in the stadium, it would be a much harder decision, as in that, like, there'd be a lot more pressure on him. He isn't, his contract up in the summer, he doesn't quite get the club. There isn't that connection with the fans. Even if you watched the EFL on Quest the other day, the Northampton manager, you could see him after that victory, how much he cared about the club and how much it meant to him. And you had Kenny Jackett, just it didn't mean anything to him. If it was Paul Cook or someone like that, you could felt that losing meant something, and it just doesn't to him. He's just so disconnected, and we do need. So I think that's it. He just doesn't quite get the club. He isn't quite the perfect match, and I can't see him being extended beyond his contract. But ultimately, I do think he'll be here to the end of the season. So we've got to try and get a result and get into the playoffs. And tonight could just spark that bit of momentum, get the fans slightly back on side a little bit more, just to get us through to the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam, do you think this will be the last managerial role that Kenny Jackett has in his career, or is that a little bit harsh?
I mean, he is a good manager, but maybe a bit more traditional and sort of old style. I think he's he's fallen out with a lot of clubs in the past, but I don't think so. He can definitely go somewhere else. He's still a good man at the end of the day, but yeah, it'll probably be a little bit tricky for him, considering his maybe a little bit of history with how he turns players out against him.
You're going to lose Sam's face for just a moment or two, but we're going to take a quick look at the Pompey team lineup this evening that has just literally dropped, and this is news to both the boys, so bear with us while we just have a quick look through. I haven't had a chance to look at it myself. It's Craig McGilvery in goal. Music to Sam's ears. James Bolton is in. Jack Watmore, Sean Raggett and Charlie Daniels. Ryan Williams, Tom Naylor is the captain, Andy Cannon, Harvey White, Ellis Harrison and John Marquis. Nod from approval from Mr. Poirier.
I think that's a 4-4-2, which was working so well for us at the sort of midpoint, like Christmassy time. And that's just what we need to see. Just a formation that works and two strikers up top. I mean, maybe they haven't done the best, but it's nice to see Bolton in. I do agree with that. I think Jack did really struggle the other day against Northampton.
Sam, what's your immediate reaction to what you're seeing on your screen?
Ellis Harrison and Marks up front, mate. I'm just not. I really don't understand it. When Marcus Harness played up there with Marquis in the early part of the season, that was when Pompey went on a really good run. High pressing from the front, didn't give him any time. And when Ryan Williams as well, when you had Williams, Marquis and Harness in the same team, with two of them up front and one on the other on the wing, that's when it worked really well. And Harrison and Marquis just screams to me that they're going to try and get the ball out to Harvey White on his left foot and try and get balls into the box, because he's got a good quality delivery. But I don't know, it just doesn't scream to me that we're going to try and press them. To me, this screams we're going to try and sit back a little bit and just be quite direct. And, I don't necessarily think that's what all of us want. I'd like to have seen us try and be attacking, try and break them down when they're trying to play out from the back. And that's why I would have liked to see Harness, Williams, Curtis potentially, because that's what they're good at. Curtis and Williams on the wing, Harness and Marks up front, pressing from the front, win the ball up high, punish them. That's what Pompey are good at, and that's been abandoned for me there. Obviously, I quite like the back four. Bolton, I think, could do a good job against Aidan McGeady. It'll be a tough ask, but I do think he's a man to do it. Defensively, he's very solid, so that's probably why he's come in. And obviously, Charlie Daniels in for Lee Brown. He didn't have a good game at the weekend, so he could have a bit of quality from a set piece as well. So yeah, I'm just a bit annoyed that there isn't that little bit more. I don't know, a little bit more spark up front for me.
More flair, would you say?
Yeah, that's it. Just Harness can can do something out of nothing. That Gillingham game's a good example. He beat 3 players and set up the goal. Just something like that, because I just don't see Harrison is going to Harrison and Marquis kind of doing something out of nothing. They're more just traditional strikers, play for the team. But yeah, apart from that kind of one issue up front, I do think it's a solid team. Harvey White, it's a big opportunity for him in front of the Sky cameras to show exactly what he can do. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Adam, it is, well, Sunderland presently among one of the most informed sides in League One. Lee Johnson, the managers, his team have lost just twice in their last 21 matches in all competitions. That stat won't fill you with too much confidence going into this one. Having seen the team lineup, does that sway your opinion on the way you think it might end up tonight?
Well, Northampton beat us on a bad run of form, and Doncaster beat us on a bad run of form. So anything can happen, but I don't want to get too hopeful. But you do never know. I think actually, looking at that team again, I think Rasmus Nikolaisen might have been a better passer of the ball at the back. Someone to be a bit more, actually get the ball up front a bit more. But who knows? I mean, they're all not amazing centre backs, are they? I mean, Jack Watmore probably the best of the bunch.
I'd probably say that Raggett has been chosen over him just because of Sunderland's prowess from crosses. Charlie White, who they played the other week, and McGeady got 4 assists and White scored 4 goals, all from crosses, all headers. I'd say it's their strongest point, and one of Raggett's strengths is his ability to man mark from cross and win balls. So I feel that that's probably why he's gone. That's why Raggett's starting. He started pretty much every game as well, but that will be the main reason, I'd assume.
No, I do agree with you.
Gents, we'll move the conversation on to a bit of statistics for you, because I know we love statistics here on Fournilwrittenalloverit. Here's a goals conceded chart for the teams that concede the least amount of goals in the league. Let's have a look. So as you can see there, Sunderland leading the way with the least amount of goals conceded, just 0.8 per game. Up there, as you would expect, Hull City, Peterborough United, Pompey, all the way down there. They concede on average just slightly more than 1 goal per game, 34 so far in League One this season. And as we know, Sam, Sunderland do score a lot of goals. During the 21 game period that I was speaking to Adam about just now, they've lost just twice, and they've only failed to score on one of those occasions in the 21 games. So, and we've mentioned that, our defensive structure is a little bit more regrouped in terms of players actually playing in the position that they play in normally tonight. That statistic obviously doesn't, to be honest, I couldn't find many positive ones that looked in a good light for Pompey tonight. But from what we've been talking about with goals conceded, how many do you think we'll let in tonight, realistically?
I think we will concede, but I do think I've got a feeling we're going to put in a better defensive performance than we had in the last couple of weeks. Northampton was just, everything about that defensive display was abysmal. Bristol Rovers wasn't much better, but I feel that having Watmore in the centre of defence, it could really, really help us. Bolton as well, just trying to quash whatever Aidan McGeady does will potentially help us a little bit more. Obviously, with defending, if you have a set back 4 that doesn't change too often, it does help. And one issue we've had the last few weeks is we've been chopping and changing quite regularly, especially Lee Brown and Daniels. They keep swapping right backs since Johnson's been injured. It's been quite hard. I do think Johnson getting injured is quite a big issue, because he has been pretty much every game in that right back slot. So yeah, but 2 seasons ago, when we had Clark, Burgess, Nathan Thompson and Lee Brown at the back, was when we had a really good solid base that we did play really well off of. So it does show that if you can have a set back 4 plays most games, that essentially will get you more points. But we've just had too many chopping and changing, and he needs to find a set back 4. And hopefully a good performance tonight, clean sheet, can then lead on to the next 2 games, keeping this back 4, build partnerships, and that will ultimately get you more points.
Mr. Poirier, very quickly, score prediction and why?
I don't want to say it, but I think it may be a 2-1 to Sunderland. I don't know how we'll score, but I do think they'll get 1 or so past us.
Okay. All right. We will. Are you around half-time, full-time?
I will be.
Wonderful. Speak to you then, my son.
See you later.
Right, just hold on there for just 1 second. We're going to speak to a friend of mine. Oh, he's gone. All right, it's gone completely. We'll speak to Adam at half time and then full time. I'm going to speak to a friend of mine before we get Brendan and Mike in the stream. Andrew is just going to join us as well. This is what Ben had to say. You might recognise this guy before tonight's game.
Hi Tom, thanks for having me on the channel, mate. Portsmouth in a bit of a rut right now. Not doing too well. I think it's only 1 win in 6, and that came against Oxford a few weeks ago. Sunderland are flying. They've kept 4 clean sheets in the last 5 wins. They've drawn 1 in the last 6 and they only lost 1. And that was to Shrewsbury. They're on a good roll at the minute. Good away. Strong. Players are playing for the manager. McGeady's on form. Charlie White scoring goals. Portsmouth are struggling. I'm going to go 2-1 Sunderland. I think they've not won against Portsmouth since 1997. She's got a great record against them. So hopefully the hoodoo won't end for you, but it's going to be an interesting game, and I hope it's plenty of goals. And I do think Portsmouth will get into the top 6, but for me, Kenny Jackett isn't the right man to lead Portsmouth forward. Thanks for having me on, mate. And I'm going to go for Sunderland 2-1, unfortunately for you. Enjoy the stream, enjoy the game, up the Cods.
I'll just build on what Ben was saying there. Since 1997 at Fratton Park, Sunderland have failed to win a game on the South Coast in the Premier League, the FA Cup, League One, or the playoffs. And 1997, I think there's probably, well, Andrew's just joined us as well, so I'm just trying to work out, probably half of us weren't even born then on the stream. Good evening to Brendan and Mike as well, who very kindly joined us. Mike, I'll go for you because I know Brendan's busy finishing some stuff off, but it's a big one tonight, isn't it? How do you feel about this one?
I'd like to say I was confident, but I don't think I've been confident for the last 4 or 5 games at all. I mean, I've been concentrating on what Kenny's been saying in the press, and also, I mean, I'm beginning to believe it or not, Northampton Town's manager and what he said in the press. I mean, I'd like to quote a little bit of what he says, if you don't mind. He says, I felt that he was vital in his troops struck to their individual roles. He said, you can see from the organisation out there that the players have clarity in their roles and responsibilities. We're closing off spaces and we're not letting teams break us down. We're getting bodies into the box and when we get forward. And if we're not doing certain things, we'll ask the players why. Because they know their roles and responsibilities inside out. There's clarity between every player and they're connected between units. And we're really working on this connection all over the pitch. That's everything we're not doing.
Is everything we're not saying as well?
Well, yeah, as well. I mean, I've got quotes from Kenny, who I want to talk about in a minute as well. But it just seems that was us at the beginning of the season when we were, well, not the beginning of the season, when we picked up the games from the beginning of the season, we were winning quite a lot. We were connected. We were like that. And it's all totally gone now. But there doesn't seem to be enough effort by the players, coaching staff, the manager, the board, and everything. Because there is another quote in here in a minute, but I'll come on to. But we're not connected at all for the last few games, and it's horrible.
Absolutely. Just to say, we're used to we've been using the game at the Valley as a reference point recently. Pompey have lost half of the subsequent games after that, Mike. 4 out of the 8 with no points from those games. What needs to happen now to turn it around? And fighting talk like that from a Northampton boss who's before the game was 22nd, they're now leapfrogged to 19th. They're back out of the relegation zone, and full credit to him for doing so. And you know, there's ample opportunity for him to sit there and talk with such confidence because they've managed to weed their way out of a bit of a problem, haven't they? We can't do that, can we?
No, we can't do it because we've got somebody who stands on the touchline showing no emotions, gives very few directions. I think I've seen him do it once in the last, well, I don't know. It's certainly one in the last 5 or 6 games. But there is no oomph in him. I mean, you know, Cookie jumps up and down, shouts, rants and raves, but the team know what he wants them to do. I mean, I appreciate Kenny and Gallagher shouting instructions on the pitch, but I just feel as though there's no energy, no wanting, no desire to actually go out there and win that game at the moment.
If you were leaving your employment in 2 months' time after 4 years on 500 grand a year,
I would suggest to you that you'd probably be in a similar mindset to him. That he didn't give a stuff. That's what comes across to me.
Well, no, I wouldn't. I won't, because I've never done that in all of my life. From when I was
maybe you wouldn't particularly, not you personally, but maybe lots of people would, including Kenny Jackett. And I'd say this, that most people that leave an employment would give their percentage, but they're not going to care too much about what happens after they're gone.
When I brought my boys up, Andrew, I brought my 4 boys up. I've told you I've got 4. 3 of them are really competitive. In fact, the other one is very competitive, and it's bred into you to be competitive. That one. It's bred in them, or should be bred into you.
Of course.
Who want to compete in sport, to be competitive to the end.
But you're not Kenny Jackett's dad, unfortunately.
I wish I was. I'd
slap his face.
You get commitment. That's what you would do, is get commitment.
Yeah, of course you would. And one thing I was going to say, we've been covering this most of the evening probably, but Tom and I talked about it privately earlier about Jackett and about the board's decision.
As quick as you possibly can, by the way.
The board's decision to keep him in that job. When you consider who's on the board, whose decision is it? There's 4 Americans that live in California, and there's 2 English guys, or 1 jock, I think, and 1 English. Is he jock or is he maybe 2 English guys? Redman and Catlin on the board. They had no decision to make. They had no choice in the matter. No. And say what you want about Catlin not having the balls to do so, and he should have, but they had no decision, I don't think, because 4 people said, and they own the business, they've said, leave it. We're not going to pay any money out between now and the end of the season. No. End of story.
Mike, ITV have got rid of Piers Morgan tonight.
I was going to do the same for Kenny. Yeah, but he's passionate for about the wrong things. I don't want him down at Fratton Park. Anyway, he's a gooner. I don't want him down there.
No, I agree. I'd say he's a bit like Neil Warnock in that sense. He's passionate, but passionate in the wrong way, I think.
Yeah. He's Neil Warnock of television, yeah.
Absolutely.
Plymouth are beating Lincoln.
Gents, I'm really sorry to have to cut the conversation short, but I'm sure you can imagine we've overbooked the sales once again on Fournilwrittenalloverit tonight. So we will speak to you at halftime, and then we'll have an in-depth chat with you and your full assessment on full time. You keep reading those scores out if you want to, mate.
Plymouth 1-0 against Lincoln.
Thanks for the moment, gents.
See you later, boys.
Right, what we are going to do for now, we are a couple of minutes behind where I wanted to be, but that's all right. We're going to quickly, for the first time tonight, we're going to see what a Sunderland fan feels about this evening's game. This is Jack. I sat down with him on Sunday morning, and here's what he had to say. Right, we're here with Jack from SAFC Fan TV. Thank you for spending a bit of time with us, mate. It's great to speak to you. Obviously, before we get going, it is Sunday today. I thought we'd probably point that one out before we get going. So things may have changed on our side of the fence before we get to the game. But we're going to talk a little bit about Sunderland. Jack, just talk me through your last game to start off. We just had a bit of a conversation before we clicked the record button. But Rochdale, you said job was done early doors. How did you see it?
Yeah, I think we got a goal within the first 10 minutes from a free kick out on the left-hand side. Aidan McGeady crossed it in, and Dion Sanderson, who's just been absolutely brilliant for us at the back, really deserved his goal. Just well taken. And the one thing I will say is I thought Rochdale's marking was quite poor. I don't know if there was zonal marking, because Sanderson just kind of came in and like no one was anywhere near. And the Rochdale defenders were like looking around as if to say, who should have had him? I think there might have been zonal marking as opposed to man marking. But yeah, he took his header well. That's all that matters really. And then some other point in the first half, I want to say around about the half an hour mark before then, maybe. Can't quite remember. Jordan Jones cut down the right hand side. I think beat a couple of players, stuck across him, and who else but Charlie White to win the header. He's on. I think to say he's on form was an understatement. Like he's absolutely on fire. Getting another headed goal, and then I think after that I don't know if we purposefully sat off, but I think some fans were saying, right, let's get 3, 4, 5. But we didn't. It didn't go that way. But job done. Is we had someone up. We turned up. We got our goals, and then we got to the rest of the game without any blips. Didn't concede any goals. As far as I'm aware, there was no injuries. No suspensions, nothing like that. Just turn up, get the result, and go. And that's been the story in our last 2 games.
Absolutely. And you said that's probably a job well done, and that puts you in good stead for tonight's game, Tuesday night's game, as we're recording this. How do you see it going? You think Sunderland will continue in winning ways at the moment?
Well, obviously, I think we were saying the other night, you were saying it's like the best type of play you're not really because of the form that you're in. And I think if I was to pick any point from this season, I'll probably say it's the worst type of play us. At the very start of the season, we were in decent form. In fact, I think before we played, we played you. I think it was the 8th game of the season. I think. But before that, in those 7 games, we only conceded 1 goal, which was a penalty, and we'd drawn 2 and won 5. I think it's something along those lines. So we were in really good form going into that game, but I think we weren't playing the best as well, and we were just relying on the fact that we're getting clean sheets. But we're scoring plenty of goals now, so I'm relatively confident going into the game, more confident than I've probably ever been going into a game against Portsmouth. I mean, one thing I've been saying the past few weeks is, because obviously this isn't the type of game you only look at a few days in advance. It's the type of game you go Portsmouth in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And I've always said, we very rarely do well at Fratton Park, where the only decent result is when we drew 0-0 in the playoff semi-final, and that took us to Wembley. We tend to struggle at Fratton Park. So I'm one of these people who said, well, I'd take a point. But I think after the weekend's results, I might even back us to nick it, to be honest, because with the form you're in, we've been there ourselves, and we know how hard it is when you're in a bad run of form. You have a big game, it can just, you're not ready for it. So I'm quite confident going into it, to be honest with you. I would have taken a draw previously, but I think looking at the weekend's results and our recent form and your recent form, I think this could be the time I'll go to Fratton Park and get a result.
And for Sunderland, how much does this result hinge on your promotion prospects heading into the sort of run-in? Do you reckon this would be the one that gives you that confidence in order to keep pushing and get after this, it'll be 13, 14 games perhaps in the season. Do you see this as a massive confidence boost should it go your way on Tuesday?
Oh, 100% massively. I mean, Sunderland fans every week, we're talking about where we're going to finish now. We're going to get automatic, so we're going to get the playoffs. We're going to drop out of the playoffs. It's a conversation you have after every single game. And I think the past few weeks, I've always said, ask me after the final. Of course, we play each other in midweek, and then we've both got a final to play next Sunday. You'll play on Saturday, I think, and we play on Sunday the day after. And I've always said, ask me after the final, because we've got Portsmouth just beforehand, which is a massive game, a team that we tend to struggle against. And then in the next weekend, we have the final. We're playing Tranmere, a League 2 side, but they've done really well to get to the final. And, the big teams like Oxford in the last round. But I think on Tuesday, so what I was going to say is ask me after the final, because we've got 2 huge games in the space of a week. And if we can do it in those 2 games, and if we don't drop off, then I'll be confident going at the last run of the season, the last kind of third of the season, last quarter of the season-ish, that we can go and pick up the points that we need to get ourselves in the top 2. But this is probably arguably one of the biggest games of the season, I think, so far. I say, we tend to struggle against Portsmouth, and even logistically, you're near us in the league. It is a 6-pointer, so of course it's got just as much an impact on you as it has us. The result, so it is really important. I think it's one of those games where, again, we've had a few of them recently where we're coming up against teams that historically we haven't done very well against. I mean, Burton and Fleetwood are the two that we've beaten recently, and they've typically been bogey teams. I think Portsmouth, I wouldn't maybe say a bogey team, but we always struggle at Fratton Park, like I say. So I think it's one of them where we go, this game is massive, and I will be very, very confident if we do win on midweek that we've actually turned a corner and that this is the side that's going to go up. But like I say, to me, it's the final. If we win both of those games, I will be 100% confident that we can go on to the rest of the season and get in the top 2. But yeah, it is a massive game.
I think it would be ridiculous for anyone to argue against the fact that both our 2 clubs, Sunderland and Portsmouth respectively, have the best fan bases in League One. I think there's pros and cons, and there's arguments for and against who takes the top spot, but I think it's definitely top 1 and 2, isn't it? How much of an impact has not having fans in the Stadium of Light this season to back the boys had on you? Because talking from experience for us this season, it has a really noticeable impact. And actually, will that make things easier for you coming to Fratton Park? You've spoken of the terrible run you've had against us at home. Is that a contributing factor to maybe if you will get a result because the fans aren't there to watch it?
I mean, I've never been to Fratton Park myself, but plenty of my mates have, and they tell us, God, it is some atmosphere in that ground. So obviously that could have a huge impact. I mean, as for ourselves, we had up until recent weeks, to be honest, we've actually had really poor home form. Our away form has been really, really good, but our home form was really poor. The last few weeks, like I say, we'll picked up some good results, and that's improved it slightly. But I would say probably maybe about a month ago, if you were asking me this question at home, I wouldn't be confident for any home game, because that's how bad it was. We've had a few good results recently, like I say, but previously to that, our home form was awful, really, and our away form was very good. So I do think it's had an impact. One thing I've been questioning is I think certain players react differently, because I think certain players react differently to the pressure. Certain players I think thrive off it. We've got players like, for me, like Chris Maguire, in our team, obviously player you know very well. I think he thrives off fans being in there, whether it's hostile or whether it's supportive. I think he thrives off it, and I think you get the best out of him. But I think you get some players who the personality just doesn't suit a big crowd. And I would look at Charlie Wake's run of form this season. Now, his first 2 seasons with us, to say, he didn't impress, that would be an understatement. He really, really did. And I think, at the start of the season, we were all saying, like, wow, he's starting every game. And to be fair, it's not the only difference, I think, this season. A different manager. And I think we've been playing a bit different way this season. So I'm not going to say that that's the only thing that's changed this season. But this season, Wake has been a completely different player. So I look at that and I go, well, maybe because the fans aren't in the ground, he doesn't feel that pressure. Now, I wouldn't say just for Sunderland fans, and I wouldn't say just for White, but I would say certain players react differently to it. So I don't know how it's went really, but I mean, I know how it's felt for me, and that's awful. But I think if you look at our home form, you probably point out and say, well, if there've been fans, I think sometimes it takes pressure off the players, and for some players that works well, and for some players it doesn't. I think for some players they feel a bit more expressive, and then some players can be a bit of a liability without that pressure there on them. So I think it works differently, but overall we haven't had a negative impact on us not having the fans in, because you look at our home form, you cannot really argue with it.
Right, well, that was our discussion earlier on in the week with Jack. We've lost Sam for the time being, but I will very quickly pop the lineups back on the screen for you. It's Craig McGilvery in goal, a back four of James Bolton, who comes back into the side, Jack Watmore, Sean Raggett, Sam's back, Charlie Daniels, Ryan Williams, Tom Naylor, and Andy Cannon, Harvey White, and then the front two of Ellis Harrison and John Marquis. Andrew, your reaction to that? So if you could come in this way a tiny little bit, I'd be very grateful for that. But what do you make of that initially on the screen?
The only change I see from Saturday looks like Bolton and Charlie Daniels.
And Ryan Williams is in as well.
Well, there's three then. I'm just reading down through them, Tom.
Sam, you said we weren't a fan of the partnership between Ellis Harrison and Marquis up top.
No, I just think it screams being direct, Tom. I think it really sets up for you kind of lumping balls up to Harrison, hope he knocks it onto Marquis or Williams, and that's how you're going to set up and play. If you play with Harness in there instead of Harrison, and maybe Curtis instead of Harvey White, it's a more attacking lineup. You're going to take the game to the opposition. We're playing at home here. Why aren't we going for it? Why aren't we trying to press them from the front, win the ball up high, get the early goal? It just really I'm not happy with this lineup. I just think it doesn't excite me, Tom. And I want to be excited. I want to be looking at a team and be excited by the players that are playing. And that team just screams to me being direct, being long ball, trying to nick a goal, and then let's just, try and hold on to it. And that is just that's just a characteristic of having Kenny Jackett as your manager.
Absolutely. Thank you for that for the moment. Let's go through a couple of comments. Ben, as Bias has left, apparently, according to Ben. Sam, is that breaking news? Can you confirm that for us?
Apparently he walked, it's just on Twitter, John T. Coleman, the Hampshire Live guy, said that apparently he saw Bias walking off to the exit and leaving Fratton Park. So I'm guessing that's because he wasn't in the squad.
Tonight,
tonight, yeah. To be fair, if I was him, I'd be angry, because technically he's a very good player, and I don't necessarily think he was at fault for the goals on Saturday. I think it was a general team performance that was very poor. From what I've seen of him, I think he's been very, very good, and he's exciting, and he breaks the lines, he picks passes. I don't understand why he's not on the bench at least, because I think he's a very dynamic player to bring on and someone who could change a game.
Who's on the bench for him then?
Hawula's on the bench. I think Jacobs is back, which is massive, because ever since, another thing that's kind of coincided with Pompey's poor form is the injury to Michael Jacobs, because I think he's been superb every time he's played, and and I really good news to have him back, because I think he's a level above this division. His vision, his touch, his everything about him just screams championship quality, and having him in the side is a real boost, or at least on the bench to kind of come back into the side. But yeah, I don't quite understand the Byers one. I would have had him in the squad, because from what I've seen, he's neat, he's tidy, he picks passes that people don't tend to do. He'll play the difficult pass as opposed to just playing the 5-yard ball to the side of him, the safe pass, if you like. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sam, for the moment. Kickoff for Portsmouth versus Sunderland is now just 30 minutes away.
Tonight, it's the big one. Portsmouth versus Sunderland, live in League One, right here on Fournilwritten all over it.
They're a dangerous team. They're not as dangerous as us, obviously, but they're a dangerous team.
Never in doubt, mate. Absolutely never in doubt.
But generally speaking, we're heading the right way, and that's up.
Charlie White, is he magic?
Who?
Charlie White.
No, it's terrible.
It's live from Fratton Park, and kickoff is just moments away.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to bringing you this one live here on Fournilwritten all over it. Let's speak to our second and final Sunderland fan of the evening, Jacob from SAFC Fan TV. My first question to him was, how does he see tonight going from a Sunderland point of view?
When it's against you, for me, it's a different kettle of fish. I'm always very nervous when we come up against you. The fact that you're a team that's very much out of form at the moment, that makes me even more nervous, to be honest with you. And I know by the time we're obviously recording this, could there have been a manager change on your behalf? Only we'll know by the time that this goes out. But to be honest, I think the worrying thing is I think you're due a big performance now. Not just, I would say, a win more importantly, but just an overall fantastic display against a side who, like us, who are really good in form at the moment and are looking up, not just for promotion, but also for the top two, which we didn't think was possible like a few months back, to be honest. But yeah, even though it could be debatable about what teams both of us pick, Tom, on Tuesday night, considering we've got finals coming up at Wembley at the weekend, you against Salford, us against Tranmere Rovers in the Papa John's Trophy. But it's still a huge game for both of us on Tuesday night. But I think with us, it's all about being tactically spot on, so we get the job done. I don't think we'll be relying too much on an overall effective display, but as long as we come out with 3 points, I think Lee Johnson and the players will be absolutely delighted with it, to be honest, considering our dreadful record we've had as a club at Fratton Park over the years.
What can we expect to see that's changed in your Sunderland side? Because I believe personnel, you're relatively similar, aren't you?
A lot of the team, like ethic and the style of play, hasn't really changed as much from the Phil Parkinson. I would say it's more the system that we're playing, and I think a lot of the players are playing with more confidence as well, because they're given more freedom of what they like to do, and they have the opportunity to exploit their talents a lot more. But I also think we've got a manager who's less stubborn than Phil Parkinson. You know, if it's not working out in games, he won't be afraid to change things even at half time. He's partial to the odd half-time sub on the occasion, and a lot of his tactical decisions in the middle of games has worked. And that's the unique thing about Lee Johnson since we brought him in. There's been the odd occasion where we haven't started games great, but we've always managed to find a way to turn it around when it's been unexpected. And you look at our previous two managers with Jack Ross and Phil Parkinson, would that have happened under managers like them? Absolutely no way. But we were touching on there with our takeover being done, a new manager in place. The takeover, it was basically agreed around about November, December time, but it didn't get finalised until last month. But we still feel that, us fans, we're convinced that the managerial appointment and also our new director of football that's been brought in as well was given the green light and the final decision by our new owner, Kirill Louis Dreyfus. And the plan's in place now. And I think the next big step is just getting out of this division, because I feel financially you're never going to progress as a football club when you're stuck in this division for a long period of time. And I feel obviously the final we've got next week it's a start on a financial point of view. I know it won't be a lot, but I think it will help Kirill Louis-Dreyfus a lot in terms of what he wants to do in terms of restructuring the club and how much money he'll have to add to what he's currently got. And I think that will obviously be a tiny step forward in the right direction. But I think the first big step he needs is getting promoted out of League One first. And right now, even though performances have been 50-50, even though I would say we've got also a fantastic goal scorer this season in Charlie White to get us out the mire, the 3 points are coming now. We've come a long way from, we got beat at the beginning of February 2-1 away at Shrewsbury, and at that point I was like, I've had enough, to be honest. I'm accepting either just finishing outside of the playoff places or just about finishing in the top 6. But now we're on course, to be honest, for getting top 2. It's just all about how much the players really want it, because the big situation we've got right now is a lot of the current squad we have are out of contract at the end of the season. So I think that it's helped in a good way, because some of these players are playing not only to prove the manager wrong, but also playing to really be part of the journey, the next, like the journey we've got under this new owner and manager for the future, because I feel they really want to prove a point now, but just playing that little bit extra in games where they might not have done it under Phil Parkinson.
I was going to say to you, I was quite a true believer that tonight's result hinged on whoever goes up. Then in the game between Portsmouth and Sunderland, it's the biggest game in League One. It's the biggest spectacle in lower league football, isn't it? And you know, I think I was saying to Jack, who works alongside you, that, and we were both came to the view that it would really be upsetting for the EFL if both Pompey and Sunderland vacated League One come the end of the season, because they haven't got very much else, have they? I was wondering, from your point of view, tonight's result, I think it's a really difficult one from a Pompey fan to call. It could just be like Pompey to go and win this one. How much for you does tonight's result hinge on the prospect of you playing Championship football next season?
Even though we are playing you and our record against you is not very great, I think the final couple of games we've got left this season in the league, every single one of them is massive. But I think for your point of view, I think it will be just all about putting in a passionate performance. And I feel if you were to get a result, it's a bonus. But I think looking by the way you've been playing recently, I think all you would just need is something to just like get your fans back on side a little bit and to just like galvanise the place, because at this moment in time, it's staggering with you guys how obviously before Christmas, you know, you were looking on in decent form, you know, you were playing decent stuff, and how it's dipped so much going into 2021. I can't get my head around it, because when we played you at the Stadium of Light back in, I think it was the back end of September, early October, correct me if I'm wrong, you played us off the park that day, and I thought this is a side that not only good enough for the top 6, but they should be top 2 at least with the performance you put out on display that day. But I think it just shows how messed up League One is this season. You have to be on it from the off, and you have to be consistent. That's the main thing, considering you're playing a lot this season, Saturday, Tuesday. It's all about the right mental attitude that players have as well. And I feel that will be the case for this game tonight, Tom. And I feel it will just be about who wants it more, and who will, like we said, but we're recording this at the moment, whoever potential with the situation you have with Jacket, if you have brought someone in by then, they will want to prove a point to whoever comes in the dugout to replace Kenny Jacket. So it's a big game for both teams, mate.
How much has consistency contributed to you not picking up the results that you deserve this season?
Well, here's the big test now, because we were on a brilliant run up until the point when we played you at Fratton Park in the league last season, and you ended that great run with a 2-0 win for you lot. And I feel now this game is a big mental test for our players, because it's about not necessarily coming together as a team, but also showing your individual quality a lot as players to really prove that you have a future, but you're better playing in a league that is higher than League One. And I feel, obviously, like I touched on before, a lot of these players are out of contract, but I've said since the new managers come in, you know, the decision to bring, was it Aidan McGeady back, even though he looked like he was never going to play for Sunderland Football Club again under our previous manager, Phil Parkinson. There was a bit of behind the scenes drama with that one, but it's been gambles that have worked. And even we've had players under this new manager that have been playing out of position, and even that's worked as well. You know, Max Power, our captain, when we signed it, more or less been essential midfield player since we brought him in under Jack Ross, under Lee Johnson, who's been playing as a right back, and Luke O'Nien. Even we signed him as a midfield player, then he moved out to right back for about a year, and now he's played because of the defensive crisis we've got at the back, where a lot of our key defenders are out injured. He's playing as a centre back at the moment. He's playing absolutely terrifically, and him alongside Dion Sanderson, it's working. So it's all about, for me, just getting the right confidence across to the players that they're ready for these big mental tests, because even though you are out of form, we have to treat you guys like the side you were when we played you at the end of September, beginning of October, when you beat us 3-1 at the Stadium of Light. Because the big bonus, though, I would say, is going to Fratton Park, which is an antagonising place, but with no fans in it, it's going to be a completely different game because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Finally, Jacob, thank you for spending some time with us. Can I take a score prediction off you, mate? How are you feeling?
Oh, you know what? Because I always get slate, even though I still feel I'd still put you favourites. You know, I still think you're due a good performance after the awful drabbings you've been through recently. But you know what? Considering the stick I'll get if I don't back I think we're in for an entertaining game on Tuesday. To be honest, Tom, I'm going to say a 3-2 Sunderland win. I think there's going to be goals.
Well, thank you very much to Jacob for joining us. And she's just going to readjust in his chair. Good evening to Aaron, who joins us live on Fournilwrittenalloverit. We're going to speak to Aaron in just a moment, but let's see what Mr. Alex Griffin thinks the score is going to be tonight.
Right. I'm Alex Griffin. I'm an Ipswich Town fan. If you don't know, Tom's asked me to come on his channel tonight, on his stream, and I know there's going to be a lot of Portsmouth fans watching this right now. Now, you've got Sunderland tonight, probably one of the biggest fixtures in League One. My team have got Lincoln tonight, another big game, but Pompey Sunderland, what do I think is going to happen? I don't think Pompey are going to win, I'm afraid, and I know there's a lot of Pompey fans probably watching right now, and I'm sorry. I hope you prove me wrong, because I like I do like Portsmouth. But I do think with the Sunderland takeover, with the form they're starting to hit, I do think Sunderland are going to win. I'm going to go for a 2-1 win to Sunderland. I think it'll be close, but I think this is the sort of game Pompey might come back and win. So don't hold me to that. But yeah, good luck tonight. Hopefully Pompey win, because then 4-0 will be a happy man. And hopefully Ipswich Town get the win tonight as well. Up the Pompey.
That was what Alex had to think. Aaron, do you share his view? You think Pompey aren't going to win tonight, perhaps?
No, I think we will. I think we will. Because everyone's still whinging about Jacket, but the players have still got to take some of the responsibility. Only because watching the news reporting the other day, they were just saying that they were playing football, the players left to right, and they weren't actually doing anything. So it doesn't matter what Kenny's doing on the touchline, it's the players that have to put in a shift. So as long as the players come out tonight and actually work hard, I think we can get a result, because we need to get a result. We need to bounce back, because you've got all them other teams just behind us. If we don't win tonight and they win, we're out of the playoffs, and we can't afford to do that. Cannot afford to do that at all. So
do you think tonight's result legislates for Kenny Jackett's future in terms of if we beat them? Does that ease the pain for you as a Pompey fan right now?
Well, my views on Kenny, it changed completely. I always backed him 100%. Recent form, not so much, but we've got him till the end of the season no matter what. He's not going anywhere, so we just got to deal with it. I know some of the fans won't like it, but we have to deal with it. So he's here for another 15 games, including the final on Saturday. But see what happens. I still think we can do playoffs. You never know, we might actually win a game this year. So, but we need to actually, the players need to stand up now and make them count. Like tonight, we're on Sky, so it's an advert for them as well. Because if they want to be progressing and earn more money because of this salary cap thing, they've got to put in a performance tonight and also a performance on Saturday.
Aaron, if Pompey win tonight, I know you've just mentioned there, but does it for Andrew? I know he's sat here thinking, well, that doesn't really mean anything, and every win that Kenny Jackett gets as Pompey manager just improves his chances of staying in the job. Do you think if the run comes together now, if wins start coming our way, starting with tonight, starting with winning against Wembley, and if we then go on and beat Ipswich and Peterborough, how many, probably if you want to give us a percentage wise, of the fan base at Portsmouth right now will very quickly change their opinion again on Kenny Jackett and his future at the football club?
I think it's hard really, because some fans are very, very stubborn and want him gone no matter what. Other fans are in between the yes and no camps. If we do go on a massive run now and end up winning the playoffs and going up, yes, I can understand the club will actually give him another contract. But you never know. There could be people in the background saying, well, if we do go up, we need to get a new manager in, because if the fans come back, they're going to let us know. So if he does get us to the Championship, thanks, Kenny, golden handshake, off you go, new manager in. That's what I would like to see. But if that actually happens in reality, it's a different matter altogether.
Absolutely. And just to say as well, there is now a goal in the game between Ipswich and Lincoln City. It's Lincoln City who've taken the lead through Morgan Rogers. Sam, just quickly, 2 games for Pompey fans to keep an eye on tonight: Ipswich versus Lincoln and Peterborough Hull, which I believe is a draw at the moment, just looking at the screen. Currently sitting 6th. Is there still mileage in keeping an eye on results elsewhere in League One right now?
I think there's mileage in... Oh, sorry, mate, you go.
No, go on, carry on.
I think there's mileage in keeping a look at the teams in and around the playoffs. I think Accrington are losing actually at the moment, and I think Ipswich are losing as well. So I definitely think that's where we should be looking at the moment, because I can't see us at the moment making a proper challenge for those top 2 spots. And ultimately, we've got to do the job on the pitch. So if we can't win our games, the results elsewhere, they really don't mean anything, because we will just end up outside the playoffs anyway. But I mean, tonight it started off well for us because Accrington are losing and Ipswich are losing as well. So a win tonight really does cement our spot in the playoffs. I think it's by 5 points then. So I think those are the results we've got to be looking out for at the moment, as opposed to the ones towards the top end of the league. You put a run together and then you start looking up instead of down.
Aaron, excluding the playoffs, Pompey have lost just one of their last 10 league meetings with Sunderland. And you might remember this name. Peter Reid was the manager at Sunderland the last time they beat us at Fratton Park in 1997, when the 2 gentlemen sat either side of you weren't even born or on the planet at that point. Given what I've just said, give us a final score prediction and any other thoughts that you wanted to add before we get going on tonight.
It's nice to actually keep an eye on the other teams in the league, but at the end of the day, I'm just concentrating on Pompey until the 90th minute. Hopefully the players will actually put in a performance tonight. They've got to, because if we lose tonight and the other results after 90 minutes go away out of the playoffs, and it's just a waste. It just seems to be a waste of a season, because you got a final on Saturday, which is last year's competition. So this season will be an utter failure, complete and utterly. And then, yeah, he's on telly now, grinning. Kenny's on telly at the moment, grinning. So yeah, but I would love us to come out, score a couple of goals, but it's that first 20 minutes. We've got to put them under pressure. We've got to come out. So the defence, fine, excellent. I like the defence. Like Ollie said earlier on, it's the front 2 I'm not 100% sure of. Marquis, yes, but yeah, I'm not too sure. Glad he's dropped some of the other players and brought other players in. Be interesting to find out about Byers as well, because I haven't been on social media. I've come off of that for a couple of days. But hopefully we can do this.
Byers is in the stand tonight watching at Fratton Park. He hasn't left. He is up in the stands. So whether that has it, I don't know what happened. We might hear more in the coming sort of hours and days. Aaron, just a final score prediction from you, mate.
I would love 4-0, but I reckon it's going to be 3-2 to Pompey.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We're now going to head over to Retro Shirt Sean and Alex, who are our final 2 guests before we get going. Aaron, thank you for the moment. See you at halftime. And cheers, mate. Before we do so, let's have a look at the forms for if this fixture you can decide on forms, which you can't, because form sometimes goes out the window when these 2 juggernauts of English football go to get head to head. Let's take a look. So as you can see there, Pompey with the form of a team battling for promotion, for relegation right now, I should say. Sunderland are the one of the team who have a pretty decent record. It's 2 wins sandwiched by a 2-2 draw at home to Crewe Alexandria. Good evening to Retro Shirt Sean, who was slightly out of the shot there. Just let you adjust yourself, mate. Welcome along to the stream. Thanks for sticking with us and waiting for so long. Your general thoughts on tonight? Big game. I've beaten Sky Sports to it because we're currently looking at the last 6 results on our stream. Might be a little bit behind you. But just general, how are you feeling for tonight?
I was positive, as always, as a Pompey fan, waiting for the match to come. Then I saw Jackett's selection and I went, not happy with that. And I've just heard his comments on Sky Sports, and again, I'm very worried. It's he's gone for a solid back 4, I think. We'll put in a shift, but the concern is there's no attacking threat. What we've always seen with Pompey is that the right back and left back getting forward. Charlie Daniels will do that, but he hasn't got that sort of work ethic with Harvey White. I'd have gone for Curtis on that side or Jacobs. We haven't seen that overlap. We haven't seen them set each other off, and I think Harvey White out on the left. Didn't see as much of him. So I think that worries me on that side. And again, on the right-hand side, Bolton doesn't get forward and he hasn't got that understanding with Williams. So I'm worried. I think he set up for a solid 4-4-2 for the first half, and you might see Jacobs or Curtis come on and change it. But at the minute, that's not a side that's going to win. I can't see where the goals are going to come from.
Okay, and that's something that we've struggled with in the last couple of weeks, Sam, isn't it? Well, since, I don't know, goals have been something that's quite few and far between for Pompey right now, isn't it? And I think you made the point, but those front 2, Ellis Harrison and John Marquis, that's just been confirmed on Sky as the lineup for us. They don't score many goals in this division, do they, for us at the minute anyway?
Yeah, I mean, Marquis's record overall for the whole season isn't too bad. I mean, he's got a decent tally, and Harrison's got an okay tally, but it's nothing it's not world beating. It's not going to make you notice him too much. I just think when they play up front together, it just sets us up for being very one-dimensional and kind of just lack any ideas. We're almost punting it up to him, hoping for a flick on, hoping for a mistake, be a little bit too direct. And when Harness is out there instead, we tend to play a bit more football, get it on the floor, use his quick feet, use his excellent first touch, which is, in my opinion, championship quality. But when it's these 2 up front, we just lack that. They're 2 very similar players in the sense they're both quite going to work hard for the team, going to try and win headers, going to try and be in the right place at the right time. I just don't necessarily think they work too well together. It's why I'm a little bit disappointed in the lineup. I just think it's a very negative lineup. If it was away from home, maybe I could understand a bit more. But the fact we're at home, trying to get our form going at home, it just doesn't really sit too well with me. I would have liked to have seen us go for it and really get at them. And I think all Pompey fans would like that as well. If we go for it and get at them and we end up getting caught on the break, I don't necessarily think I'd be that annoyed about that. If we sit back and try and catch them out and we concede a goal, we all know what's going to happen. I just think it's very negative and it doesn't really excite me. I'm guessing it doesn't excite anyone else either. I just like to have seen us go for it a bit more.
I'd echo that entirely. I think it's definitely set up for hoofball right through the middle. Hoping knock it down, and maybe Marcus or Harrison, it sticks to them and you get something lucky. Maybe Jacobs or Curtis on at some point would be nice, but I think he's probably worried about the fact we got humiliated by Northampton, and he's just hoping to have a solid base for the first 20-30 minutes, not concede a goal, and then try and impose in the game. But like you said, I'd much rather go all at them from the start. We're at home, and I'd see a much more attacking threat. I like the fact that when you got Williams, Harness and Curtis moving and crossing over, it's nicer, it's more exciting. And I think we can damage in that way. And that's been our strength at the start of the season. And we're not playing to our strengths, which I don't understand.
Absolutely. Sean, we'll be back with you at half-time and full-time. Thank you very much for joining us for the time being. We're going to speak to Alex, who is our final guest. Before we get going on first half commentary, Sam and I are going to try and link our streams up as well, so we're watching at the same point. But let's speak to Alex. Before we do so, let's take a look at either side's points tally before we go into tonight. So as you can see there, you're right there, the Sunderland ranked 4th at the moment. Their home form and away form really mirrors each other at the minute, doesn't it? And their goals, open play and set pieces are a sort of numbers that you'd expect from a team fighting for the autos. And Pompey, less so on the home side, aren't they? But still, similar away form to Sunderland. And again, similar amount of goals from open play set pieces, a couple more penalties scored than Sunderland, but other than that, it's relatively difficult to split the two sides in terms of their tallies in the league. Good evening, mate. Thank you for waiting, and sorry to keep you, but welcome along. And how are you feeling ahead of tonight?
Yeah, well, how are we all feeling? I think a month ago we might have had a bit of a different feel about this. It might have actually felt like a bit more of a significant game, which I don't think maybe tonight it does. We're just hearing the chaps talking about the lineup. I think it's negative, I agree, but I just think, Harvey White did play that left midfield role against Oxford, and he obviously scored. I think he played apparently quite well in that. I didn't actually watch the whole game. I do think Harrison and Marquis, that's the only change I'd make. I'd rather have seen Williams up top with one of them, to be honest, because I think he adds that extra bit of pace, even though he maybe not the finishing touch all the time. I think he adds that extra dimension. And then Jacobs I'd bring in. I wouldn't bring in Curtis at the moment. I think he's too much at the moment. He thinks he's probably better than he is. I don't know. He adds the extra bit of quality sometimes, but I think his attitude's not potentially what we need at the moment. But yeah, it's a big game just for big sides. I don't think it's a big game in terms of our season massively, which is a shame.
We've sort of spoken a little bit about the lineup, and you've just touched on it there, and the changes you would have made and players that you wouldn't have played. Long balls I've wanted to talk to you about. The catalyst to Pompey's drop in terms of results for me. I don't know if you boys mirror that, but a team's figuring the game plan out, and especially Sam's been mentioning earlier on in the stream, Marquis and Harrison playing up top, putting measures in place to counteract that, and that's leading to our downfall, isn't it? Especially, that will be, I would expect, what will happen tonight is the long balls up to Marquis and Harrison and nothing really coming of it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that it's not even us being found out now. We've had 4 years of kind of the same type of, if you can call it a philosophy, and I think the times we've had best results is when we have had, away at Sunderland, when we had Harness and Marquis up front, and that was fluid. We won 3-1 on the day. But yeah, I think we cause teams trouble when we play a way that we don't usually play. And that's, I don't know why we don't try and, do that more often. But I just, baffled, mate, about how we set up half the time.
Absolutely. What do you expect from tonight then, Alex, as a score prediction? And I know you said that it's not a big game. Is it one that perhaps hinges, particularly for Sunderland, on the outcome of the season?
Yeah, I think massively. I think if Sunderland win tonight, they're looking up to the top two, and that's a very, very achievable mark. I think, if we win tonight, which I hate to say it, but I can't see happening. If we do win tonight, then I think, it's less of a significance. We still sit in that playoff spot. We're still 2 points behind Sunderland. We solidify ourselves potentially more in the top six, but I don't think if we win tonight, we look upwards and think we can make that top two now. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I'd like to say we win. I'd be optimistic. I think still with a draw with the form, but like you say, the form kind of goes out the window in a game like this with these two teams.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed, mate. If you're around, we'll jump back in with you at half-time and full-time. Hopefully you prove yourself wrong with what you're saying, but my opinion sits very much alongside yours. Alex, thank you very much indeed for the moment.
Cheers, guys.
Right, that was Alex, who's joined us live on Fournilwrittenalloverit. We are now back to just the three of us, and that will be the last time I sing on the stream for the evening. Andrew, you've now got a couple of minutes there. I don't know what you're watching, Sam. This is the point where we're going to try and match them up, but we're just watching the Sunderland lineup come out. I don't know if that's might have passed.
I've got both teams out. They just ran past each other.
Right. Okay.
And like the handshake.
Okay, when we get the scoreboard on the screen, I'm sure we can work that out. Andrew, your thoughts ahead of this one? We haven't really spoken to you yet. It's been guest after guest, and thank you to everyone for joining us. Just give us a brief assessment of how you're feeling right now.
Well, Tom, I said on Saturday, if Jacket's still there on Monday morning, then our season's finished, and it is finished. The only consolation I think we've all got is that we aren't going to get into the playoffs. If we do get into the playoffs, we'll lose it anyway, so it doesn't matter. We aren't going to get promoted, which means they're going to let Jacket run his contract out for the season. I don't think the owners want to be in the Championship. I think it's this season, of course, because I think it's too much money involved. It's still got to fund it too much. And I think they're probably saying, look, you got to let him run his contract out. For me, it's completely trashed the whole season for us because we had a good, fair chance of promotion this season without him, and we've got no promotion hopes with him. So I'm sad to say. I'd rather have him, that Lee Johnson. He'll be at it tonight. He'll be in their faces. He'll be all over his players, and he'll be charging them up for this game tonight. And we won't have the same attitude in the dressing room. He hasn't got an ounce of excitement in the man. And sadly, you need somebody that's going to pick the players up and drive it forward and have a go. He ain't got that skill, Tom, I'm afraid to say. And therefore, he's ruined our season for me now. He's wrecked the season for us. He's wrecked it for every Pompey fan, I think, out there. Probably agree with me. As far as we're concerned, it don't matter about the score tonight. I don't really care, to be honest. And I can't be saying that as a Pompey fan, can I? And why don't I care? Because I don't think we're going to get anywhere with this manager. I'll put it like this: had we had a new manager tonight before kickoff, I don't care who it is, even if it's Charlie Daniels as player manager to the end of the season, we'd be right up for this tonight. All of us, we'd be so excited. That man drags us all down to that level.
And just before we get going on the commentary, we've watched a couple of the Sunderland videos already tonight. You weren't. I don't think you were here for when we did that, but there was ample mention of the plan, and we've had a couple of questions about it. Can you confirm that the plan has very much ended now?
No, the plan was to get rid of Kenny Jackett all the way through, Tom. For the last 3 years, I've been saying that, and you know I have. Even when we were winning games earlier in the season, I wasn't convinced. We were winning them by luck more than judgment. He had no input on that. The players did, to be fair, and they've got to take a little bit of responsibility for being adults and being out there and being professional footballers and knowing what to do. They've got to take some responsibility. But if you line it up the way these guys are talking about the lineup tonight, it's so negative. Everything is so negative, and it drags us all down to that negativity, doesn't it? The only spark I can see tonight is Williams is playing, who's got a bit of pace.
Sam, we've just literally kicked off there. So how far ahead are you?
I'm on 49 seconds. So
okay. Do you want to stick with it, or do you want to?
No, I'll leave it, sink it a bit. So when you get to about 40 seconds, 45 seconds.
Give you a shout. Well, the ball is now back with Craig McGilvery. 15 seconds now, Sam. So not long to wait. Pompey playing from left to right, as they so often do in the first half of the match at Fratton Park. Don't know why we still want to opt to play towards the Fratton end for the second half of the season.
Is this a Sky screen?
Yes,
right.
It says Sky Sports Football in the corner. That is a bit of a giveaway.
So we're
35 seconds, Sam,
now.
36, 37, 38, 39. If you want to go for it now. First set piece has been a given of the evening, and it's Ellis Harris who jumped up for it. And then Harvey White went in for the challenge and legs up in the air, and that will be a free kick for Sunderland. Sam, now we've had all the build up and we've spoken to all the guests. I'll leave this to you. You've watched the first minute now. Obviously, nothing to tell us about so far. But do Pompey need to set up in a different way against Sunderland, or is it just regaining a bit of that form that we need?
As I said, I would have liked to have seen us go for it a little bit more. Try and press them from the front. Harness, Curtis, Williams, do what worked for us at the end of the season. I don't know why it was abandoned so quickly. But ultimately, we've got to get a result. We've got to get something going. And I really don't mind how it comes in that sense. If we can get a result, we'll get a result. I just feel that the way we could have set up differently, we would have had a better chance of getting a result against these lot. But yeah, cagey start, not a head tennis, but let's get the ball on the floor. The pitch looks really good. Get the ball on the floor and start trying to break them down.
Absolutely. There's Tom Naylor now on the ball. Andy Cannon working his way out the left-hand side. And he's going to try and get past the Forest of Sunderland legs. Eventually, the ball's worked out to Charlie Daniels' early cross in, and that one's not too difficult to head away. And Tom Naylor on the edge of the box completely misses it. And this will be Sunderland's opportunity to counter-attack. Jack Watmore's there to put a quick stop to that. And that is now the ball back with Aidan McGeady, who is a familiar face, Sam, probably Sunderland's most dangerous threat.
Yeah, for me, Aidan McGeady, probably the best player in the league, quality-wise, can beat pretty much any fullback on his day, and he's got that ability to just pick players out in the box if he's got half a yard and can pick a really good cross out. And luckily for Sunderland, they've got the most prolific goal scorer in the league, and he happens to be very, very good in the air. So it's a good combination for them at the moment.
There's an early corner for Sunderland that will be taken. Charlie White's having a little cuddle with Sean Raggett. Andrew,
Sean's grabbing hold of his shirt and tugging him back, which is probably the best thing to do in the penalty area.
Not in the penalty area. It's not a brilliant idea, is it? How much do you regard this one as a derby or as a rivalry? What do you make of that?
They do more than us, I think.
It's a better rivalry than Plymouth, hands down, for me. I think this game's a rivalry that's developed through playing a side a lot, two good fan bases, and it's kind of developed a little bit into a good game. I wouldn't say it's a derby, but I think it's just a good League One rivalry. It's probably
everyone likes to play Sunderland, though, don't they? Because we're a big club. I think
but I also think they quite like playing. Like the games against us tend to be quite exciting, good games, and that's come from playing them in high pressure games, and it's kind of developed into a little bit of a rivalry. But yeah, I've always enjoyed playing Sunderland. It's always a good game and just two good sets of fans.
Absolutely. Ball's out for a throw-in, and we are just approaching the 4-minute mark in this one. Thank you to everyone who joins us live on Fournilwrittenalloverit this evening. If you haven't yet left the stream a like, then that would be much appreciated. And also subscribe to the channel if you're brand new. There's the Pompey manager, Kenny Jackett, Andrew, still in the role, which is a
remarkable feat.
Andy Cannon's not quite played the ball back to, I believe it was Ryan Williams who was hoping for it there, and that one will be another.
Sam, you got any Dodgers?
Got any Dodgers?
Yeah.
What are you on about?
These ones.
Sam hasn't been watching the streams, has he? We've had Dodger parties, mate, over the last couple of years.
Where have you been, Sam? Last month we've been singing a song, Jammy Dodgers, mate.
I'm on a diet, mate.
We're Kenny Jackett's promotion Dodgers.
That's been a bit of a set phrase around here. Here comes Sunderland and Jack Watmore again, putting a stop to that. Harvey White finding John Marquis.
I've been singing that in the bar.
That will be Luke O'Nien, who finds himself slightly out of position. I spoke to some. You've heard them on the stream. They're talking about Luke O'Nien doing really well in sort of centre defence, which is not where he normally is, obviously. And their ball is now back with Lee Burge for Sunderland in the Milton End goal. There's the ball out, and I believe it'll be James Bolton who gets there first. And there's Ryan Williams on the right-hand side for Pompey, back in the starting 11 today. Ellis Harrison on the spin on the edge of the box, sets up Andy Cannon. Will he take a strike? Yes, he will. And actually almost came off Harvey White there. Ball is back out with Charlie Daniels. 5 minutes played at Fratton Park. There goes the ball, and that's going to reach over almost everyone and back out to Ryan Williams, who's almost taking a corner there down in the... Oh, and that almost the opportunity for a bit of an own goal perhaps there for Sunderland. Luckily, defender had it covered, and they'll go again on the right-hand side.
Quite one-dimensional from Pompey there, just trying to find the lone player in the box. I feel like we could have maybe tried to work something a little bit better than that. Two crosses, just very similar, very easy to defend at times, especially when Harrison was the only person in the box there, and it was a good ball in, but you'd think you could maybe try and build something a little bit more, try and cut them open.
Sunderland look like an advocate for the long ball as well, though, Sam, in this opening 6-minute period.
Yeah, I think the game's got to settle down a little bit, and we'll see what goes on. But they look like they've got quality. You can see it. I mean, the pitch is looking very good, and it could, like, compared to what we played on at the weekend, I'm not blaming that at all, but this pitch is a lot better to play football on. That pitch at the weekend did kind of lend itself to set pieces and direct football, but the pitch today looks like a bowling green.
Pompey are renowned. The groundsmen do a fantastic job at Fratton Park, and I don't think there's a kind of sat there and said, "Oh, it looks like a rubbish pitch tonight." There's James Bolton, who's about to take a throw for Pompey, just ticking over into 7 minutes now. Lee Johnson giving his commands, and you were singing his praises earlier, Andrew. You think he's a
good manager, mate.
Very good manager.
Very, very good manager.
They've done well to get him. Actually, I did think Paul Cook was. I had a feeling that he was kind of meant for Sunderland in a way when they sacked Phil Parkinson, but Lee Johnson's
probably had a couple of choices, Sam, and one of them would have been Lee Johnson, the other would have been Paul Cook for sure.
I think they're both good options, but I just felt that Paul Cook for Sunderland would have been a really good fit. But
I'd have had Lee Johnson out of the two of them if I was a Sunderland CEO. He's done wonderful work at Yeovil for many years, and then at Bristol City. Really, really played some great football. Bristol City.
Here comes the throw from Max Power.
There was his dad as well. Is it Gary Johnson? They're both
very good.
I'm pretty sure they managed against each other a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's right. I think was one at
I
Peterborough.
think Gary Johnson's at Yeovil or something, and then Lee Johnson's at Bristol City or Oldham, one of them.
When Yeovil got to the Championship.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
There goes the long ball over the top for Sunderland again, and Charlie Daniels, who just watched that one go out of play on that right-hand side. I believe it was Dion Sanderson that sent it up initially.
He's pregnant, Tom.
Charlie Daniels looks a bit like Meghan Markle as he is about to take a throw in. That's the only time that name will be mentioned on the stream this evening. 8.5 minutes played at Fratton Park. There's the throw in.
None of that, Tom.
Sorry, I won't go there, mate. I won't go there. A little bit of a clap from Jordan Jones, the Sunderland number 27. Decent season so far, according to Sunderland fans. Charlie Daniels is pregnant again. It's his second child of the evening. Doing well.
He's doing well.
They got him on loan from Rangers.
I'm getting the Dodgers out, Tom.
And Andrew's breaking his Dodgers out.
Breaking
if you could do it any louder, that'd be great for everyone in the stream. Don't do that. 9 minutes now. There's almost a wayward pass from Luke O'Neill. He puts himself under pressure there, and Ellis Harrison's up there chasing the ball down, but eventually a sweep away from Lee Burge. Well, it's not a sweep away. It's Sanderson that's led to do the sweeping, and Sean Raggett's the first head to that one. Charlie Daniels will poke one over the top to John Marquis, who's being held there. His claim to the referee's dismissed completely, and the ball's back over the top. Sean Raggett chasing that one down. Aidan O'Brien's up there with him, and eventually that was into probably row H in the North Stand, and straight away the throw's ready for Sunderland to take.
I think that's a good example there where Sunderland were playing it around the back, where if you have people who can press from the front, you can really have an opportunity of nicking the ball back. And we just, didn't really look like we were going to get there. Whereas if you have players who attack and press from the front, they could have read that and maybe nicked it and got in and goal. That's just one example of what I was trying to say. They did send it long afterwards, but initially they were trying to play out from the back.
Absolutely, and that's the idea. What am I trying to say? That's what a promotion-looking side, especially from a league out of League One, Sam, do, isn't it? Peterborough do it, Lincoln do it, and look where they are.
Lee Hendry on commentary just said apparently Fratton Park's become a tough place to come. I'm not sure he's done his research.
I don't think he has.
Got 6 games and drawn 5 at home.
One of the last 6, yeah. One of the last 6 at Fratton Park, and that was against Swindon Town in February. So just shows where you want to be is right here on Fournilwrittenalloverit for your commentary. There is Luke O'Neill once again. We actually met his dad in our last visit to Fratton Park when these two teams were playing each other.
It was at Sunderland, wasn't it?
No, it was at Fratton Park the last time we played them. Craig McGilvery had an awful lot of pressure there to send one long, but eventually Andy Cannon will get on that, and that's Dion Sanderson who finds Pompey captain.
Jamie Dodger number 2.
17 home games and 6 wins from those. Not even a playoff side, that, Sam, in terms of home form, is it?
No, I don't really like the way we started. I think it's just incredibly negative. I think it's basing it on trying to not concede as opposed to score. I really don't like what I've seen so far. If
McGeady strikes one and Craig McGilvery had to palm away for a corner ball.
If it's just typical Kenny Jackett, it just really is. Every Pompey fan wouldn't have minded if he'd gone for it tonight and really an attacking lineup that's going to take it to Sunderland. But it's all focused on not conceding, and
he hasn't got it in him, Sam.
It's soul sapping. It really is soul sapping.
Here comes the subsequent corner. 12 minutes has been played at Fratton Park. Craig McGilvery just readying himself for the in-swinger. Here it comes, and Charlie Wyke in so much space, and that is 1-0. And from there, Sam, he had about a postcode of space around him, Charlie Wyke, in the Pompey box.
Tom, I'm sorry, it's a disgrace. It really is a disgrace. This lineup and everything about it is absolutely just disgraceful. It's so defensive. It's literally got nothing about it that's going to get back into this game. We don't win from behind, so this is the game gone. They've won. All right, they've won the game.
Watch Raggett. Watch Raggett. Look, not a Scooby.
You've got the best header of the ball in the league, free header goal, and we've done just to let them come on to us, let them play, let them win a corner. let their good players get on the ball. I cannot understand this team selection. I really can't. Playing them two up front.
You can understand it, bud. You can understand it the same as we all can.
What Jacket?
Kenny Jacket makes the selection. That's what you've got to understand.
Right, well, inside 12 minutes, Sunderland are a goal up. Thank you for joining us live here on Fournilwrittenalloverit. Myself, Andrew, and Sam guiding you through this one. If you're new to the channel, subscribe and drop us a like as well. We're live for you till 10 o'clock this evening. That's a 2-footed challenge that went in there from, I believe it was Carl Winchester.
Lee Johnson's come here tonight and said they're a very poor outfit and a very poor manager. We've got 3 points here tonight. This is 6-pointer. He's come away 1-0 up in 12 minutes.
Andrew, I agree with you. It's a poor manager, poor setup. But the thing that makes it worse is there actually are players in this team that are decent and that have got quality, and they're just being restricted through this defensive football. You know, they'd rather not concede than concede, and we've already conceded. You know, I wouldn't care if we went for it and got caught on the break. I really wouldn't, because we're going to concede anyway.
Charlie Daniels, Andrew has said this shows that Jacket does not motivate his players, and Thomas reckons Jacket should have gone on Saturday. Sean has said, I just sincerely hope no one is paying to watch these games and future games this season. Unfortunately, Sean, we will be. I don't think Andrew will probably want to be there for that, but I will definitely guide you through it. Strong words from It's Ya Boy, who said, get the dinosaur out of this club, disgraceful. And Sam's word was disgraceful as soon as the goal went in. Sean Raggett's actually taken this one. Hold on a second. Ellis Harrison there been muscled out of it. He's managed to get back to his feet, actually, Ellis Harrison, and eventually the referee blows up for a free kick in Pompey's favour, about a third of the way out.
I wonder if we all boycotted iPlayer, Tom, iFollow. If we all boycotted it and we didn't pay our money to watch this trash anymore, all the Pompey fans around the country, around the world, whatever, who pays the money to watch it? If we all didn't do it, how damaging would that be? What would they say then? What would be the outcome of that?
I don't think...
Well 50,000 Pompey fans paying tenner each.
I don't think it's quite... It's sort of about the sort of 10,000 mark, I think.
Is that all we get, 10,000?
In terms of, every week, it's quite a steady sort of 10,000. There's absolutely no one attacking that ball from Pompey.
Does that tell you a lot then? 10,000 only?
Well, if you think about it, it's per household, isn't it? So there may be 3 people gathered around one screen, etc., etc. But
so 10,000, there may well be then 40,000 people.
This is Jack Watmore now for Pompey, potentially. There's Harvey White in the middle. Big game for him. It's not started the way Pompey would have wanted. 16 minutes has been played. That one's up to John Marquis.
It's that long ball to Marquis.
Well, he's offside anyway.
He's offside because he can't stay onside. And on top of that,
he can't win the ball.
He can't win the ball. And he's surrounded by 2 giants. And this long ball to him is going to get us everywhere.
Sam, any positives to take out of the first 16 minutes for Pompey?
No, mate. No.
Again, White's header, what a beauty.
Yeah, no, to be honest, mate, I didn't feel I could get more annoyed than I was on actually, I'm more annoyed than I was on Saturday. But Saturday was just funny. This is just, I didn't think he was actually going to do the same thing again. Like, you'd think Kenny Jacket would come out and go, do you know what? I've got nothing to lose here. We've just been because we're going to get battered now anyway. Just go for it. Just try something different, please. Just go for it. I don't think he understands. We're not very good at defending, but he insists on trying to defend all the time, and it's just soul sapping. It's killing our club.
Defending all the time, therefore you're not attacking.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I mean, Andrew. The times we've been successful this season, we've pressed from the front, we've been dynamic, we've played harness up front with Marquis, and it's worked. Then that's when we've been successful. This doesn't work. It doesn't work, and we concede. We do concede goals. So I just don't understand it. Sunderland are solid at the back. This game's gone, in my opinion. This game's gone. We can. It's just mind-boggling. But then again, we've had it for 3 years now, so I don't know why I'm getting annoyed about it.
The last time Pompey came back and ended up winning a game was quite some time ago, wasn't it, Sam? It was the Coventry game a couple of years back.
Brett Pittman scored an absolute screamer after Geordie Hawula had scored for Coventry. Inside the first 10 minutes, we come back to win 2-1, 2 or 3-1.
There you go. And from what we've seen so far, it doesn't look like a repeat is going to be anywhere near what we can expect for the evening. It's a Harvey White in-swinging left-footed corner, and Ellis Harrison jumps for it, almost defended it over the crossbar. And again, he needed to
run. He had a clear header.
He had a clear header there, but you just think that the the defending from the corner, every single Sunderland player is watching the ball.
He's still got a free
there.
header and he heads it like a donkey.
It wasn't even sort of over the bar. It was as far wide as you get, wasn't it? It's almost I know Sam's just been talking about it, but it is almost a direct continuation, isn't it? It's almost like we've put the pause button on Saturday and then just resumed from where we left off. And
well, it was 2-0 down by this point on Saturday, weren't we?
Well,
there's a consolation.
There's a very, very small consolation.
We're just it's so one-dimensional. I'm not going to keep going on about it because it's just getting boring, and I'm sure people don't want me to hear say it, but it's just incredibly boring. There's almost a sense of like, what's the point of watching now? Because we're just offering nothing, no passing, nothing, long ball rubbish. The only consolation is, from a Pompey perspective, it does put more pressure on Jacket at defeat, especially to a promotion rival. But Sunderland look the team in form; they look the better team. And also, going back to the goal, you've got the best header of a ball in the league and the best crosser in the league. You can't let him free in the box. And Aidan McGeady just stuck it on his head, and it's only going one place.
Okay. As Sam said, it's incredibly boring, and when you get someone as potent in the box as I don't know who it was that actually scored. I'm just going to quickly check that because I believe it was Charlie White that and we were saying for a couple of hours before the game tonight that he is probably one of the most prolific scorers in the country right now, isn't he? And that just simply can't be allowed. And it does look like an awfully long way back for Pompey. We've almost conceded a known goal there as well. Sean Raggett at the far post was almost attacking it like he was playing for Sunderland, and Craig McGilvery incredibly lucky to get away with that one, and it stayed the right side of the line for Pompey.
Half a yard, and McGeady just talk about his technical excellence, because that is literally just shifts it half a yard cross in.
Looks so simple, doesn't it, Sam?
It makes it look so easy, but yeah, he's excellent footballer.
To be fair, Sam, it is so easy.
I was trying to just be positive. We can focus on a positive, which is a quality footballer playing football. That's what I was trying to focus on. Take away anything to do with Pompey.
Sean has asked that you have another jammy dodger, and I think that might be called for you right now.
Cheer up, Andrew, he says. As I said to the legend earlier, mate, and I said to everyone, we'd be excited if we had a new manager in place at this point.
And that will be a free kick in Sunderland's favour. Ryan Williams was the man who gave that one away. Lewis has said Curtis Smirk coming off at the weekend shows he's lost the players. If the Byers rumour's true, then hopefully he said some home truths. I believe he probably did say something of some sort, Lewis. He is still at the game. He's watching from the stands this evening. We are watching from home.
It's not good enough to play in this side, Tom.
And so are you. So thank you very much for joining us live on Fournilwrittenalloverit. Max Powers, the man who won that free kick.
Got something to say. In that news article we referred to earlier, it said that at the club, someone at the club felt that Kenny Jackett was the right man to get us in the playoffs, to keep us in the promotion hunt. How has anyone come to that conclusion? Actually, mind is boggled about how someone has come to that conclusion that he is the right man to get us, to keep us in the promotion hunt.
Sam, it's the deluded Americans that are saying it, because they're not going to. Well, I mentioned earlier on Saturday, if they paid him his the rest of the season and said go now, I don't think actually contractually they can do that. When you look at it from a constructive dismissal point of view, they can't actually do that. They'd have to pay him bigger money for him to go. So pay him his salary and then pay him $100,000 or something. And I bet the Americans have gone, no, Kenny's the man, we'll stand by him to the end of the contract because we're honourable people, all that rubbish. They don't understand English football. They don't understand what it means to us.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
I think it's just almost, for me, what hurts is they're just throwing this season away. They're just not bothered. It's almost like, we'll just throw the season.
Of course they're not. They're on a beach in California, mate. They ain't got a Scooby.
They got in a manager. Sorry, mate. If they got in a new manager, this side would be trying to press under, be trying to score, would be trying to attack. Just anyone, literally the academy manager, if you want, literally anyone.
No matter who it is.
Anyone. And for me, that's got more of a chance of getting us in the playoffs than this. And also, that's got more of a chance of getting us in the. If that happens, we could also get in the champion, get promoted, and then have a new manager. and then you're in the Championship trying to rebuild instead of League One. It just this whole thing just is horrible to watch. It's horrible.
Hull City have taken the lead against Peterborough United. It's now 2-1 to Hull City at London Road this evening. We'll keep you up to date with the scores across League One. And there was a bit of a dodgy clearance to Jack Watmore. Luckily, that one won't bother Craig McGilvery too much. I believe it came off his knee, and that's the reason why he's been able to pick it up and go again. Just before that, I was actually going to say, while Sam was talking, we were watching a very frustrated John Marquis being absolutely messed around with by Luke O'Nien in defence for Sunderland.
In the ball, mate, is he?
There's a header that's been won by Ellis Harrison, but that won't drop for John Marquis.
Of course not. He just heads it anywhere, doesn't he?
It's all one-dimensional. It's one-dimensional.
And
look at it. It's pathetic.
Saying that was a very good ball into Harrison by Jack Watmore. That's what we need to see more of. That ball.
Jack Watmore's got the skill to do that, mate, hasn't he?
Yeah. That's the ball. The cut, breaking the lines, playing forward, playing towards their goal ultimately, because that's the goal, isn't it? You need to be playing balls in towards their goal, making it difficult for them.
Callum Morgan said, I think the owners like being in this division. It means they don't have to spend next season. They know the fans will be in the stadium, guaranteed money coming back in. It will
exactly the point.
Rekindle that 700 grand loss every month.
Exactly right, because they're going to Championship. It's going to cost us 35 million. Well, no, it's going to cost Iceland 35 million.
You come back to the point that football's a business, isn't it?
They don't care, mate. They don't care.
This is Harvey White standing over this one, a relatively central ball for him to play. Hopefully, a decent role in the free kick specialist from Tottenham. There's a 5-man Sunderland wall preparing to defend this one, and Sean Raggett's trying to irritate the Sunderland goalkeeper Lee Burge.
It says a lot, Tom, when you've got a guy who's played 2.5 games of football for us, come from Tottenham's academy, that's taking the free kicks now instead of one of our senior players. What does it say about the rest of the senior players we've had for the
To be fair, he is a free kick specialist, apparently.
Yeah, he probably is, mate. But what does it say about Naylor and everyone else's ability?
Well, no, because he's come from Tottenham. I mean, and if they're at Tottenham, they rate him at one of the best free kick takers, and so you got to let him. In my opinion, he's got to take the free kicks if he's come with that reputation. But then again, that free kick was poor, but never going to expect him to bend that in the top corner.
I think we're lifting him up there to the he's a 20-year-old young kid from Tottenham Academy. He's actually not experienced in League Two, and he got one great header and great goal, and a few sensible passes. Doesn't make him Paul Gascoigne.
No,
I agree with that. I think you're being a little bit too
harsh on him. I'm just saying he's only a kid, Tom. He's not there to win the game for us.
He did against Oxford.
Yeah, against Oxford by luck, wasn't it? And then they nearly battered us and got 3 in the last 10 minutes.
There's Luke O'Nien for Sunderland. Thank you very much indeed for joining us live on Fournilwrittenalloverit. Rochdale are now a goal down against Shrewsbury. That's a game that's being played at Rochdale this evening, so it's the away side with the first goal. Back here at Fratton Park is Jordan Jones working his way down the right-hand side. Charlie Daniels doing all he can to prevent the cross from going in. Does well. Closes his legs at just the right moment, and that will be a Pompey throw-in right down on that far side between almost at the corner flag between the north stand and the Fratton end. As Tim has quite rightly said, Piers Morgan is now out of a job. Perhaps will be looking to fill the role at Pompey. The legend Sean Meads has said, with the ground having no fans in, why haven't they started work at the Milton end? Would have been finished by the end of the new season. That's a off-the-topic point, isn't it?
I think they've decided to put a new tap in the south stand where we are, mate, in the toilets, because we've got one sink. Tap don't work very often. So I think we're probably getting a new tap in the south stand. So anyone sitting in C or D in the south stand and use the left-hand toilet as you go down the stairs, because that one, there's only 2, one at the left hand and one in the middle. Never go in the middle one, it's always full up. The one on the left-hand side's better, because that's full up but less full up. But there is one tap.
There is.
Which doesn't work.
And we might be surprised with a complete revamp. This is a Sunderland set piece that's being taken. It's a long old way out, closer to the halfway line than it is the goal mouth. And this is Jordan Jones who's taken it. It's one that doesn't quite reach the edge of the box, and Ellis Harrison will pick up after a bit of a wayward Mackham first touch, and there goes the long ball, and Marquis will do his very best to get up there, but there was too much weight on that one. It'll be easy one for Lee Burge to gather just on the outside of his own box. Almost half an hour played in this one here at Fratton Park. Pompey currently a goal down to the visitors from the northeast.
Lee Burge sounds like a campsite in France, doesn't it?
And that's the only time you'll see all three of us smiling this evening. 28 minutes on the clock. Sam, your assessment of the first half an hour or so, mate?
Brilliant.
Yeah, never seen anything like it, Tom. No, it's been all Sunderland. It's been easy for them. They haven't really got out of second gear, in my opinion. It's very easy for them. Pompey offered nothing so far. Haven't needed to do anything. No, Pompey have just offered absolutely nothing. They're defending well, but again, it's easy to defend. Again, when you're already a good team at defending, it's very easy to defend at one-dimensional balls in the box.
I agree. I don't think that sort of a half chance has even been created for Pompey. Perhaps that Ellis Harrison header a couple of moments ago. This is Ryan Williams trying to make something happen. Ball goes in, and Luke O'Nien will be the first to that, and that's out with the Pompey captain Tom Naylor lays it off on the right-hand side to James Bolton. This is back to Naylor. It's a crossfield pass to Sean Raggett, who was at the time the furthest man back for Pompey. He's now working his way out of the D centre circle, I should say. Sorry. Two Pompey arrivals in January, Charlie Daniels and Harvey White linking up with a bit of one-touch football there. And once again, Tom Naylor's involved. Here is Jack Watmore bringing the ball back over halfway for Pompey, looking to get things going again. James Bolton back in the side this evening for Pompey. There's Ryan Williams trying to muscle his way out of an impending challenge from Cannon I can't pronounce his name. Fadzine? Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, I think that's his name.
Fadzine, and Marquis is absolutely gutted that he hasn't got a penalty there. Andrew, what did you make of that?
He fell over.
Pushing the back, Andrew.
No, watch it again.
Let's have a look. I missed it initially. I was trying to pronounce his name.
He's got to finish that, in all honesty.
Yeah, not a pen
fell over
for me.
In my opinion, he's got to put it in the back of the net. Just put your foot through it, through the keeper's legs.
I think he's too worried about the challenge coming in from behind him.
He's almost thinking about the penalty. But I will say that's the first time we played the ball on the floor and tried to cut them open, and it's worked with Ryan Williams just threading that ball through.
This
good movement from Marquis.
Hang on a second. This might not go down well with the Pompey fans watching in the stream, and I'm sure the live chat will either agree or disagree with me, but I probably wouldn't have been surprised if Marquis was booked for simulation there, Sam, on that occasion. Because
I do think he was looking for it, but I don't know necessarily it was a dive because he kind of did just fall over. But yeah, I probably it wasn't a pen, but I just don't understand why he hasn't gone to finish it instead.
I hate to see that with a striker, regardless of who it is, our striker or someone else's. I hate to see them go down the box and look for a penalty. It's a cheating way through, isn't it?
Well, if that's Brett Pittman, that's 1-0, without doubt.
Anyone else other than John Marquis, Sam, for you at that moment in time? Perhaps
Charlie White,
Harrison.
Charlie White was
it was good movement, but I just think that I don't think Brett Pittman would have been thinking about a penalty. He would have been thinking about a goal. That's all he would have been thinking about, because he's just got that natural instinct to score goals. And John Marquis doesn't always necessarily fill you with confidence when he goes through on goal, but he does.
Our defending from crosses is absolutely woeful tonight.
But it's all right, Tom. We're a good defensive team, so we just defend all night.
Good defensive team. 10 Northampton and Bristol Rovers.
Yeah,
There's a bit of satire there from Sam, I believe.
Yeah.
AFC Wimbledon are a goal down against Burton Albion. That one is being played in southwest London, this evening. We'll keep you up to date, as I say, with any goals going in across League One. Not that it matters too much, because Pompey are currently a goal down at home to Sunderland on the south coast. It's a beautiful, clear evening. Things not quite clear in the minds of Pompey players or fans right now, unfortunately. Sam, to get anything from this one, I would probably expect Pompey need to see 3 goals in the back of the opposition net for them tonight, don't they, right now?
Yeah, you really would. I will say that Williams has looked quite bright. But then again, I don't understand why we haven't got a Harness or a Curtis in there as well, playing up front, just to add that little bit of.
That's too positive.
Yeah, it is. It's too positive for him because Kenny Jackett works with averages, and he'll know that if he thinks he's got more of a chance of keeping a clean sheet by playing this style of football, and it just stinks. It
Jackett
really does.
Been happy with a 0-0 tonight.
Oh, 100%. The only difference is that we've got Peterborough and Ipswich in our next 3 games. I'm not bothered about the cup at the weekend. And if we win that game and the owners come out and tweak like something, it's just going to go down really, really badly. They really needs.
Well,
there could be
We said it before, Sam, that the Americans think that going to London for a cup final is a big deal. They think it's
I just
Super
got
Bowl.
across just a really nice comment from Ramsey. Thank you very much. I didn't notice it before it came on, but thank you. Most of it's down to Sam tonight, giving us the Gary Neville input on the other side. Andrew's just here for the fun, aren't you, mate? Well, you're
just here to have the fun, Tom.
not having much fun tonight.
Just here having fun watching Pompey.
I need to whip out the Gary Neville. Ooh.
Yeah, I found myself doing that after watching him on the old commentary on Sky. I don't know if it's quite infectious to do that. We won't be using any at this moment in times, though, Sam. I think that's another one that you see quite often.
Are you eating jammy dodgers?
I am eating a jammy dodger. Yeah, it's very nice. Things, dare I say, it's slightly better from a Pompey point of view in the last 5 minutes or so. Sam, is that a little bit generous?
What, you haven't conceded again?
I think that is a little bit generous. I genuinely think Sunderland just haven't got out of second gear.
They're not. They're just scrolling through, mate. They're just scrolling through.
They are just.
They've got it in control. We're under control with it by that. They got it under control, haven't they?
It feels as if a bit like it's got a feeling a bit like that second playoff leg. You know, when they just came and obviously they already had the lead then, but they just sat back and we were never going to score ever. And if that game had gone on for 3 hours, I don't think we're ever going to score.
That was 2 seasons ago, Sam.
And it's the same stuff.
The same.
Yeah.
Okay, we were talking about the Americans thinking that this cup final, not FA Cup final, we're talking about this Mickey Mouse Cup final we're in again this year, is a big London Wembley Stadium final because they came and saw 50,000 Pompey fans waving their flags. And they thought it's the Super Bowl final because they haven't got a clue what it means.
Can I just...
And I'm afraid to say he's got out of jail because he's got us to a Wembley final again.
I'm going to do something quite dangerous now, and I'm going to defend Michael Eisner.
Are you? I wouldn't.
Well, this might not go down. Can you stop pushing the chair across?
Getting comfortable, mate.
We're getting comfortable. I'm very much uncomfortable. I'm going to defend the Eisners. I'm going to say they've done an awful lot to get to where they are in life. I'm not sure they're as stupid to think that just because they've seen a Wembley final, they are satisfied with what they're seeing right now.
They've got a long way.
They've got
to a long way in life. But they haven't got a long way in British football.
No, they're not. But they're not stupid. Neither the players. Neither is Kenny Jackett. Neither is Mark Catlin. I don't know if anyone read his pre-match thoughts in the programme tonight, but he knows exactly what's going on, and so do the fans.
I didn't read it. What did he say pre-match?
Well, it just I won't be able to get it for you now, but I had a little read of it with Retro Shirt Sean, who's probably listened to this. We spoke about it yesterday, I think. But it was there we go. And he's come to my aid automatically. I agree. The Eisners are not stupid. They want to have a successful business. And at the end of the day, football is a business. I know we're all sat here as fans incredibly frustrated with the first 35 minutes that we've seen in front of us.
So I think I'd say to that,
go on,
that this, for a multi-billionaire, this is not a business. This is petty cash. This is a petty cash tin in the filing cabinet. There's a little bit of fun for the boys to play with. That's the truth of it.
But perhaps something that they care about.
I'd like to see.
Can I put my...
Get Sam. We'll be having domestics over here.
Yeah, I'll add my bit to it. I think that obviously I've always liked the Eisners. Okay, and I think what they've done and the way we all voted for it, they were saying they're going to be slow. It's a slow process to get us out of this league and up into the higher divisions. They've gone down in my estimation a little bit in regards to how they've acted after the Northampton game, because I don't think Kenny Jackett should be in a job after that game. And for there to be someone at the club has told the news, like, this is it, we're sticking by him. I don't know. It just screams to me that they don't really want to go up this year. There's maybe a little bit of a lack of ambition. However, I do like them, and I'm going to kind of reserve my judgment a little bit until the summer. I'm almost writing this season off because what we need in the summer is a complete rebuild. You know, I honestly think we need to come in on the football side, someone who knows a bit about football, maybe a head of football, sporting director, something like that. I do think we need something like that because we've got nothing in that aspect at the moment. So that's what I'd like to see happen. Obviously, a lot of turnover of players, a new manager to come in. If that happens, I do think my opinion will remain the same and says I do think they're good for the club. However, if none of that happens over the summer, I do think we could be in a little bit of trouble as in regards to what the ambitions of the club actually are for the next couple of years.
It's way too easy out there on the left-hand side for Aidan O'Brien at the moment, and he's managed to get his ball in with incredible ease, and Sean Raggett luckily was there to head that one away for Pompey, and Harvey White picks up the second ball, but that one's worked his way out to the right-hand side, and here comes Sunderland once again. Edge of the box, it's a strike from Jordan Jones, and it won't trouble McGilvery too much in goal. We are approaching crikey, we'd love to be approaching full time. 38 minutes into this one, and you've heard.
I think the Americans have lost 700 grand a month this year, which is possibly 8 million quid. Take out the profit we made last year, 3 million.
It's been that for 3 years, mate.
You haven't lost 700 grand. You made £3 million net profit last year on the profit and loss account. So this year we've lost 8 million, so there's a 5 million swing. I think they weren't prepared to put their hand in the pocket anymore to get rid of Jackett, and you've got what you've got. Get on with it until the contract expires.
Just so you know, my dad's usually the most positive bloke going. He's had enough. He's really had enough at the moment. He's just looked at me and he went, "Sam, I can't do this anymore." And he's just.
We could get a half time with Andrew and Alan in the pipeline, Sam. Perhaps just a quick chat before we go to our guests.
I'll ask him if he hasn't topped himself by the time.
That's all right. That's okay. We'll keep the commentary going for you if you want to ask him and see what he says. If he doesn't want to, I completely understand because things aren't great at the minute, are they? Callum McFadzean's about to take a throw in for Sunderland on this near side, rubbing the ball around.
We call it Dad's Army.
Not quite as pregnant. Yeah, he could do. Not quite as pregnant as Charlie Daniels was earlier on in the half. Andy Cannon doing his best to win that ball back off of Aidan O'Brien, but eventually the referee blows up for a Sunderland free kick. We are approaching 40 minutes now in this one. Interesting one from Retro Shirt Sean, who's come in and said, agree, Sam, but maybe COVID has changed the lay of the land. I think that's what you were saying about your opinion on the owners right now. We won't go back over that one because I think we've discussed it at length enough, but I would not be surprised if they've already started looking for a replacement. I'm sure they will be slow and steady in their recruitment. Jackett should have been sacked.
I do agree. I think that obviously they've made it clear that whoever they bring in, they're going to give it time, at least 4 years. So they want to get the right person. It is the way to go in this day and age. I do think giving people time is the way to go, but you just got to make sure you get the right person, the right philosophy. We've got no philosophy.
But Sam, we've been saying the same thing for 3 years, and this isn't not to kick Kenny Jackett down the road, Ken. This is basically we've been saying the same thing for 3 years.
Yeah, but
two playoff finals against two very, very poor leagues, and we still can't get out of it. And they are all over us like a rash. Look how quickly they close us down. Look, we're all over the place.
When you say like a rash, it's almost like a spreading disease.
Look at that for a ball. Look at that.
It's quite clear that he's not the man for the club, and I think we can all agree on that. But however, they have given him time, and time at the moment in football is not very young.
Time's not enough. But look, we've got 15 games left, or 14. Tonight. Give him time, but now's enough time. Now's the time for us to have a chance of getting out of this.
Yeah, I know. And I agree with you. I think he should have gone after the Northampton game. I'm trying to back the owners up in the sense that they want to make the right decision in terms of the next manager. They want to know. They want to have someone who's going to not have. We're not going to have another Kenny Jackett, another system like this, and then they have to sack another manager. They're going to want to make the right decision to get a manager in who's going to have time, because that's what they pride themselves on, being good businessmen and not making rash decisions. But performances like this don't help.
3.5 years of a rash decision are two different things in my view. They should have made this decision, and they should have been made that decision against Northampton. In fact, they should have done it against Bristol Rovers, even Oxford.
Can I just cut away from everything at the minute? Smithy boys, you're on the stream. Thank you for your comment, mate. And I'm terribly sorry I didn't actually show you prediction, but we had one, and he said we were going to lose, and we are. So well done, mate. Unfortunately, I think that's going to be the way it's going to stay. We're now 3 minutes to the break. This is Sean Raggett on the ball for Pompey. Once again, he's the furthest man back. Plays a little 1-2 with Harvey White, and then opts to go back to his keeper in the shape of Craig McGilvery. He's standing out like a highlighter in the night this evening for Pompey. That's John Marcus now. He's getting
nothing. He's getting nothing.
Getting absolutely nothing. Getting absolutely nothing. Andrew saying go all the way back to the end of last season for Jackett's replacement, and history is very much repeating itself. And Sam, we actually sat here and watched. I don't know if you were watching any of it, but we sat here and watched the playoff game from last season. And I asked you actually, will Pompey win the league next season? And you said
absolutely not.
Well, you actually said yes. Funny enough, you did, but that was before a lot of
yeah, because I thought Jackett was going.
Well, perhaps. I tell you what, Sam, this is probably a better question for you. Nick has said, took Leeds 20 years to get into the Prem, so is it going to be like that, or is this just a chapter to glaze over in the summer?
No, fine. It took Leeds 20 years, but at least they're in the Championship. That's where we want to be.
You've got Leeds are in the Championship for a long time.
Yeah, and we can happily do that. We don't want to stay here for another 10 years.
Leeds are in the Championship for a very long time, and when they're in League One, I think they won the league, didn't they, when they went up in League One? But they were in the Championship. But Pompey are a Championship club ultimately, and that's where we should be rebuilding. We shouldn't be rebuilding in League One.
That's the thing. That's the point.
But the thing is, we just see I've seen nothing in this performance that makes me think we're going to turn around this season and get into the playoffs. We're going to lose our next 3 games. We're going to lose this game. We're going to lose Peterborough. We're going to lose to Ipswich. That is going to happen. And by that time, the playoffs will nearly be out of reach. Because we're going to have to go and win a load of games towards the end of the season. It's not going to happen.
Sam, we don't want to be in the playoffs, mate, because we're just going to be even more angry.
Yeah.
Okay. As you can tell on 4-0 tonight, the conversation is not fantastic, is it? But and that's largely down to the situation in the game at the minute. This is Jack Watmore who's played a ball over to Sean Raggett. We are now awaited to see what will be added on at the end of this first period for Pompey. There's Andy Cannon, seems to be playing 4 players' roles at the minute tonight. We haven't really seen anything of any, no shots on target, 2 shots, and Sunderland dominating almost 60% of the possession. There's the long ball over the top that actually works for the visitors. And this is one that's being stood up in the box, and eventually it will work its way back to Josh Scowden. And Tom Naylor doing a bit of dancing around. He's probably seen the most of the ball for Pompey tonight, Sam. He's just won a free kick out of it. What have you made of him so far?
None of them have been particularly good, Tom. I mean, Ryan Williams probably the pick of the bunch, but that's not saying much, ultimately. It's just all very easy football, not taking a risk, just being very... There's just no risk being taken. Jackett's so dogmatic in what he does. He'll just stick to his guns. This is the game. All crying out for it. Go for it. Put an extra attacker on. Press him from the front. No, he'll stick to his guns. He knows there's pressure on him, and he still does it. And it just speaks volumes. It really does.
It's infuriating, isn't it?
Oh, it's so infuriating. Sunderland haven't done anything. They haven't needed to do anything. They haven't got out of first gear. If we score, they'll just up it and they'll score again. It's what will happen.
It's one where actually Sunderland don't look like they need to score, do they? And that's a chance that's...
Why has Harrison got his foot on that? Just don't look at the sky, mate. Stick your boot on it. Pompey, Jesus Christ. Why hasn't he got in front of the defender? Watch this, Tom. Watch Harrison at the back.
Yeah.
Attack the ball,
I
mate.
agree.
Don't wait for it. Attack it.
Anyway, that is the end of the first half at Fratton Park, and the referee's just about to blow his whistle. Anyway, the Sunderland owner is in the stands. Our owner isn't, obviously, tonight, and there's the man as he walks off the pitch that we're looking at, Charlie White, who is the only sole goal scorer in the first half for the visiting side. He's only needed to be Pompey given absolutely nothing in terms of anything, in fact, moving forward. And I think that chance from Ellis Harrison just easily sums it up, doesn't it? Let's speak to Richard, see what he's got to say about that first half performance.
Just before Richard says anything, Tom,
go on.
Just watching the Sunderland players come off the pitch there.
Yeah.
There's 4 or 5 of them in a little group there, all telling each other what they're doing and what they're not doing, having a right go at each other on the pitch. What are our guys doing? Head down, walk off. It's
because we're losing?
No, because we haven't got any spunk in us and we can't get out of gear and we've got no attitude towards it. They want this and they're going to prove it to us. Wouldn't surprise me if they don't get 3 or 4 in the second half. Seriously.
Richard, what did you make of that first half performance from Pompey?
Load of old rubbish. I think same as the weekend. Well, I think a little bit more of a spark than the weekend for the first, say, 10 minutes or so. But every ball forward just is a hit and hope. Harrison, well, looks he was not committed whatsoever to go for anything. Marquis, obviously, that was, in my eyes, that was a clear dive for a penalty. I don't think he got clipped. And yeah, they deserve the lead. And I honestly think they're going to come on and probably get another couple of goals in the second half, because they certainly deserve it. And I think Raggett was very, very lucky for that error in the back, which obviously McGilvery managed to collect, but yeah, very poor. And Sunderland, they're playing for each other. They can see their goal is to be in the top two, and they can clearly see it, and they're clearly going for it.
Absolutely. Sam, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a break for the time being, mate. I'll get a sort of if you don't mind. I mean, if you want
that's fine. Yeah, no worries.
15 minutes off, and we'll bring Alexander Negative into the conversation alongside Richard as well. He's been watching that first period. Richard, at the minute, mate, it's going to stretch to one win in Pompey's last 7 games in League One. That's terrifying, isn't it? Or to be expected though, perhaps.
Yeah. And I say Jackett's not bothered, is he? You know what I mean? Owen said to me, he said, why is Curtis on the bench? He didn't see Saturday's game. And I said, well, because he was atrocious on Saturday, just like all the team. He doesn't, I can't even see why Harrison's up front, because he tries to hold the ball up. He's not going in for the headers. He's not going in, as in for the chance where he could slide in to get the ball in the net. And it's just poor. It's same again. I think Raggett passed the ball right across the face of the edge of the box, and we were lucky not to get away, to get away with it really, because I think their striker, another split second, quicker, he would have been on the front of that, but no, it's poor. It's a shambles really.
Just a reminder before we speak to Alexander Negative, if you're brand new to Fournilwrittenalloverit tonight, you've never seen us before, there's a very good chance you are. First of all, leave us a like and much appreciated, because we're clutching at straws for nice things to think about. And also subscribe to the channel too, particularly on that first goal. What a poor one to concede, Reverend. I mean, it was absolutely shocking. Sorry, I should point out, he's not an actual Reverend. That is a nickname that dates back within the family for several years. In fact,
he is actually a reference.
He is to us anyway. Yeah. What did you make of the first goal, Charlie White?
Yeah, I mean, I think like the first half, same old. It's just disappointing, wasn't it? I don't mind us. I mean, obviously you don't want to concede, but I just think we just lack anything going forward. We don't create anything, do we, in the final third? No one seems to be particularly fast. Whereas every time they get close to our goal, they look like they can create something. I think Richard just said then, like they look like they want it, don't they? And we don't really look like we want it. And when we've got the ball at the back, we look a bit like Man City. We can knock it around all day, but as soon as we get anywhere near their goal, we're lacking, aren't we?
Unfortunately, at the back, that's where the similarities with anyone on anywhere near the level of Man City end. Isn't it?
Tom Turner's just texted in and said, "Play for us,
pray for us." And Nick Quinn says, "We need a reverend right now. You've got one metaphorically in front of us." Anything to? I know I just said we were clutching at straws in terms of people subscribing at home, but anything to clutch at straws at from a Pompey point of view that went perhaps our way early on. There's a little bit of a sort of 5-minute period I was watching the game. I was thinking, actually, this is looking a bit better. And then, and that's a spell that I'm sure Jacket will build on in the post-match interview. I wonder what you thought of it.
There are bits, aren't there, where we look reasonable. I think there's like periods that you could watch. If you just joined the game between 30 and 35 minutes, it would look like we were on top. But I bet if you look at the stats and you look at possession versus chances created, shots on target, all those sorts of things, we're probably nowhere near other than the possession bit.
Absolutely. I'm sorry to make it so brief. We'll drop you a FaceTime later on if you're still around, but we've got about sort of 5 or 6 guests to get in on the stream, Reverend. So thank you.
Okay.
Lovely to speak to you.
God be with you, my son.
God be with you. He's your son as well, isn't he?
And with you.
Thank you very much. See you shortly. Here's a bit of halftime thoughts from Ollie. Sorry to cover your face up, Richard, and mine. He said, horrendous deliveries in from the box was repeatedly overshot. Naylor looks a bit lost. I think having Cannon sat back next to him doesn't help. Cannon has played better as an attacking player, but clearly Kenny is trying to play White in a more attacking position. Not sure that's really worked for us. Needs to change it up for the second half. We've got no real width. Out left as wide cuts inside, and Daniels isn't fit enough to keep making those long runs, and he's run out of space on the screen. But we kind of get the gist as to what he's talking about. I wonder how much of that resonates with Brendan and Mike. Richard, by the way, thank you very much. And a score prediction from you for full time when we speak to you.
3-0 Sunderland.
Oh, don't disagree, to be honest with you, mate. Don't disagree. Thank you for the moment. Speak to the team.
Okay.
Oh, see you in a second, mate. Thank you. That was Richard, and we're gonna go in with Retro Shirt Sean will join the conversation in just a moment. Gents, just you don't look particularly happy. Brendan, your immediate reaction to what you've seen in front of you.
Well, I think Alexander was right. In the sense of if you join that the game sort of after we went 1-0 down, it does look like that we have been on top. Whether or not it's going to, as you said, show in the statistics at all in the stats. We've had a few chances going forward. I think Marquis was looking for a penalty instead of trying to look for a goal. He's looking for a touch and then went down, which I think was. I know as a striker, they want to touch and they want to go down, but I want you to score personally, So there was that. I think at the end there, when the ball was flashed across the 6-yard box and Marquis has got a glancing header, but barely anything on it, and then Harrison was didn't dive in for it, But what I'd like to go back on is before the game, I believe it was. Either side of me, Sean said it as well as Andrew said it. It was a negative lineup, which I think is a bit harsh on it. Really, we've gone 4-4-2, which everybody moans when we play 4-4-2-3-1. Everybody moans because everyone wants to play 4-4-2, and we're playing 2 strikers. Which is what we should do. If we want to score goals, you play your 2 strikers. However, they're not banging goals in as we expect them to.
Sean,
I know.
What do you think? Yeah, I think your mic's muted, mate.
I said, how about 2 strikers in form, though? That'd be nice.
But there is no striker in form, though. So you've got to play the 2 to get them in form, I agree with you. They're not in form. But, Willow will get you. Willow's been pushing forwards and been very productive, I think.
He's got nothing wide.
He's been one of the best players.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing wide.
No, and Harvey White on the left isn't working.
No,
I was watching it. I mean, Sunderland are using both wings to quite good effect, I think.
Yeah.
We're not using the left-hand side one little bit at all. No. I can't remember Charlie Daniels not pushing the ball forward, but then again, White's not there to receive the ball. He's not wide. He's not wide.
Charlie Daniels is getting to the half line, and then White's cutting into the middle of the pitch. There's no one ahead of him to throw it down the wing, and that's what we're good at. And I think either Jacobs or Curtis would have done that. Even if Curtis is not playing well, he still gives them that out and still gets down that wing and still gets a crossing. So it's something. And I think Williams on the right, but I think again Bolton isn't pushing forward. He hangs back, so that leaves Williams having to do a lot more. He gets tired quicker.
I think you're right. Bolton is holding back a little bit more than what Johnson would have done. But in the same token, they're all worried about conceding another goal, so they've got to have the cover when it goes back across the other side. I mean, Sunderland are spreading the ball about quite a bit, both sides, and we're trying to stop them doing that. I can see that.
I think it's because we're a 4-4-2. We've got a flat back middle 2 instead of having a diamond with Cannon at the front and having an out for the defence and then pushing and then getting it to the wings. We don't have that. And I think we're struggling in the middle of the park. We're too deep, and we've got Cannon next to Naylor, who's inept there. You just can't do it. He's an attacking midfielder.
We've got nothing. We can't create anything. I mean, he said it before. The lad before turned around and said, Richard, I think it was, who said that we're not creating at all. Well, I don't think we are. Again, the big long balls are coming in. Mine and Andrew's pet hates. We don't like those long balls up like that. I mean, they're not doing it. They're playing football through. We should be doing it. We're lacking in. Kenny's tactics are terrible when it comes that we have to resort to long balls like this all the time.
Gents, I'm so sorry to cut across all four of you because I think this is fantastic chat from a Pompey point of view.
The other guys.
Well, absolutely, but this is definitely something that we'll be more than happy to build on once the full-time whistle goes. So thank you and we'll probably all be even more angry by then. So thank you all three of you for the moment. See you in a second or two. Right, let's speak to. I like the fact that we're going 2-on-2 at the minute. Let's speak to Mr. Adam Poirier and Alex Hayward. Welcome, boys.
Hello, chaps.
How's it going?
Adam, to you first, mate. I think that first half, I don't know.
Target men,
mate.
Wow. I think the target men just aren't on target for us. I mean, it sounds weird, but I don't think we played awfully. But I think there's definitely some good points in our play. I think Ryan Williams has been bouncing around like a kangaroo. I think he's really been dictating the play for us.
That's a pun, isn't it?
Yeah, because it very good. I like that. Yeah.
But I think that's one of the positives I can think of, really. But not really much else happening.
Very few positives.
Yeah, not much.
Oh, sorry, is it my turn? I was expecting Alex to just go on from there and tell us his thoughts. And is there any way that you can? I know it's a stupid question, but is there any way that you can see this Pompey team working its way back into it in the second half?
Not the way we're set up at the moment, but I think 4-4-2. I think the chaps are quite right in saying that it's not too negative, but the way we play 4-4-2 is negative. We play a left winger as Harvey White, who's a centre midfielder. He's not got the pace. He's not got the Ryan Williams of just bouncing around like a kangaroo, and then playing two target men up front. We know that doesn't happen. We've literally seen in the past Crouch Defoe. You play one of them who knocks down to the other because you need the difference. Otherwise, you just get what we've had. Two players that aren't really target men because they're not that good. And it's farcical how many chances Marquis is going to miss there. And I was speaking to my dad throughout the game, and he said, I think he wants it on a plate too much. And I said, maybe that's what happened at Doncaster. But then I'm thinking, we've put the ball on the plate so many times for him, and we've seen him miss so many times. And it's just so frustrating. And I think Ellis Harrison's completely pony. So it doesn't work.
I think I agree with Harrison. I'm quite a fan of Marcus as it happens. I think if you play the ball through to him,
like Marquis,
to his feet, like you would to Jermaine Defoe, you put that ball through to one-on-one, there's a fair chance he'll have a better chance of scoring. This high ball up to him when he's got to get his head on it. He's not a number 9, is he? Let's face it, not from that sort of sense of opinion. And Harrison is, in my view, absolute toilet. I agree with you. I've never thought the guy was any good, and he proves it tonight. I think he's lazy. I think he's not really interested. His header, his free header he had with that corner that came in, it went straight over the corner flag almost. Shocking attempt.
I will back him up a bit. I think he's held the ball up a few times quite well, but apart from that,
all he's looking for, though, every time the ball goes into him, the only thing he's looking for is a foul. And I'm not saying that because he's not good enough, and the other players shouldn't be giving him an option, but it's not looking to hold the ball up to knock and go. It's just looking, someone needs to foul me, and they're just kicking the ball through his legs. So it's not. I mean, I don't know why. Obviously, the players probably haven't trained with it because Kenny wouldn't have kind of got Plan B. But why don't we just sit into a 4-3-3, put Cannon, Naylor, and White all in the middle, not massively on the wing, just playing the ball in the middle, and then stick another winger on for Harrison, and then we play Williams, maybe Harness or Curtis or Jacobs, and Marquis up front.
But he's not going to change anything.
It's a little bit outside the jacket comfort zone, unfortunately, Alex.
He's not going to change anything for the next 20 minutes, is he? He's not going to change 3 players at half time.
He did on Saturday.
We had to with 4-0.
No, it wasn't actually.
On Saturday it's 60 minutes, 4 changes. So it's just like we were 4-0 down then. We're only 1-0 down now. He's probably thinking this is the
time to change it, and it doesn't look like he's made any changes. But you've got to be looking at Ronan Curtis to come on in, and maybe Jacobs, haven't you, or both even.
You have. Adam, you've got the final word before we very quickly speak to Aaron, and then we get back to Sam for commentary. But Sunderland now, this is looking like it's going to be 2 losses in 22. You can see exactly why, can't you?
Oh yeah, they've absolutely flown us really on the wides. Like they're doing what they're meant to do. Like Wyke is the target man that we want. It's quite sad, to be honest. I mean, he's doing exactly what we want, but Marquis just isn't Wyke, unfortunately. I think that's where it comes from.
Alex, what do you reckon the full-time score is going to be, mate?
2-3-0 Sunderland. I just think, just quickly before I leave, that corner was just a training ground routine, wasn't it? 09 took a nailer away, blocked Raggett off. It's just stuff we don't practice. But that's my final say.
No, fair comment.
Thank you, gents, for the moment. We'll speak to you both at full time. And
final score.
Oh, Adam as well. Fine. Sorry about the haircut comment, by the way. I feel a little bit harsh. Look at mine. It's not. I don't trust him to cut it either.
And I would never say anything detrimental about your hair.
Thank you, Andrew. I think, yeah, a 2-0, 3-1, maybe. I'm not sure. A final push from us, but it's always those last-minute goals that we always cling on for, but it doesn't really mean anything.
Okay, gents, thank you for the moment. We'll speak to you both at half-time. Let's get back to Sam, and we're going to have a comment from Aaron too before we crack on. Go on, mate. Speak your mind.
Woeful at the first half. Every time we had the ball, especially near their area, 3 players on them straight away. There's a little bit more passion than Saturday, but not a great deal. And I think they've put a belt in the ball, so Mark Harness and Mark Quist knows when it's coming. I'm glad you got that, Andrew. We're next 10 minutes. If we do not score in 10 minutes, they're going to win 3-0. If we need to, but our players are looking for fouls. Don't just play to feet and everything. This hoofball, I'm sick and tired of this hoofball. Because you can see it happening all the time, and it's that 50-50, and we're not actually getting them balls at all. And yeah, fair enough. Our players were all out early before Sunderland, but they're all just hugging each other. But it's like, just get on with it. Play football. We know you can play football. Prove it. Do you think that they've actually got their heads all set for Saturday? Some of them that are going to be playing Saturday, is that why they're not playing in form? But they haven't been playing on form now for months, so they need to step up now. Really step up.
I'd say to that, Aaron, that Saturday's really a nothing game right now, isn't it? I don't know if that's just the way I see it.
It's just a hindrance, isn't it?
Yeah, because we should have been playing Peterborough on Saturday, and now after tonight, Peterborough have now got a whole week until they play us on Tuesday. And we've got to play Salford on Saturday. That's if it goes ahead, because if the legitimate players that were in the final last year, semi-final, Salford's only got 5 players, and we've got 12. So it's like all fun and games at the moment. So
how many have we got?
They've got 5 players legible, and we've got 12.
Yeah, I think that's going to need to be something that they sort out before Saturday, isn't it?
They'll probably still beat us then.
Well, yeah, with 5 men on the pitch, yeah.
Yeah, probably. We'll beat ourselves. That no one else needs to turn out. We'll just beat ourselves. So, but next 15 minutes, if we don't score next 15 minutes, then they haven't even come out of second gear yet. So I can see at least another goal, 2 goals in this. If we don't score, it'd be 3-0.
Thank you, Aaron. Kenny Jackett's coat. I don't think it is actually Kenny Jackett's coat, but he's commented saying Black Cats are coasting. They don't need to press because there's no challenge from us. It's embarrassing. It's exactly what Aaron and Sam were saying in the it might be embarrassing to watch on Saturday against Salford City. Yeah, in the commentary. Sorry, Aaron. Thank you for the moment, mate. We'll develop what you've been saying at full time. And sorry to hear you. So
speak to you soon.
Nice to see your fish tank, mate. Anyway.
Yeah, no worries.
See you in a bit.
Cleaned them out the other day, so it's like I've got big 2 filters and everything, and they're running a bit slow. And
big old job that is, mate.
Yeah, a couple of hours work that is, but might as well do something because nothing else is really good at the moment. So
speak to you at full time, mate.
Yeah, no worries. Speak to you soon.
Cheers, mate. What have you made of the opening 4 minutes or so, Sam? To this, we're 48-21, by the way. I hope that sort of sits all right with you.
Well, yeah, mate, I just got on Twitter and I said that, the obvious changes are Curtis on for White, Harness on for Harrison, 4-4-2, Harness up front, press them, try and win the ball back, be aggressive. Do you know what? If we did that and we lost, I really wouldn't care. The fact we've just come out of the same team, same rubbish that we had for the first half, yeah, mate, it is what it is. I can't really keep saying the same things over and over again each week about how one-dimensional Pompey are, how they've got no tactical nous.
But it's nothing that changes, is it, Sam? So you are needing to say it every week.
Yeah, it keeps on happening. I agree what the boys were saying earlier about getting two strikers on doesn't necessarily always mean you're going to score goals. I think it's quite you get your strikers on automatically means goals. I like the 4-4-2 when it's played in a certain way with pressing strikers. You harness, you're playing up front instead is something a bit different. Not this. This is just one-dimensional hoofball, and it is just soul-sapping, as I've said a number of times. And the fact he hasn't changed anything again, it just speaks levels. I thought he would have changed something.
Pompey just always looked like they're just chasing
so
the
much
ball.
pressure on him.
Sorry, Sam. You froze there. I didn't realise you're still talking. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, no. There's so much pressure on him, and for him not to make a change, it just so stubborn,
arrogant and stubborn.
Yeah, but then again, it just got mentioned on Sky about his time at Wolves when it came to an end. Apparently, it was a very similar thing with the local press, the fans. They really the whole style of football, the way they were playing, it just came to a head. And I think Andrew mentioned it earlier. They just mentioned it on Sky, so. It's just maybe that is this moment, this run of form.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you would consider Fournilwrittenalloverit as local press, but we've very much been discussing
international,
it.
mate.
Sorry,
worldwide,
international press. Tom, get it right.
Sorry, worldwide. Yeah, absolutely. All four corners of the globe, and back me up with that, ladies and gents. Let us know where you're joining us live on Fournilwrittenalloverit in the live chat now, and we can tell you exactly how worldwide we are, and we'll probably get a load of Haven't and Paulsgrove in the chat now, won't we? Now I've said that.
Yeah, we'll get some from Milton, but interestingly, most people.
Does it connote arrogance, by the way?
Yeah, yes.
To you,
course, yeah, yes, yeah, arrogance, and I'm the man, and nothing's going to change my thick head. I'm just going to go and do what I want to do. He's there to earn the rest of his money. To the end of the season, he's off. He doesn't care.
Right. Let's. The comments are absolutely flooding in. First off. Retro shirt Sean feels sick from eating too many jammy Dodgers. Aldershot, that's new, Sam. Oliver's joining us from Cheltenham, New York State, Slough, Montenegro, Denmark, Granada, Littlehampton. Craig's watching from the toilet. Cheers, Craig. Thanks for that. Anthony's in the bath. A lot of people in the loo at the minute. Mickey's watching us from London. Simon's all the way from Yorkshire. The USA from Glen, Newcastle, Littlehampton. Amy's still in Rushden.
She's still in Rushden.
Colchester, Newport, South Wales. Crikey. My word. I was watching it from the bathers. For my comment. Sonny Paul, funny enough, we are the same, mate. Malta, Margate, London. There we go. World reaching here on Fournilwrittenalloverit. Thank you very much indeed for that. Brian, again, there you go, Sam. There's the furthest one for you. Rio de Janeiro. Brian joins us all the way from. He's a regular on the show. Thank you very much indeed, everyone, for getting in touch and confirming that for me. 52 minutes has been played now. It's still 1-0 to the visiting side. And that's exactly what you were saying, actually, Sam. Nicola's saying that since Kenny came in, he's sapped all the joy out of the football club. It's almost like who's that old man in Up? What's his name? Carl Jefferson. No, that's not his name. Is that his name? Mr. Fredrickson? Reminds me a bit of Mr. Jacket. I don't know if that resonates with anyone else. But here comes Charlie Daniels now with a throw-in on this near side. Hello to Martin, joins us from Sunshine Coast in Australia. Welcome along.
Good morning.
I don't know what time it is. Probably, into Wednesday. And Marcus lives in Malta. Thank you for joining us all the way from Malta. And there's Harvey White, who's just watching the ball fire.
He joined us from Tottenham.
He did. 53 minutes has been played. And
so that just proves the fact, Tom, we're not local press.
Not local press. International press. Thank you, everyone, for helping us out with that one. There's James Bolton now for Pompey.
At least we are press, not like Piers Morgan.
Well, at least we're press.
We're still in a job.
I don't think Pompey know what pressing is, actually. No.
I didn't. He went on loan to Charlton.
Quite hit the spot. Let's Aidan McGeady now was doing his best to stand up against Charlie Daniels. It'll be a Sunderland throw-in. Sorry, go on.
Alan didn't make a comment. Did he make a comment, or was he going?
Is he too upset to, Sam? I think probably.
We're just both really bored, mate. We're just both sat here, just so bored. We just need the season to end. Just need it to end. Need something to look forward to when we watch the football now. We still watch it.
Don't we want 13 games of exciting, exhilarating attitude football.
Yeah, I'd love it, mate, but I just can't see it happening. There's nothing in this team. At least Jacket could maybe change something if he's going.
Not yet. It's not yet. It's not 3 minutes to go.
It's approaching the sort of time they normally make a substitution, though, Sam, isn't it?
No, 70 minutes, Tom.
70 minutes usually.
We're getting there somewhere, somehow.
Too late, isn't it? She's 2-0 down.
Sunderland, literally, they don't look like they've actually tried tonight.
They need to, do they?
I've got a feeling that if they score, I think they're going to up the ante, and then it'll be they'll score again. So they haven't got out of first gear. They really haven't. They're playing all the football. They look like a team. We're just so disjointed and offering nothing going forward.
Sam thinks it's very much a case of if not when for the next Sunderland goal. Hasn't happened yet. We'll let you know when it does. Ryan Williams chasing the ball down on halfway, but Sunderland will retain possession now, and that's Charlie White, the goal scorer for the Mackhams. Is 1-2 touch football, and I believe that's I think that's James Bolton. He's been frustrated by the fact that Sunderland remain in possession. It's almost an attempt to dance through the Pompey rear lines. 55 minutes on the clock. You're watching us live on Fournilwrittenalloverit across the globe, as we've established so far. If you're new to the channel, drop us a subscribe as the ball goes in, and that one's gonna.
He's gonna win it.
Well, he's gonna win it anyway. Jack Watmore was very much second best to that one, and Ryan Williams is out there trying to sort things out on that on Sunderland's left hand side, Pompey's right, and now Pompey's still looking like they're chasing shadows. This is Jordan Jones working his way into the box, left foot, right foot, gets the cross in, and eventually Jack Watmore rises highest, and that one will be a Sunderland throw-in right down on that near touch line. And again, it's just a case of rinse and repeat, isn't it? And it's a easy way. Charlie Daniels just
cut ball in.
Yeah. To be fair, there wasn't too much on it for Jack Watmore to worry about in terms of him getting it away. But as Sam said over and over tonight, they didn't need to, do they? It's too easy for them. The only way it might sit, Sam, and this might be me being incredibly over-optimistic, but if it stays like this, which it looks like Sunderland are relatively happy for it to do, a penalty perhaps in the dying moments for Pompey.
You're clutching at straws, aren't you?
Seeing us salvaging a point perhaps if it stays 1-0 for any much longer.
I think that's the worst result possible, Tom, because we need more. There needs to be something give at boardroom level or from the owners, because we can't get promoted playing like this, and we know that even if we end up in the playoffs, we won't get promoted. It's just not going to happen. I'd like to see if I think a draw is the worst result tonight. You know, we either go for it, try and get the win, or Sunderland will just easily get the win. I just don't understand this team selection and what's going on with it.
Oh, I'd like to. Curtis is coming on 6 minutes.
Curtis is getting ready.
I was just about to say Curtis and Jacobs coming on. It just depends who brings off.
Having a discussion with the Irishman.
If he brings off Williams, if he brings off Williams, it's the most Kenny Jacket move ever.
There is a push on Ryan Williams and
got away with it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got away with it. And there's Charlie White hunting that one down. Ryan Williams not happy with the referee, but
he won't be happy with Kenny Jacket in a minute when he takes him off.
Again, it's clutching at straws, isn't it?
No, it's a foul.
Oh, there's an opportunity here, and Craig McGilvery's come out to it, and that's 2-0 Sunderland. Didn't quite see what happened there because we're just coming back from some highlights, but Jordan Jones has doubled the visitors' lead at Fratton Park.
Superb finish.
What happened there? I don't know if you've seen the replay already, Stan, but it looked like it stemmed from a Jack Watmore defensive throw-in.
It was Sean Raggett.
Oh, my word.
Donkey.
That is horrendous.
That's two now in the space of 3 weeks.
That's got to be one of his worst moments of the season.
Just get rid, you freaking idiot. That is what we've been saying about that man as well all season, isn't it? It's dodgy as you like. Look at that brilliant finish. Thanks very much. Ta-da.
Yeah, we would. There's no maybe about it.
Second goal for Jordan Jones this season. As I said, he's been doing good things up in the northeast so far for them, and now he's doubled their lead. I was about to say against their playoff rivals, but that's not the case anymore, is it?
Rivals to anyone now, mate.
We're approaching the 60-minute mark. Ronan Curtis is now on the pitch.
Oh, that'll be right then.
Harvey White has been relieved from his duties, and it's Michael Jacobs who makes his way back into the team. And it was Harrison that he took off, Sam. So not the Williams that you're expecting from Kenny Jackett.
Well,
your reaction to the goal initially, mate, because we haven't spoken to you yet.
Yeah, the goal is a great finish by Jordan Jones. He sat McGilvery down, and it was a lovely finish. Obviously, completely horrendous mistake by Raggett yet again. Regards to substitutions, I like that. He's gone move Curtis up front or Williams up front, which is good. I like that move, but that should have happened at the start of the game.
Far too late
now. It's too late now. The game's gone. The game is very much gone. So yeah, I just again very Kenny Jackett, trying to be defensive, making mistakes, gifting goals away. But no, let's be solid at the back. Let's make sure we defend properly. It's disgraceful, and it shouldn't have. It needs for that to be how Portsmouth are playing, and that's what it's just not fair on the fans. It's just soul sapping, and it's just not what Pompey fans deserve. We want a team that's going to fight. We want a team that's exciting. We want a team that looks like they want it. That looks like it's going to win. That looks like they're going to try and win. They've got a way of playing. This side's got nothing, absolutely nothing.
And so depressingly, Sam, we were expecting this, weren't we, before the game?
Yeah. I think most Pompey fans were expecting a Sunderland win. Didn't think it was going to be this easy for them. We just offered nothing at all. Literally nothing going forward. We've had a half chance with Marquis, but you know that they're alive. Look for the goal. They're alive. They're looking like they're gonna. They want to press. They want to get to the front, and they want to try and win the ball back high at the pitch.
Sam,
we
can I
don't
just
do that.
can I just make the comment that, like the fans, and I think along with the fans, those players out on the pitch have in the last 2 months not enjoyed any football, not enjoyed playing the football, not enjoyed watching the football. Sad to say it, but can you see a smile or any sense of enjoyment on the players' faces even before the game?
Would you be enjoying it?
No, I would be, because what I'm saying is, Tom, that's what I'm saying. The whole thing's been drained out of them. Comes from the top, doesn't it? This attitude has come right through the football club. This negativity.
I agree with Andrew there. You know, players want to be playing they want to enjoy themselves. They want to be playing in an exciting way. They aren't. They're being sucked down with him. They're being asked to play in a negative way. They can't be enjoying it. I'd just love to see how this squad would do with a new manager for this last 15 games, to see what would happen. I honestly think they'd finish in the playoffs and could get promoted. But under this manager, it's never happening. It's never happening.
No.
I don't think it will happen next season if he's given the opportunity to, Sam. Perhaps.
Tom, I can't.
If he's given the opportunity, I'm not going to renew my season ticket.
This is what I mean. I wouldn't renew my season ticket. My dad wouldn't. I don't think that they would. I think they're more business savvy than to. They'll know that people won't renew season tickets if he's given an extension.
If they were that business savvy, Sam, surely Jackett wouldn't be in a role at the minute at the football club.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I can't answer that, but I can answer it for you, Sam. The reason they're doing this is because it's to save dishing out the cash to change him, because they think there might be a chance. We're still in the playoffs and we're still at Wembley. We're still in the playoffs. They keep thinking that. And therefore, with the minimal games to go, leave him where he is. It's better damage limitation and the cost limitation.
I'll throw this one your way, Sam. I've seen a couple of comments in recent weeks on some of the content that we've been putting out, and they've been saying it's not just Kenny Jackett and the Eisners. You can blame the players, and some of the blame falls at their door as well. How much do you come to that conclusion when you watch Pompey play at the minute?
I'm in the same boat as Andrew. Like the players are being dragged down with him. You know, they don't enjoy playing. They don't enjoy playing the football that they're asked to play. Why should they be expected to? I get they're professionals. I get they're getting paid to do a job. They've got to put their 100% effort in. But if you're being dragged down and told to play a certain way that they're just not buying into, and it does not work, it's proven to not work. It's our form recently. Why is that? Why should they be expected? Well, they should obviously be expected to give everything for the shirt. But I can see that they are to some extent, but there's just no belief in what they're doing and what they're being told to do.
Since Jacobs and Curtis have come on, at least there's been a little bit more effort. Look, he's done well to get a corner out of that, to be fair.
There is perhaps a shout for a pen in there somewhere as well if the referee's feeling like it. But
I think so.
Anyway, yeah, it's something that's dwindled over the last couple of weeks, isn't it? And Pompey, and the thing for me as well is that it's out there now for the world to see. Sky Sport spreads nationwide, worldwide, and now it's handbags of Ronan Curtis on the touchline too. And people are watching this absolute horror show from Pompey, and they must just be sat there just laughing at what this former powerhouse of English football have become in the last couple of weeks. I think that's a strong thing to say, but I completely believe in it and stand by the fact that this is. It's just something that's been slowly but surely deteriorating in the background. Not in the last couple of weeks. I can see why Ronan Curtis is angry there with Sanderson. He's given him a little push and got all aggressive. But luckily, it was quite a few people over quite quickly to deal with that one. And he'll go in the book there, Sanderson, for that one. But I wonder how you feel about that one, Sam, and whether this can ever be rekindled. And it obviously can't under Kenny Jackett, and that's where the problem lies, isn't it?
No, this is where have we gone in 4 years? I mean, the first season in League One, yeah, we're getting League One. We'll finish in a decent position. Don't necessarily to get promoted, but you're there to try and rebuild and get in a good position.
Tell me another club in the country that would keep a manager for 4 years playing like this.
Liverpool.
Yeah, no, I can't, Andrew. That's the truth.
I think Liverpool would probably keep Jurgen Klopp.
Oh, slightly different level, Tom Jurgen.
No, you said give me a team in the country.
He won't be sacked, will he?
No, exactly.
No. They won the freaking Premier League last year, the first time in 20 years, mate.
Yes, but your question, what? I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Well, don't, because it's a silly analogy, isn't it?
Well, you asked the question.
I asked the question. Who would put up with a manager for 4 years without sacking him playing like this? That's my question. Liverpool certainly do not play like this.
What is it, Sam? 8th, 4th, 5th last 3 seasons with Kenny Jackett?
Yeah, but I ignore the first season because I do. The squad was in a transitional stage. The last 3 seasons we've gone nowhere. We are literally in the same position as where we've actually gone. We've gone down in the league.
Coventry City with no football stadium and 6,000 fans and no money are in the Championship and consolidating nicely.
Managed to get their place back at the Rico as well in the last week.
Luton Town got promoted from League 2, got promoted from League 1, all whilst we've been floundering in League 1.
And they haven't got any money. They're a small little club in Hertfordshire or Bedfordshire. They've got no money. What are we talking about? Investment and build from the bricks up slowly. What 11 years this will be in the League 1 and 2.
Another good example that Tom mentioned earlier is we played Barnsley 2 seasons ago, and if we'd won that game, we'd be in the Championship, and they'd still be in League 1. Look where Barnsley are now.
Yeah, and look who's scoring for them.
Pushing up to the playoffs in the Championship, and we were in a very similar position to them. Also, I do think that was a good penalty shout on Jacobs there. I think we got the ball first, and then the guy went through him.
It's it's very, very much an evening that was looking like it was going this way, and we did miss that a little bit. But careful jolting around. But I think that is almost as clutching at straws as some of the questions that I've put to both of you in the last 3 hours or so. But here comes Charlie Daniels for Pompey, puts an early ball in, and Ronan Curtis rose the highest for it. And if he connected with that, we could be maybe talking about a different story, but it'll be a goal kick and nothing will come of it. Not enough in that one for a pen, actually, Sam, for me. I don't know I don't know how we missed it, to be honest, but
yeah, it was a bit of a just coming together. I don't think you can give that as a penalty. It was a similar one to that. I don't know if you saw Swansea v Middlesbrough at the weekend. There was Neil Warnock went mental in an interview afterwards. But there was a similar kind of one where the players come through and then made contact just as he's touching the ball, so you can't really call it.
Do you remember Gavin Ward officiating at Fratton Park? He was the man in the middle for that game, and we've had some fun encounters with him over the last few years.
I'd say that we used to really, before watching TV, watching Pompey on TV, we used to really look forward to going to the games, didn't we? And home and away, and having a good day out and enjoying ourselves at the football. That used to be the fun, didn't it? I was at work today thinking, I want to go home to see my family, but I don't want to be put through another night of this. Yeah, why am I feeling like that? I don't want to watch my team play football. It's shocking.
I will say one thing is that, you have the whole thing about being a football fan is you have your ups and downs, and Pompey have had their fair share of downs, but
4 years of downs, mate. 4 years of downs.
12 years of downs.
One year, Kenny Jackett won't be the manager of his football club, and that is a positive to look forward to, in my eyes. And and that when we do eventually get promoted, which will happen eventually, it will be all the more sweeter because you've experienced these lows. But it's not good at the moment, boys.
70 minutes has been played at Fratton Park. The visitors, Mackham's moving like we're almost not there. It's the same against, well, to a degree, Gillingham, Doncaster very much so, Gillingham very much so. It's been boys against men all evening here at Fratton Park, sadly to say, but it has. And
why hasn't Bolton headed that back to the keeper?
I don't know, but I'm going to have a jammy dodger if there's any left. Or have you eaten them all?
No, there's some there.
Sam, I really think you'd improve your match day experience with some jammy dodgers. I don't know if that might be something you consider for Wembley, but
yeah, next week I'll be on it.
Go on, you're going to say something.
I'm not going to say anything. Really?
I feel like I'm a bit of a curse, Tom. Every time I've come on, we've either drawn or lost.
Kenny Jackett's the curse, mate, not you. Don't worry.
No such thing as a curse, mate. Only if you're superstitious.
There's also no such thing as coincidences, is it? And it isn't a coincidence that the last 3 weeks, well, probably the last month or so, it's obvious to see that the players are not playing for someone, whether it be, I know it's probably the man that we've all been talking about.
Tom. I think it's a case of playing the formation and playing the right players and having the right attitude towards it.
It's very difficult to take it into your own hands,
to the fact at times everyone can sit on the touchline and complain about a manager, but 4 years of this same old. We got great players, individual players out there, but there's no width, there's no formation, there's no understanding of what you should do. There's no moving into space and passing the ball.
That one sums it up quite nicely.
Look,
14 more games with Jackett in charge. That's 21 more hours of watching this garbage. That'll be £140 on iFollow. Thank you very much to Michael and Erica.
It won't be 140 quid because I'm watching it.
More satire than Sam earlier on in that one, but thank you for your comment. And 72 minutes has been played at Fratton Park. We're still live for you across Fournilwrittenalloverit. Thank you if you're sticking with us. I don't know how you are. I don't quite know how we've been doing it, to be honest with you, but we are nonetheless. And Michael Jacobs is taking a corner for Pompey, and that one, as you would expect, has been defended very well by Sunderland. It's as far out as Andy Cannon, and Michael Jacobs will get a second bite at the cherry now. Props to go back to Cannon. Cannon will take his cross. It will be a deep one and very, very easy for Lee Burge to claim.
We've really got them under pressure now, haven't we?
That's quite a good comment. Who's up now?
Pompey have had 0 shots on target. I think that tells you everything you need to know.
In 73 minutes of football. That's what Sheffield. That's what Sheffield United do, Sam.
Chop him with the food, mate. Hello. Oh,
good save.
I have to say, Sunderland looked very, very. I'm not saying that Pompey have obviously been very, very poor, but Sunderland do look a very good side under Lee Johnson. Deserves some credit. Much better team.
Sam, 4 weeks ago they weren't a better team. There's exactly the same players with a different manager.
I know, and I'm not trying to bring. I'm just trying to take the chat away from Pompey at the moment. But I just think if you look at the way they're playing with their manager, they look a very solid team. And
the point I'm making is that they haven't changed any of the players. They've just changed the manager and changed the formation, the way they play football, and got some get up and go in them.
And I'm giving them credit for it.
Yeah, no, you should. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, look at this.
That's a corner conceded by Charlie Daniels. I think it'll be it's Jordan Jones who doubled Sunderland's lead, and again, it's the long ball, Sam, but it works, doesn't it?
A long ball, it's a cross ball, and that's played for. This is training.
There's an argument for a handball in there as well.
This is training. This is the way you play your football when you get an opportunity like that, and you've got wide players that are going to take the ball.
That long ball over was directed. It had a purpose, you know. It had someone to aim it for that they knew was going to get the ball. It wasn't just a lump up towards someone who's already marked by a centre half.
And Michael Jacobs
handballed that. He's picked it up on the white line.
Yeah, I thought he was. I did think it was a little bit sort of why he picked it up so early. I wasn't quite sure. I was about to say Michael Jacobs has watched that one out of play, but he hasn't done, has he? And here will be the subsequent corner. He's got past Harvey White with so much ease, and the ball goes in. Sanderson Rose, and that one's away as far as it's going to be back out now conclusively by Charlie Daniels over to the north stand. But the deep intake of breath tells you from Andrew there, Sam, that was a decent opportunity to make it 3.
Yeah. Again, they could make it 3 easily. I just don't think they're really trying that hard at the moment.
I'd like to put this out there. We need a statement from the football club as to why they're standing by this manager. Not they're standing by him. Why are you standing by this? And why are you allowing us to go through this? Our colleague just said there, 140 quid on iFollow, the next 13 games, totally depressed with your own football club. Lots of fans go through this. I appreciate it, Sam. But we could change it so easily.
There does need to be a statement, I think, because there's only been off the record stuff from the news.
Oh my word! How the hell has that not crossed the line from Craig McGilvery? Who's the second time tonight, actually, Sam, that he's really. Hang on a second. He's really lucky to not see that one just trickle over into the back of the net, Craig McGilvery, and that ball again is just completely done Andy Cannon and then worked his way to there, and it's again Sean Maggott's almost poked it into.
So they're looking like they want the third one, and we're not looking like we want to get into the game. We don't look like we want to get back in the game. We don't feel like we want to get back in the game. They're disappointed they're not 3-0 up. With 15 minutes to go away from home. It's a joke, isn't it? It's a mentality. It's an attitude.
I think Cannon is done for the night. He'll be leaving the field. It'll be a substitution. It's Marcus Harness, who inadvertently is coming on, probably not through choice by Kenny Jackett, but it will be he'll be making his way onto the pitch nonetheless, and not well. I suppose it applies to the whole team tonight, but not Andy Cannon's best game in a blue shirt. But it's been no one's best game in a blue shirt tonight, has it? It's completely unacceptable, is what it is.
Harness is going to come on.
To be honest, Sam, what do you actually think a statement would do? Would it?
No, not a statement. Just an explanation.
Yeah, that's what I mean. An explanation as to why they're keeping him. Because at the moment, there's only been the bit from the news where it's a source from from the clubs told them what's the general consensus. But there needs to be reasoning behind. I would love to know why someone at the club has come up with the conclusion that he's the best man to get this club promoted this season. On what basis? He's failed the last 3 seasons doing that. So how have they come to that conclusion that he's the right man to do that? It really doesn't add up. But I can't see anything happening, and that's the saddest part of all this. I can't see any sort of statement regarding the manager or regarding why they're keeping him happening. I really can't. How are we going to do against Peterborough next week?
Well, Peterborough's going to go pear-shaped, isn't it? It's probably going to be worse than this tonight because Peterborough
lost tonight, I think.
Peterborough could stick 6 past us because of the attackers they got. They could stick 6 past us easily.
Yeah, I dread watching Johnson Clark-Harris messing us about.
That's next Tuesday.
Dembele as well. Dembele, Sammy Smodics.
Next Tuesday.
Yeah, next Tuesday. Next league game. This cup final game shouldn't be mentioned because it's completely irrelevant. And if they try and divert any attention onto it, they're just taking the fans for being mugged.
I think, well, perhaps
the fans sit here. We know that the people above aren't stupid, but you would have thought that the people above also realise that the fans aren't stupid. Surely, Andrew. I don't know how you see that, but just to give you an update on what's happening on the pitch, Jordan Jones is being retracted from action tonight. He's put in a shift for the Mackhams, and everyone on Weir side will be absolutely chanting his name at home tonight. And it's Chris Maguire, familiar face, takes his place at Fratton Park, as he has done many times before, and we're heading into the last 10 minutes now. Daniel said, pure and simple, the owners don't want to pay out the rest of Kenny's contract. Also, if we miss playoffs, Kenny is to blame. If Pompey bring in another manager and we fail, they could be liable. Thank you for your comment, Daniel.
Fair comment.
Great to see you back in the stream. 10 minutes to go. Andrew's having a bit of a cough. And Sam, anything to expect from the next 10 minutes, or will it just be a case of what we've seen for the other 80 tonight?
Yeah, I can't see us creating anything that's going to really change the game. Or, I mean, I know he's just brought Harness on, but that's probably half an hour too late. Sunderland will just see this out, a nice 2-0 win, and they'll take that as they look to close in on those automatic promotion spaces, which I think is a really realistic goal for them. It's just another sapping performance from Pompey, and to be honest, it's not much of an improvement on Saturday. In all honesty, what have they? They haven't really offered that much more than they did on Saturday. They just conceded a few more silly goals than they have today, but the performance has been just as bad. Offered nothing going forward.
Reflected Saturday on several points, hasn't it? The total lack of anything really, and the shots on target tells you everything you need to know, doesn't it?
Wouldn't you think that the team coming off that, an absolute embarrassing result against a relegation-threatened team who've just lost again tonight, would you expect a little bit more of a reaction than this?
Of course you
would. From a Portsmouth team, it's just embarrassing, and it just takes the fans to being stupid.
Well, it does look like it's going to be a long 13 games plus a trip to Wembley that we all know we could rather do without, and we probably won't want to watch on Saturday. It might just be an even worse example, Sam, to show the country on Sky Sports that Pompey are absolutely shocking, and it's twice in.
Oh, and they're taking a mickey.
Twice in the space of 1 week, and they are taking a mickey.
9 minutes to go, and they're all over us still in our box.
You would imagine Salford City will probably do the same on Saturday, and there's
I hope
Sanderson
so.
and Curtis has fallen to the floor, and Michael Jacobs is trying to work a ball through, and nothing will be given for Curtis's troubles. And 82 minutes is the time on the clock now. You're watching us live on Fournilwrittenalloverit. Thank you for joining us, and apologies on our behalf that we can't be bringing you anything more positive from our perspective. But
Will Kenny Jackett get interviewed on Sky Sports after this?
They will speak to him on Sky, yeah.
Well, then could we just go to that and keep everyone on the channel and see what the comments look like at the end of the game and then come back to it?
No, we can't, unfortunately.
Oh, why not?
Because we're live on YouTube.
Well, why can't we listen to the comments?
Because we'll get a copyright strike.
No, we'll just leave this off for a minute and listen to what Kenny Jackett says. Turn that off and go back to listen to what everyone says about Kenny Jackett's comment.
If you desperately want to watch it, I can give you some headphones and I'll carry on, so you can hear what he's got to say, and then you'll be able to feed back to us. That will happen a sort of a minute or two before we speak to you, and I would imagine that we'll.
I want to hear what he's got to say about it, Tom.
Well, you'll be able to hear what it's
to the world at large.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Not a problem. I can do that for you.
Well, I can go in the kitchen.
No. You you won't be able to watch in the kitchen. You go. I'll just give you the headphones to stick in for a minute or two. Craig McGilvery at the back now. There's Jack Watmore.
He's got all the time in the world
playing in his position tonight. There's no urgency, is there?
Of course not. We don't want to get back in the game with 7 minutes to go, do we? Let's pass it around at the back to each other. Give it to Raggett and he'll give it back to them then.
Is the ball up towards John Marquis, who actually has won that one, and here's Marcus Harness working his way down the right-hand side, and that one will be a goal kick for Sunderland.
And that's and Sean has asked, the legend Sean Mead has asked that you should be doing the interview. And that really isn't something that they ought to be advertising on Sky Sports Football when a Pompey game's on, is it? But there we go. Luckily, Crystal Palace West Brom is on the other side while we're on Saturday for the Wembley trip. So hopefully not many people will be watching.
There won't be many watching, will there? Not Pompey Salford at Wembley. I mean, goodness me, that'll be funny. But
85 minutes now, and Sunderland have another opportunity for a third.
Look at them swamping forward.
Here comes the ball. That's Max Power. And that'll be a free kick on the edge of the box in a dangerous position.
They still want it very, very much, and we don't.
Of course, you would imagine so. 85 on the clock, and Sunderland will take all the time they need in order to set this one up.
Gavin Maguire.
Anthony, you'd like to know what questions you'd ask to Kenny, Andrew, if you were the man to ask them.
What questions would I ask Kenny? I'd say to him, Kenny, would you please explain the setup, the lineup, and why you can't motivate the players? What is it that's lacking? Why aren't the players motivated? Why don't you want to win these games? Tell me why not, and tell me why you make this selection. Why do you continue to play Raggett instead of Nicolaisen at the back? And why haven't we got any width? Why we can't play into space? Why are we so lackluster in everything? And why is everyone walking around like they're going to a funeral?
Would you?
I think what it is. I'd answer him the question. I'd say to him, "I'll tell you what the answer is, Kenny. You're the answer because you're negative and boring, and you've got no motivational skills." And I don't care if Mark Catlin's watching it or Mark Catlin's son, and he goes back to Mark Catlin and tells him that. Because I'll tell Mark Catlin that if he wants to phone me, get my number, or I'll ring you, Mark. Not a problem, bud.
Aidan McGee's making his way off the pitch. Lyndon Gooch, I should add at this point that those are the views of Andrew and not Fournilwrittenalloverit. I know it's pretty comical to say that, but it's what I will say.
The problem with it is we can all see what's wrong, and so can the board of directors, and so can Mark Catlin, and so can Kenny Jackett. But what we're not doing is we're not prepared to do anything about it. If we were in Fratton Park now, if the fans were in that stadium, he wouldn't be in a job. That would be a fact of life.
I think he probably would have gone quite a while ago.
Yes. He's just got the comfort of the screen, hasn't he? The comfort of being isolated in his COVID bubble. Absolutely freaking furious with it.
It's an awful lot of support for what you just said from David, from Huey, Mark, and Paul also 100% right. They're saying, and it's interesting to see that completely mirrors how Pompey fans feel right now. Sam, I wonder if your trailer thoughts along similar line to Andrew tonight.
Yeah, I'm just so disillusioned with it all now, Tom. And it's annoying because you could just all see it coming as well, and I've still managed to get myself annoyed and frustrated with it all. How can it? We could literally all see this coming. We haven't had a shot on target. They've had 6 shots on target. We could all see it coming, but it still winds us up all as much as it usually does.
We haven't had a shot on target in 90 minutes.
At home. Let's go remember that at home.
It's incredible to see that possession has been split pretty much 50-50, but you can see from Sunderland's point of view how much more clinical they have been, and that stat alone tells you all you need to know about the way that they've outclassed us this evening, and it's been clear for anyone to see.
This is you got to remember, this is after one of the worst displays in the club's history, and there's been no reaction, nothing. I think that speaks volumes about everything you need to know about what the players think of Kenny Jackett, and it's. We know there's not going to be any statement. We know they're sticking by him, and that just really it's just a sad thought.
Can they anymore, Sam?
Huh?
Can they anymore?
They can come and explain themselves.
They could come and explain the reasoning instead of just leaking some news to the news and then taking us all for mugs. He shouldn't be in a job, Tom. And our next 2 games are very tough games as well. And if we lose them, does that change it slightly? Maybe, I don't know. I'd rather if
too late, Sam. It's too late then, isn't it?
Yeah, again, that's what I mean. It's probably too late after if we lose these to Sunderland, Peterborough, and Ipswich. it is too late then for us to mount any sort of real promotion challenge. Why wasn't the decision made after the Northampton game to give us a chance in this game, to give us a chance in the Peterborough game, to give us a chance in the Ipswich game? We never stood a chance of winning this game with Jackett in charge, ever, playing this way.
Anyway, thank you for that, Sam, and thanks, Andrew, for sharing what was on your mind. I think a lot of people...
it's because I care, Tom.
I think quite a lot of people quite enjoyed what you have to say. So thank you for sharing that.
Because we've got the passion, the Pompey passion, haven't we? He hasn't got an ounce of get up and go in him, and no passion about this football club and the people of the city. He hasn't got a Scooby clue what it's about. And if he has, he doesn't care. I wouldn't care, I suppose. 2 months left of my contract, £500,000 a year to do this. £500,000 to do this. That's where your money's gone, Eisner.
It's incredible that it's. I don't know. It's incredible to see. I don't think I've ever seen anything.
Oh, hang on.
Watching.
We put 4 passes together.
Just what Sam will probably agree with me. I'm not sure if Andrew can.
Oh,
can
not
say the
5
same.
minutes of agony.
5 minutes has been added on. But this is probably not the most divided, but the most together I've ever seen Pompey fans on a single issue regarding the football club.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone that could. And going back to what you guys were saying about, you'd like to see not a statement, but a reason behind the backing of Kenny Jackett. Perhaps this is quite an easy thing for me to say, but there just isn't that reason, is there? I don't think they've got any legs to stand on in terms of what they're thinking.
I guess there's the argument around what Andrew suggests. They don't want to pay him off, and they think he's the right man to get them into the playoffs. But that's just not a reason. There's no logic behind that. I can't. He's failed before. He twice before he's failed in the playoffs. He is failing now, and he will fail again. Why is no one realising that the players have completely lost any faith they had in him? There's no start. There's no philosophy. There's no way of playing. Just where's that decision been made, and how have they come to that conclusion? And that's why I've said that there needs to be someone in the board who knows about football. And ultimately, at the moment, we haven't got that. There's no football brain in the board. There's no director of football. There's no sporting director, anyone who knows anything about football. It's just the Eisners, Mark Catlin, and they're the ones making the decisions. And ultimately, they're the ones who've got to make the decision about a new manager as well, which is quite a scary thought.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that really hits the nail on the head, doesn't it? And I don't think many would have looked ahead as far as that, Sam. And
he's nearly given it away again.
And to anyone watching right now, perhaps that is another worry that Pompey fans have to think about, is the recruitment for the next manager and what that might mean in terms of moving forward.
I'll tell you what, if I was Kenny Jackett, I'd have something about me. I'd say, look, fellas, I don't want to ruin this for the rest of the people of this city and the people that support this football club and the passion they all show. I'll tell you what, give me my money, I'll go and let somebody else have a go for the last time, because I can't do this. That's what I'd be doing if I was him. I can't get us out of this wire we're in. I haven't got a Scooby clue, so I need to move on. But he won't do that because he ain't a man, is he?
That is another Pompey corner. It is in the last couple of moments of this one. Now we're approaching the 3rd minute of 5 that have been added on at the end of this game at Fratton Park. If you're just joining us, we're live across the world here on Fournilwrittenalloverit, and thank you for sticking with us if you have all evening. I don't know how you've done it, to be quite honest with you. And it does look like
a freaking headers that back into the box.
Look like something that is just it's a free kick that's been given for Pompey for Sunderland, in the Pompey box, but it is incredibly stagnant, isn't it? And it has been for the last however long it's been.
It's 3 months.
Yeah, and it's
3 years. I beg your pardon. Sorry.
Well, yeah, but that record has all but it's come to an end. Since 1997, there hasn't been a winner at Fratton Park. For the visitors,
excuse me, Tom, I need a wee before I watch Jackett on Sky.
Right, you're gonna have to be very quick then. The Premier League, FA Cup, League One playoffs, we haven't given it away to them. at Fratton Park in terms of 3 points, and that's something that's going to end today, isn't it? And I would imagine the full-time whistle's not far from us now. This is Charlie Daniels now, probably one of his last touches on the ball tonight. He's looking to find Ryan Williams, who hasn't stopped, and he's unfortunately he's conceded a Sunderland throw-in, which Luke O'Nien will take all the time in the world doing. And Sam, that really is stark, isn't it? No shots on target all evening.
Yeah, we're just going around in circles, aren't we, Tom? We're just saying the same stuff over and over again every single week about the management and the lack of intensity, the lack of attacking intent, and it just speaks volumes. And every single week, and this is after a horrendous performance against Northampton, where we've conceded 4 goals. You'd maybe see a reaction tonight, but there just hasn't been that.
Okay, Bob has said we stick with it, Tom, because you are supporters like us and only say what we all think. Yeah, thank you very much, Bob. And obviously I would try and remain as neutral as I can, and probably Sam will want to do so too. But there we are. Anyway, let's get Richard into the stream, who's just joined us. Richard, if you fancy jetting off and watching what Kenny Jackett's got to say, I think that'll probably be sort of 10-15 minutes. And what we'll do is I plan to just throw to the promos at that point, so we can all have a little listen into it.
I think it'd be pretty depressing, wouldn't it, what he comes out with.
Absolutely. Give us your full-time assessment of what you've seen.
Poor. I actually thought they were unlucky to get not get the third. I thought Sunderland played really, really well in the second half, just so much like what they did in the first half. Pompey, loose football, Raggett, appalling. Obviously his fault for the second, like it was for the first. And yeah, just nothing to sort of inspire, thousands of Pompey fans, watching it on Sky. I've just looked at the next lot of fixtures, and I think the only fixture that they're probably going to win is going to be Good Friday against Rochdale, who they have a sporting chance, because they say they've got Ipswich, Peterborough, they've got Shrewsbury Town as well. And Shrewsbury are a strong team, and it's being played up here as well. So I honestly don't think that we're going to win on Saturday either.
Yeah, that's a worry, isn't it? I mean, that could turn into a cricket score, couldn't it, for Pompey?
Yeah, and the thing is, what I don't want either is the fact that if we do Oxford, who are in League Two, that everything's great, we've won the cup and this, that, and the other, because it's not what we're after. It's the league position is what we're after. You see him now, Johnson, him coming off the pitch, all big smiles, this, that, and the other, all the Sunderland lot. It's they've earned that victory today, and in a way I'm pleased for them, because we've put nothing in there to actually try and even get a point. And it's always Pompey the last 5 minutes trying to rush a throw in, trying to get maybe one consolation goal, but it means nothing, does it?
Absolutely, and they thoroughly deserve that as well, don't they? So.
Yeah, definitely.
And looking ahead, I know that's not something that we want to do, but Ipswich and Peterborough still to play in the next couple of weeks, and that looks really, really upsetting and dark, really, doesn't it, right now, from a Pompey point of view?
I'll say Ipswich drawing today as well, so that's another point for them, so they're on the creep up, aren't they? So it's but Oxford, I say they've come, climbed up the table as well this evening, so I think I honestly see Oxford being in the playoffs myself, and for another year. But,
absolutely. I'll just give Andrew the other ear as well, so I can concentrate on what you're saying. But Richard, just finally from you, Andrew spoke very crikey. Andrew spoke at length about his thoughts. I don't know if you were watching the stream at the time, but it was very expressive, and I apologise profusely to anyone who might be watching this that might have said in the past that we remained as impartial as we possibly can, because we've definitely broken that this evening. But do you echo any of that, Richard?
Yeah, it's passion, isn't it? Pompey fans have the passion, and always will have. And the thing is, when you've got somebody on the touchline who's not showing the passion for the club, who's literally just stood there for the next 2 months just to get the season out of the way, doesn't seem to be bothered about what's happening with the team, and it's just a case of we want to get him gone. We want somebody in temporary, just to get us through to the who could even have the potential to take it full time next year. say that's what normally happens, isn't it? They get a caretaker manager in, suddenly shows potential, and then they get the job full time. But no, it's just poor, and just to think that, we've got another game in a few days time, and then another game, so what is it? We've got one Tuesday off, I think it is, up until the end of the season.
Yeah, it's between Ipswich and Shrewsbury that we've got a Tuesday off, and then we've got. I don't like the idea of what are you doing? Oh, so you can't hear me. I don't like the idea of. I know it's ridiculous, isn't it? I don't like the idea of the Easter weekend either. I think that will give Pompey way too much. It's a Friday then a Monday, and we might lose horrendously. Just to add as well, if you're just joining us for the debrief, and thank you to everyone who's sticking with us. We're live on Fournilwrittenalloverit. Richard's giving you his point of view. He's very, very kindly. He's very much clutched the stream for us tonight in terms of we had a bit of a conversation regarding Sky Sports tonight, mate, and you've helped us out massively. So thank you. And if you are new to what you're watching, then make sure you subscribe down below. And Richard's here. Well, I don't know how much longer he's going to be here because we have discussed gardening leave not gardening leave, but Kenny Jackett deserves a bit more on that, doesn't he? But gardening leave in terms of you don't actually want to be here.
I've got gardening leave actually on Easter weekend because I'm taking the caravan to Wales.
That's all right. We might come along with you, mate. To be honest, I'd much rather be there in Wales. There's going to be a lovely weekend for you. What do you see the score being against Wembley? Truthfully, Richard, right now,
1-0 Salford,
and that will be a horrendous embarrassment, doesn't it?
Next Tuesday, 3-0 Peterborough, Ipswich 1-0, Shrewsbury. Maybe a 2-2 draw, but I can see that being a possible loss. And but we keep the faith, as you say. That's all we can do, isn't it?
We do. We keep the faith.
We look forward to next season, don't we?
Yeah,
we look
very
forward
much
to next season without Jackett. It's the only thing we can look forward to now is get past these next 13 weeks. 13 games. It's only 7 weeks, to be fair, so it's not too bad. It's a month and just under 2 months, and that we've got this pain left. Then we can go on the beach like they are.
That's it. And then we'd be down for weekend football on when we get fans back in the ground. So that'd be nice to travel all the way down for that. But
so much to look forward to, isn't there? And that will also be an opportunity for us to get back to Fournilwrittenalloverit in some sense as well, which is another thing that we've got as well. So subscribe down below for that. That will be coming in sort of August time. If Andrew has
with Jackett's gone, if we're on. If he's not, we're not.
Right. Well, it will just be good morning, Tom. Good morning, Tom. Then in that case, in August, because Anyway, Richard, thank you for the time being. If you'd like to stick with us for the conversation with Sean, you're more than welcome to. And I'm going to drop Brendan and Mike in as well to have a chat with Sean because we've always wanted to do the old Ellis Harrison chat, and I think that might be if you fancy doing it tonight, then we more than can do. But
in a minute, I'm going to break up and listen to what Jackett's
you're
got to
more
say,
than welcome to. You're not really in it anyway,
else
are you?
is going to watch that as well, but I want
to
see what he's got to say. I want to explain
yes,
tonight.
We would rather people stay with us, so please don't bring the ratings down by suggesting people go and watch other people. We're here on 4-0, and if the gents want to, they'll probably see it before us as well. So anyway, don't go and watch Kenny Jackett. Stay with us. Sean, your reaction to the 95 minutes of football that you've had the misfortune of watching this evening?
As expected, the team selection was worrying from the start. The players aren't motivated. We called it. I think actually Sunderland went easy on us. They did enough to win comfortably. They didn't break sweat. It could have been 4-0. I thought it'd be worse. I just don't understand. He brings on the players we expect to see in the last 15 minutes and doesn't give them time to do anything. There's no passion there. Cannon was played as a defensive midfielder for most of the game. I don't understand it.
Completely out of the game, wasn't he? Completely out of the game.
And he was for the first part of the season, he was our best player. Everything went through him. And it just seems, I don't understand how he can not know what his best team is and not know what his best formation is. It's almost like he's always second guessing every other team, and we don't play to our strengths. And it just that's what I think from the start of the season. It's been like that.
Yeah,
we got lucky at the start, but that's my feeling. I'm just dejected, depressed. But we go again on Saturday. But like Richard, I totally agree. I I cannot see us pick up any points between now and the end of the season at this current rate.
I actually think we might win against Salford on Saturday at Wembley, because I think we might, because they've got 50 points so far this season in League Two. They're a half decent outfit, but 2 years ago they were non-league, weren't they?
Yeah.
It can't be that embarrassing on Saturday, can it?
Oh, it absolutely can. It absolutely can. It was embarrassing enough. I think it still have all stemmed from Gillingham, didn't it? And just, I don't know what. It's just nothing. Literally, I'm trying to be as upbeat as we possibly could, but nothing positive to take from the last 3 games, at least.
Not one shot on goal, Tom.
Not one shot on goal. Please don't take those out, because it will reconnect to there, and I won't be able to hear the gen.
Marquis is a good striker. You know, he is a quality for player.
When was the last time he scored, Sean?
Oh, the other day he scored, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah, he scored. Did he not score against? Was it not the Oxford goal? He scored one, didn't he?
Harvey White was Oxford, but I do recall him scoring. It might have been. Was it the Gillingham one? Perhaps. I'm sure someone can.
He scored.
Can
he scored one, but it was game was gone, and I'm sure he did. But you know, other than that, he scored his goals for the season. But he's a good striker. But he's not getting the service, to be fair.
Doncaster, there you go.
Doncaster, yeah. But then you look at it and you just think, Harrison, the ball doesn't stick to him at all. I just don't understand what he's doing at the minute. He doesn't seem to be interested. He never has. When he first came, he looked really good. But I don't know what Jacket's done to him, whether it's just not selecting him, not playing him, but he's not there. He's not on the pitch. And but they're coming too deep to collect the ball. It's bouncing off them. They've got no outlet. At the start of the season, you had Curtis down one side, Harrison down the other, and they were picking up balls that was coming across. It was nice. Now it's just disjointed. It's sluggish. So,
and sluggish doesn't win you any playoff spot, does it?
No.
Richard, sorry, I cut across you there.
No, mate, it seems like Harrison's there just to be like the holding player, isn't it? You know, the ball to him for him to then to provide. But the thing is, because he's not providing, you know, he never seems to pass the Marcus anyway. It's just like, well, what's the point? And then if he doesn't get his own way, then next minute you see him picking himself up off the floor, you know, trying to get a foul, you know, free kick. And it's just like, I watched a Premiership match the other day, and it must have been like 10, 15 minutes. There wasn't a foul. It was all nice, slick passing football. Tough challenges, people just getting up, bouncing off people. And you think, well, why can't we be like that instead of always looking for the foul, you know, to try and get...
was specifically Marquis in the box, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that was, I just thought, it's what he did at Doncaster. And I'm not going to sit here and slate John Marquis, because he's our number one striker. And I think he's, as Sean's quite rightly said, he's a fantastic talent. But at the same time, if he is stood up playing the game of football that we're all watching him play, it's 1-0 Pompey or 1-1 or whatever it was at the time, isn't it?
Definitely.
And you just think, if you just had a go at that, there's 9 times out of 10 that's going to go in the back of the net. And yes, you might end up on the floor after it, but you've scored. And we know the type of officials, and John Marquis his forte isn't making it look like a sort of a Raheem Sterling or a Mo Salah, is it? It's John Marquis, so it's not doesn't work like that. And I go on, Sean. I wonder how you feel about that. If you agree with me,
I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. I just think, you know, turn back the clock. You know, not spend the money we spent. Would you have kept Pittman and Chapman?
Oh, Chaplin, 100%, and Pittman. I
you know, you sit there and go from the start. The recruitment and turnover policy of our club for the last couple of seasons hasn't been right. To leave players like that go and have the ones that we brought in, there's something not right there. You know, and
go on. Sorry.
So it just beggars belief. I'm only recently joining this Jacket Out club, but as I more analyse it, some of the things that were papered over the last season, you know, maybe we should have acted sooner. But would they have ever changed them?
Well, how long, Richard, do you think the Jacket Out clouds have been above us at Portsmouth Football Club? In terms of not the kind of Jacket Out on Facebook, the Jacket Out in terms of the substance argument.
Well, it was definitely well into last year, wasn't it? Last season. I would say 18 months, because they say there's been that fraternity of, you know, of the minority that is, you know, you get a run of bad results, it's Jacket Out, and then they're trying to get the, you know, people to join with them, and then we get the results which sort of go our way. We start climbing, we get into playoffs. But I think this is the most intense as it's been, during the rain, and it's obviously we know for a while he's not going to go, but it's just so. I say it's just difficult, isn't it, for us lot? We talk about this week in, week out. We know nothing's going to happen, and the performances on the pitch don't improve. So it's where where do we go? And I say the only thing is now is to look forward to for next year, isn't it? And that's it.
I think what's become more apparent recently is the fact that players aren't playing for him. Before there was the churn, the subs, and there's people trying to get into to fight for their places. But as the results have suffered, none of the players are playing well, so the churn isn't there as much anymore. So the people who aren't playing well still being selected.
Yeah,
and it's just there's no way out of that. We're into a rut now.
Yeah, because like Williams, he did a lot today. A lot of running. Trying to get the get the play going. But Cannon's played every single game for quite a while, and now he's injured. And I think he looked quite injured when he limped off, and it's a case of that spoiled his chances now for Saturday. But has he injured because basically he's just burnt out because of the amount he's played?
Also, what gets me is the subs that Jacket makes doesn't change the system. He puts them in; it's the same system,
like for like,
and it's just painful to watch. You sit there and just go, at the very least, if you're going to keep the same players on for 75 minutes, change it. Change the system.
Because when Curtis and Jacobs came on, I thought, here we go. There's going to be a change here. There just seemed to be that little bit of a spurt. But then you look at it, it's oh no, we're still, as you say, Sean, still 4-4-2.
Yeah.
And Curtis is on the other side of the pitch instead of him being on the left, and and then so it's
and Jacobs is a great attacking midfielder. I expect him to slot in that behind the front two, and then have Curtis off with one side, Marcus off the other. Then you could have brought on Huula as well, and you could have Jacobs on the left, or one of them on the left, and Huula up as well. He said it would have been exciting. And I think if you'd done that, and you've seen him gesticulating down on the side to tell him what to do, you'd go, actually, he gets it. But you don't see that. He just sits there, he mutters himself. I think I saw him shout once.
Yeah. But unfortunately, Sean, we've never seen Jacket gesticulate, have we? Hardly ever.
No, never. No.
You've never seen a celebration. You've never seen a kind of any. And I wouldn't be surprised. Andrew sat here intensely watching the screen that we've got here in the room, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jacket doesn't come out and speak to Sky Sports. Imagine if he sends Joe Gallen to have a chat.
Well, I've always seen them as a pair, and I thought Joe Gallen was the motivator, the person who gives them the hairdryer, and he'd be the one, But on the pitch, he's in the stand, sitting there quite comfortably, not coming down.
Not John Terry, is he, at Villa, for example?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So, yeah. Anyway, Richard, thank you very much indeed for that tonight, and thank you for what you've done behind the scenes for us tonight. Sean, just stay there for one moment. I'm just gonna. We'll hopefully. Well, are you up for Saturday, Richard? It's probably a question I should ask.
I'll be here, mate. Yeah, I'll be here.
Cheers, buddy.
You need that help. I just say you don't need the help anymore, do you? Because you got it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, appreciate it. And that will be the last time, and then we'll switch off. We'll just get, and so will you probably. So there we go. Cheers, mate. Speak to you soon.
All right, take care. See you later, Sean. Till mate.
Bye.
Right, let's get them in then, and we're not going to jump straight in with Ellis Harrison, and obviously that's just a little bit of a laugh, isn't it? And it's probably one of the only things we can smile about. I wanted to go directly to Mike on this. That claim for Michael Jacobs on sort of 65, 70 minutes for the penalty. What were your thoughts on that?
Me and Brendan have been discussing this since we've seen it, and it's just been played 3 or 4 times again on the telly. I think the Sunderland guy connects to it and carries his foot through before Jacobs has got his second touch, his other touch on it. So I find it hard to be a penalty myself, but I can understand why people would think it was.
It's more of a penalty than Marquis's appeal.
Oh yes,
yeah. I could see that you were you're very animated when we were having the conversation about that. Was there anything you wanted to add to the discussion we had about the Marquis? Call it a claim, but it's not, is it?
I think it's a shambles.
Yeah, I think it's disgusting that the bloke's not trying as hard as he should be trying to get the ball in the back of the net rather than trying to tumble over his own feet.
Yeah, is he one of our highest earners?
He probably is.
He most probably is. He's the most expensive player, I think, on the pitch, isn't he? But he's not putting the ball in the back of the net. Look, he was paid to do. I think I'm always quickly trying to look for the stats for him for the game tonight to see how he did compare with Harrison. I'm not saying Harrison is the bee's knees and he's a brilliant striker. No, he's not. Nor is Marquis. But I think that at the moment they're both just as useless as each other.
Just as useless, but also playing the same role.
Yeah, most probably the same.
When Harrison first came to the club, he looked dangerous. He looked
He
sharp.
did. I loved him.
Looked hungry.
Pace.
I was quite excited with him. Him and Uhura, that was a B selection. And I just think they've been played wrong. And I think, to be fair to him, he's probably just demoralised.
Yeah, as you say, I mean, I remember you said just a little bit while ago that Harrison was playing on the right-hand side. And I thought, no, it was William and Harris. But no, you were right. Harrison did play times on the right-hand side and then cut inside.
Yeah.
He didn't go playing on the left. But mind you, Curtis was always there then, and was wide, which we didn't have in the first half, or even the second until he came on. But Harrison, yes, he did. He used to pick the ball up down in the right-hand channel and bring it in.
But, I think it's because we used to play a 4-3-1, 4-4-2. It would mix and match, but we seem to have lost our way. We're very rigid to one or the other. And what we actually need is to be fluid enough to play either or, depending on what we're playing against. Other
teams have been doing it to us. So I mean, was it Oxford? Oxford were doing it towards us. And I'm trying to remember the other teams. They do change their formation pretty quickly, and that flummoxes us. We don't know what to do and how to cope with it. And we need to be like that. We used to be like that. We used to be able to play like that. Why has it all gone wrong?
We've gone very rigid and we're almost matching the teams we're playing against. Just nullifying, going for the stats, going for the corners and trying to get the knock-ins and the wins. I mean, we're getting it at the start of the season, but now our goals are dried up. We're not getting there.
And it's hoofball. Hoofball, relying on hoofball.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I know Dad's probably said it already. We were never saying that Ellis was the answer. We were just saying that if Marquis was drying up and he wasn't getting the goals that he probably should have done, it was time to freshen up the attack. We were never,
he was never dropped quick enough. He was always played, and that made him comfortable. And he's comfortable now, not scoring goals. We need him to be banging them in like he did at Doncaster.
Yeah, even doing what Whittingham used to do, diving in the 6-yard. I know he's a 6-yard box poacher, but make the point of driving in there and getting to the ball first, because as you've said this evening, both of you and Richard said as well, we're looking for a foul, not looking to win the ball and
try and score
a foul.
Try
and score.
If you compete and if you play to win the ball, when you don't get it and you've been fouled, you'll get the rewards anyway.
Yeah, you will.
They're not even doing that. They're not even playing the game.
And I said that at the beginning, Sean. We're not competitive. We are not pushing ourselves to be the best that we can. There's no fight left at the moment, and I can't see it coming back before the end of the season.
And it's so good because everyone. I think Tom Naylor he's lost a bit of his bite. I think
they're playing too much, Brent. Though I think that's what they're doing, and that's why Cannon's not going to be injured now. That's a shame. All right, Byers might come in and do a job, but I'd like Andy Cannon. I like Tom Naylor. They are great, but they do need a break. They're run off their.
Yeah, but I think it was sort of said in the last few chats, saying that Cannon's the players are playing too much, and but then it's like people want them in the team. It's such a contrast of interest. People want them to play. People want them to play. Want them every week, but then everyone says, "Oh, we need to change the team up because they're playing too much." It's like you can't win. Everyone moaned that Cannon would come off at 60 minutes last season. Well, he would have to come off at 60 minutes because he runs his legs off.
I would agree. I would agree with you, but I think we've got the squad to do that. You think about it. Your first choice midfielders, Naylor and Cannon, yeah, and then you've got Jacobs and Close. Yeah. Same sort of players, same sort of thing. Just swap them in there.
Sean, that would be a brilliant diamond.
Yeah.
And you could play Jacobs at the front. You could play Naylor at the back, and you play the other two either side. And I think that would be a great diamond.
But then you also think about your wingers. You've got your Curtis, your Jacobs out there, perfect. You've got your Harrison or you got a Harness,
Harness
or
and
you got
Williams.
Williams. You know, you've got enough players there to swap them in and out. They should be fit all season. It's squad rotation. And you take them out when they're out of form, play them. I just can't understand it. What we've done is we've just stuck the same players, let the other ones go out of form, and the morale is just caved. It just doesn't seem right. Even the right back, you know, Bolton, why wasn't he playing last week? We had Watmore there. I don't understand it. You know, Johnson, and you got Hadji. 3 right backs who can all play there, all play well, and you'd have any of them in.
Just one question though. I'd like to see what you thought. Raggett's most probably played too many games as well. Do you think Mikkelsen should have come on after that second goal? Because he's left-footed.
Raggett for me wouldn't have been in the team for a long time. You know, I would have put Watmore and Rasmus in the centre defence, and if any of them get injured, I'd be even actually thinking Naylor back and putting Close in the midfield.
Well, don't forget Bolton can play centre back as well.
He can, yeah. But we've got enough cover there. Raggett, to me, isn't even in the first team squad.
He hasn't got a left foot. Can't touch it with his left foot, and that's what was under
his distribution is awful. And he's too slow on his first touch. You can see him, and that's when he gets caught out unawares. And like the goal there, he gave away. He just wasn't quick enough.
Knew it. They knew it. They played to it.
Yeah.
Sean, can I ask, with this constant relenting pressure on the manager, how long can Jackett withstand this constant scrutiny? And we're sat here right now, and I've just been listening. I've just been
because the bloke's face hasn't changed from the first game of the first season he started with us. His face hasn't changed. He's got no passion. He's got no enthusiasm as far as I can see. He can't stand on the touchline and get the boys going. He's been the same. I'm not a Jackett out man. I never have been. I just never thought he should be our manager. And I will just leave it at that. I'm not a Jackett out, and I never will be. But I still don't think he should have been our manager.
His pedigree before, to be fair to him, his CV
he's good.
Was a good CV. Yeah.
But his attitude, though, Sean, doesn't instigate people to get on that pitch and fight for our club.
No. That was never in front with Paul Cook either, were you?
I didn't think Cookie was particularly brilliant because I think his style was over the top sometimes.
He was a bit in your face, a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, too much.
You know? But then, you know, I like the likes of Whittingham, who's a bit more thoughtful, who's a bit more who's passionate at the time, but he's thoughtful, and actually he got the club. You know, Claridge was another one. You know, that wasn't successful, but he played. You know, I liked him.
Yeah, I did. They're the people the fans can relate to, and the players can relate to. They've seen it and they've done it. I think in not a modern game, but because they played so many years ago. But Jackett played a long time ago. I think sometimes, like the Sunderland manager today, he's quite a youngish manager in my eyes. It is. So I think he's coming up with right ideas, new ways to play things, new ways to do things.
Yeah.
Doing really well. Aaron, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting, mate, but I'm enjoying speaking to these two, and he's absolutely fine about it as well. Sean, I wonder if you wouldn't mind picking up on what Mike was saying when I was just about to ask you, you know, how long can Jackett withstand this constant scrutiny of, and we're sat here and we're looking at every single thing he's doing, every little move, and you just spoken about a decision he's making, you know. Liverpool fans, even though I know there's no comparison to draw, but they don't care what changes Jurgen Klopp particularly makes at halftime because they know he's Jurgen Klopp. I'll come back to the point. I'd say, obviously, he can withstand the scrutiny because his face never changes. He's an emotionless man. Obviously, humans have emotions, but that sets a dangerous precedent, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. You know, it's one of those ones where you look at it and go, as a Pompey fan, when you see the team sheet every week and you look at it and go, why? And that's the first worry. But for Jackett himself, I think he was worried probably a season ago, but he's so close to the end of his contract. Actually, if he doesn't go up, it's probably his last job, maybe in football. He's got the money coming each week regardless. There's no stress. He knows he's not going to get another 4-year contract. You know, I think he's probably just winding it down. Personally, if I wasn't being competitive, I'd have gone to captain until I'm leaving. And I kind of hope he would do that, but I don't think he will. I think he's just winding it down to the end.
Right.
What sort of legacy would he leave with his reputation if he did walk
Well,
out.
he'd struggle to get another job, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
If it was, but we'll probably all sit here and say the same thing. If it was, you're riding out your contract to the end of the season, and you'd want to leave being like, right, I got Pompey promoted. This is the stamp I'm leaving. I've done it with Wolves, I've done it with Swansea, I've done it with Millwall. Now I'm doing it with Pompey. And now I'm hanging my jacket up.
All he can say is that he's got to the playoffs twice now. And he ain't going to do it the third
Won a
time.
checker trade.
Yeah, he's won a checker trade, but his legacy will be tried twice, failed, but won a cup.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. And then then he'd be retiring probably, and that'll be it quite nicely.
Yeah. Go on Sky Sports next to Paul Merson, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and yeah, I think that's probably more of a place for Kenny Jackett, isn't it, gentlemen? Thank you so much for sticking with us tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure to. It's really interesting to listen into the conversation you're having. Can I take a this will gauge the mood slightly. Can I take a score prediction off all three of you for Saturday?
Oh, we win on penalties.
Yeah, and I was gonna. We hadn't discussed this, but I reckon it'll be a 1-1 draw, and we win it on penalties.
I would have said that at the start of the season. I don't think our players have the morale for penalties at the minute. I'm sure Jackett hasn't practiced them. If he picks a team like we've seen for the last couple of weeks, we won't win. If he picks the best team and the players are up for it, we'll be competitive. We might get a goal. It might be penalties, and there's that. We'll see. But at the minute, I'm not confident in winning.
Tom, what do you think personally?
Oh, don't ask me. Honestly, don't ask me. I just can't. God forbid we end up losing against Salford City. I just think that has got to be. And I said it on. I got a bit. To be fair, I don't know if you've seen it, but I did a video the other day in which I said that this is one of the worst points in living memory as a Pompey fan. And I got a lot of stick for saying that because, there are people saying, oh, we almost weren't a club. But it's not about that.
But at least that was exciting.
Exactly. And at least there was something days, weren't there?
And it was, there was always the hope and there was something. It was exciting. There was some change. But now
and we all came together and put some cash into the club and up we go sort of thing. But now we're sat here completely controlless in terms of there's... You entice me to say what I want to say, but gentlemen upstairs, and I've got to be very careful here, but they're, not football people, which is a real struggle for us. And you kind of sit there and you look and you think, well, Mark Caplan's a football person, but he's a West Ham fan. He's sat by this club, and I'm a, Mark is a great friend of ours, and I think he's done some fantastic things for this football club. Arguably, before this whole escapade started to really gather pace, I'd say it's probably one of the best CEOs that we have in at least the Football League. And I think the managers have done a decent job up to now. Sorry, not the managers. The owner's done a decent job up to now in terms of their backing of the manager. But there's a point in which you've got to jump off the good ship, Kenny, isn't there? And I think every single Pompey fan now has. And
I think, Tom, I think to a certain extent, that COVID, and I think I said it the other day, I'm not sure, COVID has saved Kenny Jackett from getting the sack because we're not there to voice our opinions. We're not there to protest and march down Frogmore Road and bang on the door like we could do if there wasn't such a thing as pandemic. And that's, I think, the only reason that he's safe in his job for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and I think Caplan is a Pompey fan. I really do. And I think, he's done a lot of good things for the club. I would like to see some interesting questions at the Q&A session when they actually his next one, when people actually ask him how long's Jackett around for, because
but with this Q&A thing, Johnny Moore picks the questions, and he'll probably ask Captain before. And what questions can I ask you?
It will be a little bit like Oprah Winfrey last night, Brendan, won't it? In terms of it's incredible. I know we've mentioned that twice now, but it's. I don't know. We're stepping into dangerous territory for me, but I feel like the situation's very much stage managed and
sack off Johnny Moore, Tom. Get you doing the interview.
Well, that's very kind of me.
Can I ask a question about Raggett?
You are free to go, my friend.
When would you have dropped him, or would you have this season?
Oh, season well before now. Yeah, definitely.
Second game of January, probably.
Well, yeah, straight after Christmas when it started to go wrong, I think would have been the time to drop him.
Yeah, he gave away a few goals, doesn't he? Even the last few weeks, he cost us a couple of goals recently.
Once we knew we got Nicolaisen for definite and he was staying, then that would have been the time to start dropping him a bit. Like we haven't seen Mr. Downing. I think he played yesterday. Or was it today? Today? But he's never turned it around, has he? So
someone with a little bit more time and inclination might, other than the four of us I wouldn't have thought. But you'd be incredibly surprised. I probably wouldn't be surprised, but certain Pompey fans might be incredibly surprised if they go back and have a look at all the points that Pompey have lost because Sean Raggett has been on the pitch this season, and the own goals that he scored. That's a fine example. Okay, he hasn't lost us the game, but it's a catalyst, isn't it? And it's not going to help. And at that point, we might have, I know it looked very, very unlikely, but we might have had the opportunity to, as I said in commentary, and I got a bit slated for it by Sam, but I said that, is there a little bit of a glimmer of hope of us coming back and perhaps nicking a penalty late on and making it 1-1? He said that would have been the worst result, but didn't happen. And literally 2 minutes after that, Sunderland got the second, and that was game over on whatever time it was, wasn't it? So that's what I would say to that.
Because Willow didn't get his free kick when McGeady fouled him, and we can't sort of blame, they sort of counter-attacked, the ball out for a throw-in, and then we lost it from the throw-in. And we were just about to make a double substitution, weren't we? I think if it was 1-1 and we brought Curtis and Jacobs on,
we might have got one.
It might have been different, but if buts and maybes, we lost 2-0 at the end of the day.
If it was different, if they played differently, but brought those players on, yes, I agree.
Yeah. Tom, is Andrew back by you?
He's not. He's currently out in the kitchen. He will be back shortly. Brendan, Mike, you're welcome to stick around. I'm going to let Retro Sean. 4 hours, 15 minutes on the clock, gents. I'm going to let Retro Sean go. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Sean.
You've lived up to your name tonight, mate. Loving the shirt.
Very yellow.
Speak to you on Saturday. Right, let's bring Aaron into the conversation then, and we'll give. Sorry, Mike, you said something before we said goodbye to Sean. What were you going to say? Sorry.
Well, basically, I was because I freezed my telly because the Sunderland manager's talking. I wanted to hear Jacket as well, so I was just going to say, Andrew, what did Jacket say, and how did he come across? Let's get the scoop on that.
He's currently got a mouthful. I'm going to fill a little bit of airtime as he makes his way back to his seat. He is just about here, gents. And to be honest, it's not big news, is it, Andrew, in terms of what Jacket had to say?
He needs a drink.
Do you want a drink? No.
Silence speaks.
Not an awful lot is what I got from it.
No, he spoke to Lee Johnson first, and he gave a very good account of the football, the way they played, the ambition, the working with each other. They've had several players not being able to train because of COVID, etc. But
Luke O'Nien playing well out of position is a great example of that.
Yeah.
I'd have him any day.
I'd have him any day as well.
And he said, basically said he knew how to play the game against us, basically. And Jacket came out with, basically the same old stuff. We're working on it. Similarly for us, anyway, we got it in the box a few times, a few crosses, couldn't get on the end of it. We're not doing well in either box. We're not doing either end of the pitch. In their box or in our box, we're not doing well in either. And we're working on it. Right. So you've been working on that for 4 years. And they said, how do you get out of this slump then? He said, what were you going to do to get out of this slump? Because you're sliding down the table. He said, well, we're working on it. We're working on different things. And the players know that we're working on it. That's it.
So I tell you what, I have started to actually screenshot from the news, because I get it digitally, of his comments that he comes out with. And I'll tell you what, I bet during that conversation that he's just had, he repeated 3 or 4 points 3 or 4 times to fill the time up. He does that. He just comes out with the same dribble and then says it again and again and again. And it is really, really awful.
It's terrible. He can't explain himself because he doesn't know the answers. Anybody in a job like that, any business at all, would have had him out the door ages ago. You wouldn't put up with that sort of behaviour, do you? You know, that is failing. That's failure, and not knowing what to do about it.
Aaron, I'll throw this one to you. Welcome back, by the way. One of Kenny Jackett's comments that Andrew hasn't mentioned is he said his side was second best in both boxes tonight and didn't get the game's key moments right. I'm not being funny. That very much states the obvious, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's obvious, absolutely obvious. I'm sure he must be actually going to become an MP because he's avoiding all the questions everyone gives him all the time. So he's going to be an excellent MP. But it's just, I agree with what everyone said tonight. It is just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And then come Saturday at 5 o'clock, without even kicking a ball in the league, we could be 10th. Because if all the teams below us win, we're in 10th position.
And there'll be teams with games in hand as well with that.
Yeah, exactly.
And we wouldn't have won the cup. No, we'll be holding the cup.
But I do strongly believe because the Americans and everything, like the Super Bowl and the playoffs, they think that the playoffs are amazing achievement, but it's not. The cup and everything and the playoffs, unless you're first, that's nothing. I'd rather be first.
As we said all night, not football people.
It's just scary. It feels like one of my pets has died. That's how it feels. I feel like they've been run over and everything.
One thing I would say, the consolation, all we're talking about, guys, is that it looks like he won't be here in 7 weeks' time. And then we can look forward to going back to Fratton Park in August on the 7th, I think is the first game. 7th of August in League One. In League One against probably Exeter City or somebody like that, or maybe even Salford, because they look like they're going to get promoted. So it'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Salford's dropped to 9th at the moment because they lost again tonight.
They
come back in like Kenny be director of football or something stupid like that.
Oh, please.
But I've got a bottle of champagne in the cupboard there, and I'm going to open it when he's gone.
I tell you what, it might be out of date by the time we open it.
That is a great idea. It does age well.
Yeah, it is supposed to.
And Tom and Andrew, you're both invited down for the barbecue.
Yeah, down for the
barbecue.
There.
Oh, don't worry,
we'll be there.
It'll be a big old barbecue. Hopefully it'll be when we're out of lockdown and we all get a big old beer up on the strength of it.
Yeah, well, down the Common. Can we go down the Common?
I tell you what we will do. We'll definitely have a meet up before the first game of next season and have a little bit of a party outside Fratton Park, knowing he's gone, and we're going to start the season without him.
Yeah, picnic blanket on Frogmore Road. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little barbecue set as well.
Just your general assessment of what you've seen tonight, mate, as brief as you possibly can, because we're going on 4.5 hours now, and anyway, just give it to us and just tell us, where do we go from here?
Well, complete tragic, and where we go from here, we've got to rebuild for next season. I think after tonight, that's it. Our season's over, because as we're not playing on Saturday, we're going to be 10th. I know for a fact we're going to be out of the playoffs, 10th, and try to get back up there with them games still in hands with the other teams. We've got no chance. And especially if we're going again. Yeah, Peterborough had a player sent off tonight and they lost tonight, but they're going to be coming out fighting because they've just lost the game. And then Ipswich as well, with Cookie in charge, they're going to be wanting to get results. So, yeah, season's over.
And then all these clever managers also work out what Jacket's strategy is and planning, which there's nothing, of course.
Yeah, well, it's been the same for the last 3 years. Everyone knows what we play. They watch us at the beginning of the season. Oh, it's exactly the same as last year. So they know how we're going to play. When we do the substitutes, we don't actually change anything. It's just literally, as everyone said, like for like. We don't change formation. If we do change formation, he puts players in the wrong position. It's exactly the same as last year when we were coming up to the end of the season. Quickly change formation, chuck these players in this position, then drop the players who are captain and everything, and then put players on that they hasn't played for like 12 months.
Did you see? Can I ask this? Did anybody see a leader on the pitch tonight talking to the other players?
We said that Tom Naylor's dropped off, Brendan, and that would normally be a reference point for Pompey.
But he's not talking to anyone. No one's talking. No one's got any enthusiasm. No one's interested, are they?
The only people I saw talking.
I'd say Curtis came on and tried very, very hard in a very difficult game that he could play. I thought he tried
hard.
I think he tried really hard. He looked like he wanted to do something.
Why are we holding on to that?
Well, because that's all we've got. That's why.
Nobody else has got anything. Apart, mind you, Jacobs tried a bit. I think when he came on.
Yeah, to be fair, he did too.
I think they both want to obviously start against Salford, and I don't blame them for really wanting to try. I didn't. I couldn't. I mean, I didn't hear it with all the crap that they put on the telly nowadays over the top of the. I like to listen to it without all the crowd noise and things like that. I try and hit those channels, and I can't say I heard anything from any Pompey people today.
No, not at all.
Well, is that a reflection of the club at this moment in time, perhaps?
It is, I think. Yeah,
what Mike's just been saying, that you can't hear anyone on the pitch talking to each other. Is that a reflection of where we stand at this moment in time?
Oh, big time, big time.
I even think. Go on, Andrew. Go on.
Yeah, it is scary because you could hear all the Sunderland players. You could hear their manager, especially on the sideline, shouting at them. He was even shouting at the ref as well. But then there's Jacket a couple of times he was going, I don't like that, but you can lip read. But he's not doing anything. And it's scary. This is a great city, great football team and great club. And he just doesn't get it. He really doesn't get it. But I think come Saturday, if we win it, I can't see us winning it. But if we do win it, he'll think it's successful season again. Even though it's last year's competition, this season, utter failure, complete and utterly.
I think most of the talking that we hear from the players is moaning at the linesman and moaning at the referee when they don't get a decision go their way. That's the only sort of chat we hear, really. Isn't it?
Tell you, Brendan, that speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. And you're going back, the days of when David James would be the motivator in the team. You don't see that. I know it's different ilk and different sort of spectrums of where we've been Premier League to now we're in League One. But you're lacking that sort of motivator and
Ariane Dazou was a great person to get us going. We don't have characters like that in our team at all for the last 2 or 3 years.
No, I know we don't always. Jacket in particular likes his younger players. I know he signed
English as well.
Charlie White. No, not Charlie White. Charlie Daniels. I know he signed Charlie Daniels. And
he did sign Charlie White, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be brilliant. But he signed. I know he signed Charlie Daniels as a mature player, and also Lee Brown. Naylor, if you want to call a 28, 29-year-old a mature player. Pittman was one as well. But we saw, this season, we're lacking that sort of focal point, he's the one, I think Naylor, as I said, Naylor's dropped off.
Yeah, he started like that.
Yeah, I think Jack, the centre-halves aren't the demanding centre-halves that we've had in previous seasons, like Clarkey and Burgess. We were blessed to have them at centre half for as long as we did, really.
And Pittman, to a certain extent, when he was with us, he used to try and G up the other ones, didn't he, as well?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, all the time. But we haven't even got a leader on that pitch now. Not a leader at all. And we just need that one. I thought when Daniels came in, he was shouting at the back line. He was pushing people up. I thought, all right, here we go. We're going to go on and on on a push. But it's all gone quiet.
He's had the jab we're all getting. He's had the Jacket jab.
Yeah.
Aaron, any final words from you, mate, before we throw to the promos?
Well, you never know. We could go on a massive run now. We could win on Saturday and then go unbeaten for the rest of the season.
I was not expecting that.
Colesberg don't do football games, but if they did.
Aaron, who's your dealer? Because I want some of that.
He's been drinking that fish water.
I'm drinking that. It's just I'm lost for words.
Mike, final thoughts?
Yeah, is it going to get any better?
Can't get any bloody worse.
I'll tell you what. We've had some fun this season on here, though, haven't we? We've had some fun, made some good friends. It's been good camaraderies, and he's gone in 7 games' time. 7 weeks' time.
Well, he might be gone in 7 games' time, depending on how bad it does really get. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us tonight. It's been a pleasure to speak to you, and we will see you all again on Saturday when we'll probably be in Salford.
See you later. Have a good rest of the week, boys.
Cheers, gents.
Yeah, have a good evening.
Cheers. Oh, Andrew's off as well. No, hang on. I need a final thought from you as well. You're not getting away that easily. Come on, son.
Oh, I've had enough, mate. I've got to go shower and go to bed.
Tell us. Final thoughts, closing thoughts.
Nothing more than I expected, Tom. In fact, I expected a little bit worse than 2-0 because we are absolutely have not got a clue. And that is a fact of life. Jacket, if you're watching this or you've heard about this show or you've heard anything about any of the fans are saying, mate, do us a favour. You can't do it, can you? Just say, look, I've had it. I've done it twice through 2 seasons already. This is the 3rd one. I'm going to let you all down again. That's what you're going to do.
This is the 4th one.
Yeah, but it's the 3rd time in the playoffs.
Right.
You let us down again. You let yourself down. I would, if I was you, I'd be a gentleman and go gracefully and say, look, I'll give someone else a chance to try and get this club into the Championship because there's a difference between Championship and no Championship next season. But frankly, Tom, I don't think the owners want us to be up there. And I think they're going to see this out because they pretend to be honourable men. Honourable men to one person. Dishonourable men to the whole city of Portsmouth.
And the wider, however you join us live on Fournilwritten all over it tonight, wherever you are.
Sleep well. Sleep well. I look forward to watching us on Saturday at Salford.
We're live from 2 o'clock, and we're just going to talk about that now. So thank you for leading me onto that so swiftly. Very professional
I really
of you.
do have to go, Tom. I need the
You
lead.
shoot. Let's see what's coming up in the next couple of weeks.
Gents.
Next up for Pompey, it's the EFL Trophy final at Wembley from last season.
Walking in his steps up to take the last one. If he scores this, Pompey are Checker Trade Trophy champions.
Portsmouth versus Salford City is live from 2 o'clock this Saturday with us right here on Fournilwritten all over it. Following that, Pompey's next trip is away to Peterborough United.
On the posh.
Let's hear right up them.
We are top of the league.
And I have to say,
we are second.
Then it's back to Fratton Park for Pompey to face Paul Cook's Ipswich Town.
They are the tractor boys, Tom.
Saturday the 20th of March. Join us from 1:45. I'll tell you what, I sounded a lot more upbeat doing those, didn't I? Anyway, thank you very much for joining us. Just to put that into perspective, here's a couple of timings that you can look forward to joining us live on Fournilwritten all over it. So as I was just mentioning there, the next one for Pompey is Portsmouth versus Salford City live from Wembley Stadium this Saturday, 30th of March. Join us from 2 for all the live coverage with everyone that you've spoken to tonight, and all of you as well can come and join us. Next up is Peterborough United against Portsmouth. That could be a bit of an embarrassment. So could Ipswich Town, Tuesday the 16th of March at 6 for Peterborough, and then we get going from 1:45 on Saturday the 20th. Shrewsbury Town's next up for Pompey. We've got a bit of a respite week there. Saturday 27th of March. Join us for all the live coverage here on Fournilwritten all over it from 2. That one's followed swiftly up by the Good Friday game, 2nd of April. Join us from 2 for Rochdale as well. Right, well, all that's left for us to say tonight is thank you very much indeed for joining us live here on Fournilwritten all over it. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring this one to you. Ollie Clark says, cheers to the stream again, lads. A poor result, but thanks, Tom, for keeping the stream zone. Not a problem at all, mate. You're more than welcome. Mikey said, big love to Tom, Andrew, all the 4-0 family. Look forward to next season. Play at Pompey. Thank you very much for that indeed. And thank you to everyone else who joins us live still here on the show. That is it from us. And once again, a massive thank you for sticking with us all the way through tonight. We look forward to seeing you on Saturday. That is your lot from myself and the rest of the Fournilwritten all over it team tonight.
In the name of the Father.
We're live back here on Fournilwritten all over it this Saturday, the 13th of March from Wembley Stadium at 2 o'clock. And then straight after that, it's back to league action with Peterborough United and Ipswich. Until then, have a good night.